Okay. I think it's time to get started. So if everybody could take their seats. We are... Thank you all so much for making the trip here. I really appreciate it. I think it's going to be a great, interesting day. And we've set this up in a way that encourages people to stay and participate in all of the panels as much as possible. Zach Katz from the Chairman's Office is going to start out with a few opening remarks. Thanks very much.
Welcome, everyone. Chairman was hoping to be here today, but he had to be outside of D.C., so I'm going to just make a few very short remarks, mostly to welcome everyone to this second Telephone Network in Transition workshop. It's a fantastic group, a lot of very impressive experts from the economic side, the engineering side, policy side, and we appreciate everyone coming here. In particular, the members of the Technological Advisory Council. I understand Shahid Ahmed is going to be co-moderating one of our panels, which is most appreciated. Commissioner Jeffrey Y. of Massachusetts, I believe, is with us today. Honored to have you here. Last week we had the first of these workshops, and we heard panels at that event talk about uses of new communications technologies to address critical public safety issues, disability access issues, challenges and solutions around rural network deployment, consumer equipment. This week we're going to dive a little further into the technical and particularly the economic issues that we need to prepare for as we, at the Commission, seek to ensure we're minimizing consumer disruption, promoting competition, serving our public interest function as we transition away from the PSTN. Legacy voice service, ubiquitous in this country, offers a lot of very important capabilities, 5 nines reliability, accessibility to people with disabilities, and a well-developed system for law enforcement and public safety. As we transition increasingly to systems like email, text message, Facebook, Twitter, we recognize that there's new challenges and our public interest mandate's going to have to evolve. And so we are very appreciative for all the folks who have come here today to help us with that project. Turn it back over to Lisa. Thanks again.
Thanks, Zach. So we're going to start out the first panel looking at the impact of the transition on the technology and economics of the PSTN. It's a pretty broad topic. There are co-moderators Paul Dessau and Maria Schwartz, both from our Office of Strategic Planning and Policy Analysis. I will let them introduce their panelists. Thanks so much.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Maria Schwartz. I'm the Chief Economist here at the Commission. And with me is Paul Dessau, who heads our Office of Strategic Planning and Policy Analysis, correct? OSP. He's, I'm sure, familiar to many of you. We'll be co-moderating this panel as well as the last panel of the day. We thought as a way to kick off today's workshop, we see this panel as having 2 broad goals. First, we've heard a lot about the term the transition away from the PSTN, or public switch telephone network. Let's try to get a better idea of what we mean by that, what facilities are involved, what services, what functionalities. So we have some kind of common basis for the discussion. And then secondly, let's identify some important issues, economic and technical aspects in this transition that policymakers and the public at large should be aware of in order to ensure a smooth and efficient path, soft landing as opposed to a hard and unpleasant one. So some of the issues include, but this is not an exhaustive list, how to reduce costly duplicative spending, e.g. on switching and signaling systems during the transition, while maintaining interoperable and ubiquitous voice service across networks. Secondly, how to ensure reliability of voice service that's been such a great feature of the old PSTN in this new IP-based environment. And then finally, but not necessarily least important, competition issues. Does the transition eliminate any traditional concerns regarding competition? Does it introduce new ones? Are there any other challenges to regulation that we can think of? Subsequent panels today will touch and maybe repeat on many of these themes, but we thought this would be a good way to start. We have, to help us address these issues, we have a great set of panelists who Paul will now introduce.
Great. Thank you, Marius. So we're going to have this sort of chunk of the table talking in this panel. So we have Dale Hatfield from the University of Colorado, John Pear from Carnegie Mellon, a former chief technologist here at the Commission, as is Dale, William Lair from MIT, Joe Galan, Galan Associates, and Richard Shockey from the SIP Forum. The format we've asked them to do is each person will give a short presentation, just 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, just sort of an opening remarks. Then we're going to have the panelists sort of comment on each other's presentations, ask questions, and then we'll open it up to anyone in the room who wants to ask questions, and also people who are watching online, I think, can via Twitter or something submit questions. I guess we'll explain that later. So let's start with, I think, Richard Shockey, you're going to go first, please.
Okay. I did have some slides. But let me introduce myself. My name is Rich Shockey. I'm a private telecommunications industry consultant, but I'm also chairman of the board of the SIP Forum. The SIP Forum is what we would call a technical promotion board, sort of like the Cattlemen's Association, so it's SIP, sort of what is for dinner here. The issues I'd like to frame here with the next slide are, first of all, I'd like to ask the Commission and Commission staff to please stop calling this the sunset of the PSTN. This is Washington, D.C. after all, and sound bites matter. And I think there's already some confusion out in the marketplace exactly what we're really trying to accomplish here. This I would call is the renewal of our national communication systems. And we have to preserve what consumers have come to accept from a core voice service. So the remarks I want to talk about are here. How do we deal with the core voice service based on the North American numbering plan in a technical transition? And we should not forget, by the way, that this represents approximately $120 million worth of revenue to the industry. Next. All right. First of all, what is SIP? SIP is the Session Initiation Protocol developed by the Internet Engineering Task Force, RFC 3261, which will be the dominant model for the delivery of real-time communications over any broadband network topology. This is including the mobile networks, hybrid fiber coaxial in the cable industry, as well as landline. You will hear a great deal in the future about IMS, or IP Multimedia System, developed by 3GPP, which is essentially a superset of SIP that is deploying very rapidly in North American carrier networks. There should be no question right now that SIP and IMS will dominate the core voice market probably by 2015. This is being confirmed by the FCC's own 477 data. Cable is 95% there today with SIP and IMS in their core voice networks. Certainly in the 2012-2013 timeframe, LTE, IMS, and more importantly, voice over LTE will roll out significantly. CLECs have had SIP in their network now for almost a decade, and of course SIP is at the core of ES911. This is not working well. Okay. SIP trunking, by the way, which is the replacement of primary rate interfaces in the enterprise, is taking off at an almost breathtaking pace. You simply cannot buy a PBX in the enterprise that doesn't use SIP. Cloud telephony, and we all hear a great deal about cloud today, which is essentially the new Centrex, is essentially all SIP. And there's an increasing focus, by the way, on delivering triple play to small and medium business marketplaces as well. We know SIP is at the core of international wholesale interconnection, and the last and most really important point I want to make here is that SIP is at the technical basis for new interconnected services across these platforms. high-definition voice, G722, point-to-point video calling, and data-rich text. So we're actually upgrading the system, not sunsetting it. So, next slide. In my opinion, once the FCC decided to undertake the ICC USF reform, the inevitable conclusion was the end of plain old telephone service, but not necessarily the social contract for the PSTN, which we'll be discussing later on. POTS simply cannot remain the default interconnection network. The parallel universe of IP and TDM networks are economically unsustainable for all players. The operational expense to the service providers of maintaining the Class 5 switches, where would these funds be better used? Certainly to increase broadband penetration across the United States. The boundaries between POTS and IP signaling and media gateways are a huge capital expenditure for all of the industry to a certain extent, which forces the service offerings down to a lowest common denominator. And this really, from an economic perspective, cannot be go on for too much longer. Next. The good news is, from a purely technical protocol perspective, we are about 85% there to accomplish a national transition of the core voice service to all IP platforms. I congratulate the FCC for focusing specifically on the core IP interconnection for the voice service as the place to start. We have proxies, session border controllers, and literally hundreds of millions of dollars equipment in the network right now that proves all of this ultimately works. Technically, we know how to manage latency, reliability, and security in voice over IP networks. This is proven technology in the field today. More importantly, as part of the transition, advanced number translation between NAMP numbering and IP interconnection is also well understood. I was personally involved in what's often referred to as ENUM, which is ITF RFC 6116. What most people do not know is that this has been deployed in the network today quite a bit. All MMS uses it quite a bit. The next issue, of course, is the bad news, which is the last 15% is going to take a great deal of work to overcome. There are simply a lot of issues in the network that we have no idea how to transition about, including SS7. Since SS7 and SMS are interrelated with POTS, these will have to be transitioned over at the same time. And in the interest of time, I'll keep moving along here. One of the other things that the Commission and the states may wish to consider is actually moving to all 10-digit dialing for the core voice service across the United States. You get a lot of advantages with this one way or the other, and the specific is it creates the technical underpinning for geographic number portability, which is the ability to keep one telephone number for essentially the rest of your life. This was a core part of the North American number portability databases one way or the other, but since we're eliminating LATAs, we can now do geographic portability and hopefully transition to IPv6 much faster. I think I'll just, in the interest of time, go to the last slide here. My conclusions are we need a voluntary industry-led planning exercise that really focuses on the technical issues involved with cable, mobile, local exchange carriers, sitting down with the supplier community and coming up with a plan on how we actually execute this transition. There has to be federal leadership here. This cannot really be done ultimately on a state-by-state basis. And in my judgment, a technical gap analysis would ultimately take approximately 18 months. So, thank you.
Terrific. Thanks a lot, Rich. Dale, could we ask you maybe to go next?
Okay, thank you. I always appreciate the opportunity to be back here at the Commission and have a chance to talk about topics like this one, this transitioning of the PSTN, which is so darn important. You've given me 5 minutes, and these introductory remarks will take 1 minute of that, and so I have 4 minutes, and so I thought I would say 1 minute per point. So what I'm going to try. My objective here is to do 4 points in 4 minutes, if I can. I could have, yeah, here we go. Is the
Oh, the clicker.
You can take 2.
do I get credit for this? So I have, as I said, 4 talking points. The first one is I think I must be the slowest person in the room because I'm still confused a little bit about what we're talking about. And the way I parsed it, and this is nothing particularly new, is we use this term public switch telephone network, I think, in 3 ways. First, we use it in the term of a service, meaning the delivery of a voice call to a number, as Richard was saying. So it's a service. And we also have, of course, the PSTN as a network, a collection of facilities, switches, and so forth. And then we have the PSTN as a regulatory construct, a set of rights and obligations that apply, a social contract, I think, as Richard mentioned. So we use it in those three ways. I agree that the delivery of an ordinary voice call to a regular North American numbering plan number is going to be around for a long time. Although the functionality, of course, will inevitably change. In terms of the facilities, looking at it as facilities, of course, in the future, these advanced networks are still going to ride on the same physical transmission facilities. In other words, the fiber, the microwave, the twisted pair copper, and so forth. So that part's not going away. The TDM multiplexing equipment, the circuit switches, perhaps, yes. Well, for sure, yes. And then the rights and obligations. Well, let me say that distinction that I just made is important because it seems to me that a firm, for example, that is going to make the transition to the SIP trunking, changing from today's TDM network to SIP trunking, doesn't change the degree of market power that's underneath and the physical facilities that are used to deliver that. And so the extent to which that market power persists, it seems we need to address it. In other words, what I'm saying very inartfully is that we need to be cautious about somehow equating the transition to IP with deregulation where market power still exists. How am I doing on time? Well, it took 2 minutes. Another issue that I'm concerned about is here 10 years ago, I went around the world talking about the importance of governments not choosing winners and losers. And it seems to me that we're sort of on the verge of doing that here. We sort of reached the conclusion that IP is the way forward. And don't get me wrong, I'm a great believer in that, but I get very concerned that we not somehow lock this into the regulations and so forth, or legislation, even worse, in a way that would lock so that we can't transition further. So I think there's real dangers there, and with that too, I think we need to minimize the opportunity for regulatory arbitrage by not placing different legislative or regulatory requirements on networks based upon the protocols that they use. I mean, to me, that could get us into a lot of trouble. In fact, if my third point essentially goes to that it would be, as I say here, ill-advised to impose regulation based upon providers' choice of a particular set of protocols rather than the degree of market power or the need to ensure social objectives. In other words, we should be agnostic, it seems to me, and I think the Commission generally is trying to go in that direction. The fourth point is, and I can't help this a little bit, I'm executive director, as some of you may know, of the Broadband Internet Technical Advisory Group, and I'm a big believer in the multi-stakeholder groups and the things that they can do to help. In other words, things are changing so fast, and they're so technically complex. It seems to me to be a real challenge for government itself to be able to keep up with it. So, part of the solution, it seems to me, is to rely upon the industry as much as possible to come up with some of these solutions with whatever government backstop may be necessary. I think this is consistent with what I read the OECD Statement of Principles on Internet Policy and so forth, saying that these sort of multi-stakeholder groups can help a lot given the rapid changes that we're seeing in the technology. So I'm pretty close. I've got 39 seconds left, so I think I've covered the four main points that I wanted to make. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Dale. Bill, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I believe I have some slides too, and it feels a little bit like old boys week here, and it's certainly a pleasure to be here to address this obviously
Lisa
very important
Lisa doesn't count.
topic. Yes, and girls week.
And the boys
Okay.
interpreting
Boys.
the old was unnecessary.
Right. So, absolutely. All right. So, I think what we're really talking about here, or should be talking about here, is the broadband internet as the new PSTN. And when one thinks about what that means, I think that first off, the PSTN, it was a telephone network and it was a regulated essential public infrastructure. I think Dale touched on both those points, and I think both of them are very important. And when we talk about the broadband internet, we have to recognize, obviously, first off, that it's not just about telephone. It's a platform for multiple services, and that has a lot of implications for industry structure, for the technologies, and ultimately for the regulatory issues. It's also, the traditional technology. It's not circuit switched. It's packet switched internet, and as Dale said, pointed out, that's what we think it's going to be today, probably, but that's evolving. What the internet is evolving, and whatever we do in terms of transitioning to this new broadband internet, we need to think about how we're going to transition as this thing continues to evolve. As regulation of essential public infrastructure, there's a huge amount of transitional issues that are going to have to get addressed here that are part of the regulatory apparatus. And this includes both what are the regulatory goals and challenges that we need to have, but also what we have in place that we put in place for the PSTN, and that includes both the service definitions, the standards, what sort, and some notion of what services are essential that need to be part of this, and how are they going to be defined. When we do define them as basic infrastructure, the idea of basic infrastructure is it's something that's used by everyone, is affordable, and is used across the economy. And so, there is a universal access goal, and in doing that, we have to figure out what is that thing that we want to guarantee. So we're going to really have to worry about this definition of what is broadband. Obviously, to make sure that we can get this sort of connectivity of an ubiquitously available platform, we're going to have to worry about things like interconnection, open access if there are bottlenecks, and where those bottlenecks are. And it may in the future not just be in the access connections. And we're going to have to worry about what the regulatory boundaries are and who has the jurisdiction, what's going to be regulated and how. If we regulate anything, as opposed to just saying let the market do it all, then we're going to have to be very careful in thinking about how do we keep those bits that are regulated from polluting those bits that are not regulated, and how those things will work together. And then, of course, there's a ton of other stuff, public safety, et cetera. When you think about broadband as a platform, as a multi-service platform, and you think about what it means to go from a single service sort of silo type of a world where you're just doing voice to the internet where you're doing multimedia, you inherently have a need for multi-service quality of service. And that means the complexity of what you're trying to deal with goes up exponentially. Bandwidth is obviously a key focus, and more bandwidth is always better. Faster networks are better. But we have the level, the amount of bandwidth you need varies across the services and even within the service classes. One of the things about the internet is it allows graceful quality of service. So things like variable bit rate voice. There isn't any particular level of bit rate that is necessary for voice, and so we can go out and figure out, okay, you're either doing this or you're not. And there's a bunch of other stuff we care about, things like delay, jitter tolerance, etc. And of course, we'll care about reliability of this basic critical infrastructure. And that's going to mean different things to different services. The most traditional notion of reliability is availability. In other words, is this thing ready to do what it's supposed to do? Is it not having the various kinds of faults? And if it's a complex network, the kinds of faults go up substantially. And that implies things about security and is it trusted? It's the physical layer, as Dale points out, is going to basically remain the same, but in the broadband internet world, there's a lot more stuff out there: fiber, wireless, fixed, and mobile. And mobile's really the very important thing. And there's a lot of other kinds of technologies, overlays and value-added reseller networks, VPNs, CDNs, cloud services, and Facebook. And let me just jump to the last slide here. And so if we think about what we need to confront, I think the PSTN, as a goal to ensure ubiquitous, affordable, non-discriminatory public access to essential electronic communication services, that policy goal unambiguously remains important, is more important than ever. The question is, what are those essential services? Obviously, telephony is one of them. Obviously, some definition of broadband internet access is. But do we want to provide universal access to over-the-top television? How do we do that? Do we want to subsidize that? What about gaming? What about Facebook or Twitter or blah, 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 anything else that's going to come down the pike? And when we think about broadband competition and broadband at the platform level, it does facilitate intermodal competition. And so I think the notion that we can get competition in services on top of the platform, that seems pretty clear, although not trivial. And maybe in access, so I think that's a whole lot less clear. If bottlenecks do remain, though, we're going to have to guarantee that open access is ensured. And the last mile may not be the only bottleneck. We can worry about things like access to the addressing, routing, etc. If the future model we want to go to is to rely increasingly on markets, we have to understand that markets are regulated, but just differently than the way we regulated in the past. So a lot of the stuff that we did in the traditional PSTN model, we will want to retire, but we're not going to want to, we're going to need to figure out what we do in markets. And in markets, obviously we have to have competition. For competition to work in the internet, we have to have industry standards, industry, not government standards, global standards, not US standards only. And to make that work, we have to have information for all the providers to basically get this, to understand how this market's going to work, which means there's going to be a lot more focus on metrics, measurement, and transparency. And let me stop there.
Great. Thank you very much. John?
Okay, I also have some slides somewhere. My colleagues here have been doing a great job of discussing a breadth of issues. With 5 minutes, I think I want to jump into one more narrow. I'm sorry, I'm John Piha. I'm going to talk about dependable telephone service in a packet switch world. So my interpretation of the sunsetting of the PSTN is that this is an exciting time where we go from a world where circuits are native and you can run data services on top of that kind of as an application, that's what dial-up is, to a world where IP is native and telephony is an application. And that's clearly a great opportunity for all sorts of different applications we can consider, but we ought to ask, among other things, what does this mean for the telephone service which we know and love? Will it be dependable even for 911? I think the answer can and should be yes, but we need to think about a few things. We need to think about protection from device failure and protection from congestion, among other things. So if we're talking about protection from device failure, we ought to be talking about outage reporting, which in the current world is very telephone-centric. And if you want to reduce something over time, you better measure it. So what does this mean in a new IP world? I also think this is the market solution. If you'd like providers to be competing over who has the more dependable service, it would be nice if we know who had the more dependable service. Unfortunately, this is very hard in the new IP world. Dependability measures are difficult in part because we have very diverse architectures, and a great metric in one network might not easily be used to compare across networks. It's hard because we have more service providers. When I send out an IP packet, I don't even necessarily know which networks it was going to pass through. And it's hard because we have a greater likelihood of service degradation without complete failure, which makes measurement harder. So we really need to be doing a balancing act. We need to think very carefully for any given metric, what is its value in achieving a goal, and how difficult is it to get, and how costly is it to get, and weigh both of those things. And I think some things are much easier than others. On the easier side, we can think about failures that prevent users from performing basic communication functions. That can mean sending a packet, that can mean obtaining an IP address, that can mean doing a DNS lookup. These are easier in part because they're much easier for networks to measure. We can tell how many minutes the DHCP server was down, and they also have very clear impact on consumers. There is also reason to think about quality of service metrics, that is, where outages severely degrade service but don't actually disable it. But these require much greater scrutiny. This is hard. People are talking about things like loss rate and jitter and latency, things that the end user sees. Unfortunately, it is first difficult for the ISP to measure QoS as seen by the end user. Not impossible, but difficult. And it's also difficult to interpret these things in the outage context. Imagine that no communication links actually completely failed, but every communication link in the internet around the world suddenly lost 4/5 of its capacity. You would suddenly see very large latencies, huge queues, high loss rates for those first few seconds. And then it would calm down and TCP would back off and loss rates would go back down. That wouldn't mean things got better. Things would still be miserable. But just mean that if you only looked at the loss rate, you wouldn't see the whole picture. So figuring out how to do this in a way where the costs of collection are high and the benefits are, costs are low and the benefits are high is non-trivial and is going to need some more thought. Also, if we're going to think about protection from quality of service, I'm sorry, folks, it does bring some open internet issues back in a different way. I know from a regulatory perspective 3 ways to think about telephone. We can think about good old TDM, which in the PSTN, which means we're talking about common carrier regulations. Which is how do we protect voice in the face of congestion. We can talk about VoIP over a pure data service, which means we're talking about being consistent with reasonable network management practices. And something in the middle, which is VoIP over managed services, and we can expect all of those to happen. So sunsetting the PSTN in effect means moving from this thing which has been long established and well understood to these things that are not so clear, especially in the managed services side. And I'm a little worried about whether that kind of uncertainty will have some effect on how carriers move, which may need to revisit this. When we do, I hope we will think that consumers actually do benefit from mechanisms that protect the quality of service of 911 calls, among other things, that the mechanism itself is not the issue. It's more whether ISPs can easily project any market power if they have it at the physical layer into application markets and become gatekeepers, and that's more the way I would frame this. So I think these are reconcilable, but they're going to require getting the definitions right. So to sum up, I think moving from TDM to IP is an opportunity to improve all sorts of applications, but I expect some growing pains on the telephone side, and I think that means we need to reinvent some of the policies that we've had in the past, including outage reporting and open internet and lots of others I don't have time in 5 minutes to talk about.
Great. Thanks very much, John. And then finally, Joe, please.
Is this actually working, or okay?
It's a placebo clicker.
Well, I wasn't sure because I wasn't sure if they were actually doing it and just making us all feel better by holding it up. If that's the case, then I intend to hold it up. My name is Joe Glenn. As everyone sees, I'm not associated with the university. Doesn't mean I didn't graduate from one, but it does mean that my background is quite honestly as a practicing economist. I help businesses try to understand regulatory policy and regulators try to understand business needs. The focus of my presentation, if I can start it, there. It's going to be on the small and medium business market. The reason is most of my clients are in that space, not all of them, but a large number of them. And I think it's also critical for public policy because realistically, the small business sector is where job creation is going to come from. So the health of that sector really points to the economic recovery. The Commission should be particularly concerned. Certainly my clients are particularly concerned about it. And so I've looked at the issue of the transition to IP networks from in part the perspective of what is it going to take for continued competition in the small medium market. And one of the conclusions right off the bat was, and I think it was underscored by Richard's discussion and some by the others as well, quality of service matters. This is not a case of telephone service being an undifferentiated application on the internet. The PSTN itself is not going away. In fact, I would echo the point that we really need to get rid of this phrase sunset, that we should sunset the phrase sunset the PSTN, okay? A double sunsetting. And it really is much more akin to a rebirth, a renewal. The activity that consumers perceive as telephone service is going to move off of its current technological platform onto a new one, and it brings about some new issues. One of the things that it has to bring with it, particularly in the business market, is quality of service. And that means it's managed networks and managed arrangements so that QoS can be maintained, not only within one carrier's network, but across the network. If you look at the Commission's local competition report for December 2010, a very interesting statistic jumps out. If you look at just the raw definition of residential and business, and obviously businesses, that term encompasses a large number of types of firms, the competitive share, and that's what these numbers are, the CLEC share, or the competitive provider share, looks pretty comparable. But when you look inside it to the technology, one of the things you see is that in the residential market, about 85% of that competitive activity is already on IP. And there's a reason. It's basically the cable-based providers and their success in that marketplace. If you look into the business share, it's actually flipped, okay? That IP is a relatively small percentage of the total. Far less, I think, than what carrier investment has maintained. The IP networks are out there, but I don't think, for a variety of reasons, the numbers aren't catching up. Some of them have to do with how carriers are still limited with their ability to access customers and the problems they face. So what are the problems that carriers really face in this market? And by the way, you can't calculate, the two numbers I showed you before, you can calculate directly from the local competition report. This number is more statistical inference by my judgment of when you look at the overall collection of data, it suggests about 70% of business competition really depends on access to lease or resold incumbent facilities. It's still an issue of, as Dale put it, the market conditions at the physical layer aren't changing very much. It's how are you able to use that physical layer to provide services. Two basic questions that need to be answered for an IP world, they were answered for a TDM world, is how do competitors access the customer? There's going to be a relatively few number of ways, physical paths, to reach most locations. And then how do you actually, once you are providing services to customers, how do you interact with other providers, and most importantly, the incumbent, who is going to be, for the foreseeable future, your largest trading partner, whether you want them to be or not. You know, traffic exchange really follows community of interest. Your customers call their customers in relatively defined geographic regions where most of the commerce occurs, and that isn't going to change just because the network changed. What are the policy responses to answer this? I think in terms of accessing the customer, what we don't have is some sort of wholesale bitstream type of capacity that an entrant can acquire and control the QoS over it. And the other thing is dark copper. There's an awful lot of capability in the copper that already exists. Unfortunately, from a competitor standpoint, the environment's not stable for you. You can't count on it being there, and that is really discouraging investment that would otherwise be occurring. And then the other one, we've all hinged on it, is how do you exchange traffic? How do you do IP-to-IP interconnection where what your goal is sustaining QoS across both networks, and that you're not only able to have those interconnection arrangements with quality, which is an engineering question, but the institutional questions of transparency. You know what those contracts look like. You can opt into them, and if you have a disagreement, you can get that disagreement resolved. And with that, I finished at exactly 5 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Joe. So I guess we'll go maybe in the same order and give each panelist a couple of minutes for any sort of reply, comments, thoughts, things they forgot to say, reactions to other people's presentations, if that's okay. So Rich, maybe we'll start again with you.
Again, from a purely technical question, the couple of things I want to point out quickly is interoperability creates competitive markets. There's absolutely no question about that. And we've certainly seen that with the PSTN. We've certainly seen that with the emergence of IP networks, the technical standards that are associated with any number of things. Email, for instance. We know how email works. There's a defined set of technical standards for how email works among different providers in different domains. But the larger question, I think Joe correctly points out, is this issue of maintaining managed networks. There are policy issues that will have to be addressed there, or at least well understood. But actually, this has been going on now for quite some time. We have multi-protocol label switching. We have dedicated QAMs in the cable networks on the access side. If you have Verizon Fios, basically the voice service, for instance, is a dedicated QAM before it goes back up to the proxies for delivery one way or other. There the ability to pass a quality of service bit across network boundaries is still rather technically challenging. So the boundary between a one MPLS network that might be operated by Verizon versus an MPLS network that would be operated by XO Communications, for instance, there are still some, again, technical issues that need to be addressed by the standards bodies. And this is why I think that there's this parallel track here in public policy, which is understanding the economics, understanding the social contract, and then last but not least, having another room where geeks like me actually have to work the gory details out.
Perfect. Thanks, Rich. Dale?
I had too much when I hear the discussion and have been around some 50 years in the business. What intrigues me, of course, what we're talking about is we've gone through many of these transitions before, from manual, the old manual switchboards with very crude forms of signaling. Let me say, technically we're there's two things we're talking about here. We're talking about the signaling, which is associated with setting up and taking down and managing the call, and then we're talking about the delivery of the voice content or other content itself. And what I'm trying to say is the way we've accomplished those two basic functions has changed many, many times, even over just my career. So I look at this in some ways as not quite so frightening, but because we've done it before. But then when I do get frightened, it's because it is a lot more complex today because of the additional services that can be provided. And then you probably never expect me to be saying this, but you sort of roof the old days of the Bell system, somebody to sort of glue it all together here. And we're facing a situation now, of course, which it's much, much more difficult to manage this transition because there's so many players, which leads me back a little bit to my own comment about we have to constitute something like these multi-stakeholder groups or something like that to be able to successfully make this transition. But we've done it. But my point was beginning was that we've done this a lot of times before, from MF signaling and so forth, and analog connections and so forth, to where we are today.
Great, perfect. William?
I agree with all the additional comments that folks have made and the earlier remarks. So let me just try and sort of elaborate. Dale's point's very true, and there's a lot of the detail that needs to be worked through in these transitions. There's a lot of stuff we've had in terms of how we deal with this. And the physical facilities we're talking about, the stuff Joe Galan was talking about, the special access lines, the lease lines, these are things that the end user customers, especially the business customers, are going to be relying on for a very, very long time. If we really wanted to achieve the transition, which I think a lot of people have aspired to, which is trying to move towards a world where much more of this is done by markets, and I think that is something we will have to do just because of the inherent complexity of this system. And in part because, for example, when you think about something like broadband as opposed to voice, it is not something that there is a speed that you say, okay, once it's fast, once it reaches a certain speed, it's fast enough. It's like, no. More is always going to be better, and some people are going to want more, and some people are going to get it. So the notion that it's going to be like everybody's going to have the same speed, and that's even what a goal is, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, and only a market can deal with that. But if we want to get to that world, we have to have a regulatory structure and a framework that gives confidence to folks that the regulators will be controlling access to whatever bottlenecks there are and managing it. Or if we don't do that, then the businesses that are dependent on the lease lines and special access and those regimes, which we may not be happy with from a regulatory point of view, they're going to say, keep that stuff around until you can tell me what I'm going to step to, what the next thing is. I'm not going to step in this world from one ice flow to another unless I can see what that next ice flow looks like. So let me just stop there.
Great. Thank you. John?
It'd be much more fun if I could say how wrong everyone else here is, but I think instead I have to expand on a few points. So Dale expressed concern that we are not that we should not be technology specific, that we should not be picking winners. I listen to the debate, and sometimes I get a little nervous that people think that IP is the highest form in technical evolution, and we will be here forever, which I don't buy. In fact, my colleague Marvin Servio over there and I are spending some of our time arguing over what will follow IP, as are dozens of other very good engineers across the country. There will be something that's coming next. And one way I think to frame what we're doing here today and what you all will be doing is, how do we remove the fact that we have picked the winner already and it is TDM-based circuit switching, and go to something that is more evolvable in the future in terms of policy and regulation. Also, to echo one of Bill's comments, I've lost track of whose, that switch to IP does not mean that all of the market power issues go away. Which is absolutely true, but what I think another way to think about what we're doing is we are redefining what the markets are. And that is how we can, and that makes us think about competition differently, and that makes us think about all sorts of things differently. And I guess I'll also echo the Dale's comment and others that the multi-stakeholder groups will probably play a very important role as we go forward.
Great. Thanks, John. After Joe goes, I'm going to open it up to the people at the table in the audience, so if anyone has questions, please think about it. Joe.
Yeah, at the risk of underscoring consensus, I think I'm going to definitely underscore Dale's point of this. This is a transition that we've unfortunately, I guess we are all old enough to have seen at least once or twice in our careers already. I think the difference here, quite honestly, is I've never seen a technology get politicized before. And somehow IP has gotten politicized. It's gotten politicized both in its application as the internet, and it's certainly gotten politicized in terms of its being the technology platform that underscores the PSTN and the social contract and the obligations underneath it. There are rules and laws and PR campaigns all geared around trying to draw distinctions on technology that I don't think are valid. And I think the sooner, quite honestly, that the multi-stakeholder discussions move past that and just acknowledge, okay, the phone service is going to be on this new platform. Networks have to talk to each other. Market power has not gone away. The engineer sitting in a room working out the technical details has to occur, but it also has to occur in a framework where the product of that work isn't a secret contract available to some, but is a filed arrangement that is available to all, so that you can actually have as many service providers in this market as possible. I think the sooner that becomes a reality of the discussion, the better we'll be.
Great. Thanks very much, Joe. So does anyone at the table or elsewhere have questions? So.
This is Greg Vanderheiden. I have a comment and a question. One of them is, the comment is, we keep talking about voice from the introductory comment on through, maintaining interoperability of voice, quality of voice, core voice system. Well, there's another population in our overall population of individuals who are deaf, who are severely hard of hearing, people who have speech impairments, and they all use the same system for text. And this is one of the key things we need to remember, is that when we talk about quality and interoperability, et cetera, this is actually a core communication system, as some people talked about, and it's used both in voice and for many individuals, and maybe many of us as we age, and it looks like an even larger number of our children are going to be having hearing impairments and maybe relying on these as well. So we need to remember that it's a voice and text, at least voice and TTY. The question is, I really agree with the comment that we need to be looking at function rather than technology. We have to be able to have the underlying basis of the regulation. And then turn to the multi-stakeholders. But whenever I hear multi-stakeholders and then I see it in practice, the multi-stakeholder ends up being industry. And so how do we, and there's all the reasons for it, because they're the ones who are implementing it, they're the ones with the resources, et cetera. But without having the rest of the stakeholders in place, then we lose the ability to release it from regulation and let the market handle it if the market won't handle it. So how do we, if we want to go to function, which I think is really important, and try to stay away from technologies, how do we keep the social contract? How do we get the multi-stakeholder to be continually empowered if we say, well, we'll set the functions, let the market do the rest? Only one stakeholder has the market.
Well, I mean, first off, I think the internet itself is a big part of that solution, and I think the rise of things like social networking and all of that is, demonstrates that you can use that to mobilize that sort of activity. And I think from a regulatory point of view, a lot of people think that whether because we can't do anything else or whether because it's the right thing, that we're moving towards less away from ex-ante rules and more towards ex-post enforcement. And if we want ex-post enforcement to work and we want other stakeholders to be able to participate in the debate, then I think these kinds of organizations that Dale was talking about and the sorts of metrics and measurement sorts of issues that John Piha was talking about are really important. We need to figure out what those metrics are. How do we get the information out there so that people can figure out and understand where they can possibly get an oar in the water and make a difference that makes a difference.
Great. Dale, do you want to say a word? You probably have more experience about setting up these sort of multi-stakeholder processes than most people. Do you want to say a word about how to address the asymmetries in terms of representation?
Yeah, I was going to comment that in the BTAG, the Broadband Internet Technical Advisory Group, we have made provisions, important part of the representation is what we call community representatives, including the types of groups that Greg is referring to. And then the members, knowing that it's sometimes difficult for community groups to, they're small and often don't have technical resources already on staff to be able to let them participate fully, providing some funding for them to be able to let them go out and hire a consultant or whatever needed to be able to participate fully. So you're identifying, I think the multi-stakeholder groups are going to work well. They really do need to be representative, including the sort of groups that Greg is talking about, and which, especially the disability community, I have a personal, very, very strong commitment to as well. So I think the multi-stakeholder groups can be designed to bring in that sort of input. If you don't have credibility, it seems to me. If it's going to be entirely industry driven, you're not accomplishing what you need to accomplish.
Great, Rich, and then maybe Joe.
And a quick, I couldn't agree more with Dale. One of the things, by the way, that I think the regulatory environment needs to understand, especially as we deal with technical issues, is a consensus-driven process, such as we have in the Internet Engineering Task Force. Absolute transparency of the conversations, whether it be open email lists. But actually the most important thing is the open technical documentation. We have seen this in engineering environments where you have sort of a closed user group, it's pay to play or something else like that. But especially on such a relatively large technical transition one way or other, that the documentation, the standards have to be made available to all stakeholders without question, free of charge.
Excellent. Joe, you got to...
Yeah, I was just going to, unfortunately nothing is perfect, and multi-stakeholder groups, I'm just going to raise a word of caution. They're resource intensive, and multi-stakeholder groups are good if you're one of the stakeholders, but if you're not, they're very not good. And given that this industry is so skewed in terms of its concentration and of its resources, the care would have to really be placed by the FCC to make sure that representation didn't follow the economic pattern of distribution in this industry.
And John, did you have
I guess I want to emphasize that last part of the role of the FCC. In the 90s, I did some work on spectrum and unlicensed spectrum, and a lot of the work was done in closed industry groups that you had to have a certain amount of revenue to play in. And if the FCC says, we're going to listen to that group as a primary contributor, then that is the way it'll go. Or if they say, no, that's fine, anyone can submit, but we really want to hear from groups organized like BTAG, that makes a big difference.
Let me play devil's advocate just so we don't all agree on everything. The negative of multi-stakeholder groups or committees in general is that they move slower. So what do you make of that? When technology evolves fast, is there, again, this is devil's advocate, not my view. What do you make of that counter-argument, that maybe we should have let people get on with it, carriers, and roll out services, and as opposed to waiting in these, putting up with a delay that could be caused by a more committee-like process?
If I could quickly respond, we have a shot clock in what we're doing with BTAG. In other words, we have a 120-day shot clock. Now, that could be gamed a little bit, obviously, but because we're very sensitive about that, we don't feel that we're effective if it takes 2 years to reach a solution. So we've got a shot clock, and at least now, I'm committed to making that shot clock work. But it's a good question.
I mean, for me,
please go ahead.
Sorry, for me, part of the thing is that you don't have a single, throttle point on this. So there, a multi-stakeholder group would be a mistake. Stakeholder groups, so they can have some competition. And some of this has to get dealt with in standards. So sometimes the best way to break a logjam is say standardize both of them, and then work on implementation guidelines and white papers, and understand that this is an iterative process. So you don't sit there and say, I'm going to analyze the problem, come up with a solution, publish, and that's a decision. You say, I'm going to get a solution out there, and then I'm going to iterate on that solution. And that is the way you have to fix complex systems, and this regulatory process is a complex system like the underlying technologies that it relates to.
One of the challenges relates exactly what you're saying, is how do you coordinate among the different multi-stakeholder groups? I'm beginning in my own mind to see what we do, let's say, and distinguish it from the IETF and so forth. But that's complex, trying to coordinate among the different groups.
Greg, did you have a follow-up on this point or a separate question?
Right, I had a follow-up on that.
So maybe just quickly, if you could do that. And then.
2 quick points. One of them is as the shot clock. One of the things is you can get it back if you set a deadline. Don't set a deadline, it goes forever. And turning to industry, that typically goes to standards, and if you think standards go quickly, I mean, you can see how long that can take. So I think that you can get things if you set timelines and push on them.
Great. Mark, on this point or a different question?
Well, on this point, I mean, when Mario says it's slower, my question is slower than what? It's certainly not slower than the regulatory process here at the FCC if you throw in the court cases. Really? And I'll have more to say at that about in my slides. But the key point, and it's something that grates on me a great deal, the output of multi-stakeholder process is not enforcement, it's compliance. And there's a fundamental difference between an effort to accomplish a regime in which people comply because of the weight of the consensus of the standards, etc., and the regime under command and control regulation, which has to do with enforcement. That is, when people cheat, they get enforced, and then they fight in court about it. So it's really important to change your standard. We're going to measure the output of multi-stakeholder groups by compliance, not enforcement. And it's a completely different metric.
Great, thank you. I'm just going to remind people who are watching the streaming that you can email questions to live questions, all one word, at fcc.gov, or send them via Twitter at #FCCLive, all one word. So if anyone who's watching the stream has questions, please send them to us and we'll try and ask them. Sir.
I'm Lee Knight from Syracuse University, And I'm also a member of the Civil Society Information Society Advisory Committee. I guess I'm a co-founder of that. So CISAC, that advises the OECD, which withdrew from endorsement of the OECD Internet policymaking principles days before they were finalized because they did not sufficiently meet the needs of civil society. That doesn't get advertised very much here in Washington, but that's just a point to highlight that these multi-stakeholder groups, even if they sound good in principle, are perhaps can be fatally flawed from the start. So I just want to highlight, having been a veteran of many, many different multi-stakeholder groups, I'm very supportive of them in principle, but note it's very difficult, and it's very difficult to manage both for civil society and business interests, as Mark and others have highlighted.
Great, thank you. Other questions from the floor? I think we have a microphone. Great.
Goldman with the Communication Workers of America. I wanted to build on a couple points that John raised, and I think also William, about the importance of reporting on quality of service, and you focused on outage reporting. But I wanted to raise another area that is now going by the wayside that was very critical as part of the oversight of the let me use the phrase public switch telephone network. And that was a different kind of quality of service reporting, which the FCC adopted when it adopted price cap regulation. And the concern there being that allowing companies to raise prices, go from regulated prices, was going to mean that they were going to raise profits by cutting short on service. And therefore, quality of service reporting was imposed, and it looked at things like, from a consumer's angle, when you call up and you say that your service is out, how long does it take for you to get your service repaired? When you call for new service, how long does it take to get installed? When you call with a billing question, how long does it take for your phone to be answered? Now, any of us in this room know that these are very frustrating things today in the so-called competitive market. These are not being addressed in many areas, and consumers are very frustrated. Unfortunately, the Commission's reporting in these areas went away a few years ago. And despite comments by several commissioners that what needed to be done was an industry-wide look, that with competition across technology platforms enabled by the new IP networks, that we needed to look at this industry-wide, that's dropped by the wayside. We tried to raise this in the USF reform arena, that if there's going to be public subsidies, this kind of service needed to be monitored. And I'm interested to hear how you see, short of commercial groups like JP Powers, which is now, they say, well, you know, that will substitute. It doesn't substitute because we have market failure in this area. So I'm interested in your thoughts in that area.
Great, thank you. I don't know, John, do you want to go first?
I would certainly agree with you that we are all better off if consumers understand which of their providers fare better or worse on the kinds of metrics you describe. I honestly don't have a good idea of how this information is collected at the moment, so I don't have a good sense of how to fix it. It's probably the same issue independent of the technology, but certainly one that matters.
Well, I mean, I think the consumer surveys and publishing these, there's going to be a lot more of that. Certainly some interpretation of these and some sort of honest brokering, I think absolutely the regulatory authorities ought to be doing. I think when it comes to something like broadband, since we don't yet know how to define it, I'd be a little bit not sure that the FCC is necessarily in the best position to actually say, this is the report you must have, this is what the customer survey questions you need to ask. But I think they certainly should be looking in that direction. In just taking the question about how do you measure something like broadband speed, I think they've understood that there's lots of ways in which that needs to be looked at, and lots of those metrics are important. So there's all the web-based testing, and that's good. There's the SAM knows, the actual infrastructure, which gets you a different sort of insights. And then there are the efforts potentially of groups like BTAG, where they may think about how they would do this going forward. I think all of those things are very, very important. But ultimately, this question about how do end users experience the service, how are we getting that information out to customers, sort of back to people into the regulatory process, that needs to happen. If the private market doesn't do it, then the regulators absolutely must. And I don't think they're the best people to do it, but if the private sector doesn't do it, then they need to do it.
Anybody else? Joe?
I guess I was just going to echo the concern, actually. I have a large number of clients who rely on critical inputs to provide their services to end users, and they get them from other, facility-based carriers. Everyone has noticed that there's been a general, now obviously I have to be careful how I phrase this. There's a concern across a lot of customer segments, including very large purchasers of services from carriers, that quality doesn't have the same priority that it used to have. Hopefully we're in a transition between networks, but that's a hope, not a statement.
Okay. I think there was another question? So.
Yes, my name is David Tenenhouse. I'm from New Venture Partners and also a member of the Technical Advisory Committee. So first off, I'd just like to thank everybody for coming and providing your input on this. We really appreciate it. And actually, I certainly hope that after today you'll go back and continue to work on this problem, and that we'll see future comments and publications going forward on the topic. The question that's sort of come up, and I'm sort of perhaps asking this on behalf of a few people, is that there is a hypothesis at work, at least among some of us, that the current operations will become essentially uneconomic as the number of access line subscribers continues to drop, and we'll cross sort of some critical point where things are uneconomic. So first question, there's a few subparts here to the question. One is, do members of the panel believe that to be correct? Which implies that there's sort of high fixed cost to the service as opposed to variable costs. Also, are there alternative revenue sources that might kick in that might extend the viability period? And perhaps most importantly, if in fact there is a limited shelf life on the viability period, what's our timeline? What's the point by which we need to have all these alternatives, all the results of the perhaps the stakeholder groups, everything in place to provide for continued services?
Great, thank you. Joe, would you like to?
I'll take a first cut at that because I think the premise is totally flawed. These are companies that are deploying new networks to provide traditional services and new services. Providing wireline phone service is not in some death spiral. In fact, if you look at and I imagine Mark has more on this, if you look at the capital recovery numbers for most traditional providers of wireline telephony, they're recovering their capital faster than they're losing their traditional access lines. It doesn't look like a bad financial model. Now they're rolling it into broadband, and yeah, it has high fixed costs, but it also does have a whole bunch of new revenue streams and other things associated with it. So the idea that somehow, this goes back to the fiction about the sunset of the PSTN. It's not going away. It's just going onto a new technology platform that actually has a more flexible cost structure and more revenues associated than the traditional model has.
And to echo that, I mean, POS is a constraint. We talk about aid to disabled individuals in one way or other. By transforming this platform, to an all IP network, we can actually make it better. And clearly, anybody who uses a mobile network who has to use G729, it's terrible. The voice quality in the current voice network is really bad. Anybody who has ever used Skype for 15 minutes knows what a good voice service can sound like. And it's $120 billion a year in revenue. which is just the core voice service. We can do point-to-point video, rich text media. Part of the transition is actually new revenue sources and essentially upgrades for the industry at large.
Great.
I guess I can, the first opportunity to really disagree with someone on the panel a little bit.
Just in time for the end of the panel.
And it's not going away. I think from a regulatory point of view, the PSTN, in terms of traditional sort of regulation, ought to have gone away a while ago, and it's past time that it does that. And so those regulatory obligations, so that if we're serious about moving to a world where we're going to be relying more on market competition, we need to get this sort of, you can't regulate, you have to provide this particular technology. So we need to do that. The copper won't go away. Those business models will be there. And the point about the wireless is that's something we need to talk a lot more about. And we need to make sure that we don't create a whole new market power issue or just perpetrate in a much more intractable way the old market power issues we've been dealing with, as we go to a world where much more of the voice is going to be mobile, and that's much more going to be what we care about and how that's actually provided. And the wired infrastructure to make that mobile work is going to be very important. And so those things need to fit together, but we need to stop thinking about traditional voice grade circuits, and that's old, and we need to stop regulating on that basis and driving investment on that basis.
Great. Mark, maybe last word on this topic.
Joe mentioned me, and we in our comments on universal service, we pointed out that the plight of the public switch telephone network is entirely a function of a regulatory decision. In fact, what we consider to be a regulatory mistake. In the last 10 years, we have created a $50 billion business in broadband access over wireline, which uses almost the entirety of the same facilities that the public switch telephone network does. We have put those revenues in the federal jurisdiction, zero in support of the public switch telephone network. We have drawn no costs into the federal jurisdiction. If you do that to a national network, you will strangle it, which is exactly what we're doing. But it's not the underlying economics that are strangling it. It's the regulatory decision to misallocate costs and revenues. And that may be the legal thing to do. It may, and we've been fighting about that for 10 years. It is a simple decision that is strangling the public switch telephone network.
Okay, so that's probably a good transition to the next panel. I should say, in subsequent panels, we're going to talk now about sort of the policy goals, then we're going to talk about the transition path, and then new expectations and potential revenue upsides, and then we're going to come back in the last panel of the day to the economic questions, which you raised. So with that, let me thank all the panelists very much for coming and giving their time and their remarks. And I'm going to hand it over now to Sharon and Commissioner White.
Thanks, Paul. And I apologize being on home turf. Having a conference on home turf means that you unfortunately can't get out of certain meetings. So sorry that I had to duck out for a bit, but I'm looking forward to being here as much of the day as I can possibly be here. This panel is really focusing on the policies of the PSTN, looking at the way I've been thinking of it is sort of which is the baby and which is the bathwater. So we asked our panelists to help us explore the public policy that have sort of co-developed with the PSTN. Things like accessibility, reliability, universality, universal interconnectedness, a lot of them they will raise, and consider whether and how those policies can and should be perpetuated and even strengthened, and sometimes through IP services. And I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to introduce and talk about the format of the panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jeff Y. I'm Commissioner of the Massachusetts Department of Telecom. So the format will be 5-minute introductory remarks from each of our panelists, and then they will have about 2 minutes to reply to any controversial comments that each other have made. So starting from the left is Professor Carolyn Gideon from Tufts University, and next to her is Dr. Mark Cooper from Consumer Federation. Next is Professor Greg Vanderheiden from University of Wisconsin. And lastly, we have Tom McGarry from New Star. So Professor Gideon, could you start off with us, please?
Yes, thank you. And Thank you for inviting me to participate in this. I'm going to be talking about universal service beyond the PSTN. And on the premise that there's a lot that we can learn about universal service in the new networks from what's happening currently in the PSTN. In 2010, the U.S. had household penetration of voice, meaning phones of any type, of 96%, which was a record high for this country, but lower than many other countries, and there still remain problems with universal service. So a long literature tells us about many of the existing universal service challenges. Predictors of universal service, the largest predictor is and always has been income. Predictability of bills is very important, and also minority households tends to be a predictor, but that's very much related to income and to predictability of bills. More recent literature has shown us that looking directly at people who are phoneless or at particular low-income groups, that among low-income people, being phoneless is not a choice, which tells us that the existing policies are not sufficient, even in the PSTN world. There's a great deal of unpredictability coming from wireless and bundling plans, which tells us that there's a lot we need to do, because more choices are leading to less penetration, and that's something that policy will need to continue to address. There's less protection for new platforms, especially consumer protection laws, and we found this one looking in particular at a drop in penetration from 2003 to 2005, a time when there is a significant shift in users from traditional PSTN voice service to wireless and to bundled services that are sometimes VoIP. There's more price elasticity in high poverty areas, whereas previously we found, the literature has found very little price elasticity overall. And prepaids, the use of prepaid service is increasing penetration. So in terms of policy implications for a post-PSTN world, we need to understand that the existing universal service policies in the PSTN are extremely helpful, but they're not fully sufficient. The current program is not sufficient for voice alone and meeting that target, and not just in terms of waste and fraud and other inefficiencies, but for keeping people connected. So this problem, of course, will be magnified when we're looking at broadband and looking at things other than just voice. We need to, what we see from the literature is that we need to focus on the jobless and the low-income employed. This is where the problem is most persistent, of course, and where it is not a choice. Predictability of bills is one of the important points. And of course, the recent, in October, the bill shock initiatives are a big help for that. The FCC's gotten started on that, but there's still more things that need to be explored here. Another important thing that we have an opportunity to do now as we're looking at new networks is to look at the mechanism of the way people are given the opportunity to obtain service and really maybe drastically change it so it conforms better with their current behavior and with actually meeting the goal of keeping people connected. Learning from the fact that people themselves who have trouble staying connected are solving their problems, particularly of unpredictable bills, by using prepaid wireless phone service. It's not the fact that it's wireless, it's the prepaid model that's important. And a lot of people have phones for the first time. Many of them showed me their phones that they have for the first time because there are prepaid services. So the idea of making assistance transactional and maybe somehow finding a way to make it directly to the customer would make it simpler, eliminate a lot of the inefficiencies, rather than having this monthly subscriber type model, which doesn't necessarily fit the way people are currently using and obtaining these services, particularly in those lower income markets. And consumer protection is another important thing. Certainly, we're going to see more innovations coming, and there will be future platform shifts. And this platform shift was difficult and with a significant drop in household penetration. So we need to look at consumer protection laws that are more encompassing so that they can somehow be flexible for shifts in platform, which we cannot necessarily predict, but certainly when they get to the point where we can predict them. So additional challenges that I see in the PSTN world besides these implications from what we've learned are that people with prepaid service are serially disconnected. With unpredictability will become a greater issue as there are more discretionary usage-based services in broadband. And certainly this idea of flexibility in consumer protection law needs to be able to accommodate the new innovative offerings we'll see, not just in new platforms, but in new things we can do with the broadband platform and wireless platforms, just to name a few. So I admit this is more attention to the problems than the solutions, but that's why we're here. So, so hopefully we can engage, and the FCC can continue to engage in solutions that will help us here.
Thank you, Professor Gideon. Dr. Cooper?
I see I have slides, so let's see if I do. All right. The means of communication are one of the most important infrastructures of any society because they support the flow of commerce and ideas. In the information age, of course, they may be the most important infrastructure. For almost half a millennium, as new technologies transformed the means of communications, democratic societies examined how they were helping or hindering in the accomplishment of broader social goals, and where need be, they enacted legislation to create obligations to meet those goals. I analyze policy in 4 realms of social order: technology, economics, polity, and society, culture, because each of these realms has a critical function that is in fact deeply affected and deeply affects the communications network. The digital communications revolution is now going through a quarter-life crisis, the painful period when adolescence ends and adult responsibilities have to be shouldered. Here, the adult responsibilities, the maturation challenges, are the social goals of the public switch telephone network that it is now being asked to fulfill. The obligations of the public switch telephone network did not come from the public switch telephone network. We make a big mistake. They came from society. They were obligations imposed on the network from society, and they have a very long history. Non-discriminatory interconnection and carriage is grounded in the 17th century. Intellectual property protection, freedom of speech, privacy, and personal security can be found in the 18th century U.S. Constitution. Public subsidies to ensure access to the means of communications and commerce were evident in the support for the post office and post roads in the early 19th century, and the land grants to railroads in the mid-19th century. In the late 19th and 20th centuries, as huge corporations became the primary organizational form in the economy, it was no longer possible to rely on common law and general statute to ensure the means of communication were serving their higher social purposes. We needed more power, and so we enacted industry-specific legislation and regulation. Between 1900 and 1910, state and federal regulatory oversight was implemented to ensure that the new communications network lived up to its social role. The hallmark of a progressive society is to continually raise the standard as technology advances, and that is what happened throughout the 20th century. The Communications Act of 1934 was devilishly clever and pragmatic in its progressivism. Quote, to make available so far as possible to all people of the United States a rapid, efficient, nationwide and worldwide wire and radio communication service with adequate facilities at reasonable charges. What is considered rapid, efficient, adequate, and reasonable evolves over time, applies to both wireline and wireless networks, communications, not telephone, and the social values apply regardless of the technology used. As we now transition from a public switch telephone network to a public digital communications network, a PSTN, a progressive society does not abandon its traditional values. It seeks ways to ensure that society rises to the higher level. The interesting challenge we have here is not only that the obligations come from society, but they impact the internet at different layers. And the simple fact of the matter is that because they impact at different layers and because they come from different realms of society, different forms of regulation will be best suited to different social obligations. The extremes of command and control are but two of many regulatory tools we now have available. In fact, Command and control is a very 20th century concept applied to 20th century problems, and it is, in fact, on its deathbed. It lacks resources. It's been totally politicized. It isn't very well suited to dealing with dynamic industries, and in fact, it's not a very effective democratic process. Having participated in 400 of those proceedings, anyone who tells you they work hasn't been there. So we should look to alternative forms of regulation. We've heard about multi-stakeholder, and there are, in fact, dozens of possibilities. The key is to make sure they are effective. And I've got a list here of about 24 conditions. The key to alternative regulation is to ensure credibility and legitimacy, which are not economic concepts, they are political concepts. And the way you get there is to actually ensure that you have good representation, openness, transparency, participation, and that you achieve compliance, not enforcement. So the challenge here is not to debate the values, but to find the tools to ensure we achieve those values in a more flexible, dynamic, and in fact, very much more consumer-friendly and rewarding environment.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Next, we have Dr. Vander Heiden from Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you very much. As we move from the IP to the from PSTN to IP, there's a number of great opportunities for people with disabilities. First of all, whereas we only had TTY in the PSTN, in IP we have what we call IP real-time text. It's faster, it provides a full character set. You can't even do most of the characters in TTY, just numbers and letters. It'll allow you to be simultaneous in both directions so that you can interrupt, and this is really important in emergency calls. And you can also mix it with voice to do what's called caption telephony, so that you can actually have elders who can have a conversation with you, but they can see what you're saying captioned if they can't understand half of what you're saying. It also allows for sign language for the first time, and something we talk about is total conversation. There's two issues that we need to look at carefully as we begin this transition, because it's great when we get there, but how about the time in between? One of them is talked about earlier, and that is number dialing, and for people with cognitive, people who are elderly, etc., this ability to have a number which stays the same and is simple and something they're familiar with as we move over is very important to preserve, and we need to be figuring out how to do that. The other thing that we need to be looking at is, however, the ability to, for people who use relay services, you can now, on the system, you can call a phone number, and when you call them, it'll automatically invoke the relay service so that they can give a phone number out just like everybody else. And this is very important to them for discrimination or non-discrimination, that people can just call them like they would normally and they would get the assistance. The TTY to PSTN transition, however, is very tricky. First of all, we often hear, well, people can just switch over to these other IP forms, like they can just use SMS. Well, that means you have to have cellular service. Or you can just use IM or something else, but that means you have to have IP service. In many areas of the country, we don't yet have broadband. It is not, we have Lifeline, we have inexpensive PSTN that people can use with their TTYs, but we don't have similarly systems that you can have access to. Also, as you're traveling in your mobile, we need to be looking at the ability to access text. So when we are thinking about this, there are a number of individuals who are still on the PSTN and they can't get off the PSTN, and until we get rid of the last PSTN leg, we will always have people using TTYs, because you can't use any of the IP technologies when you are on one of these PSTN legs. So when we're all done, we're in great shape because we'll have IP text, and that's wonderful. But during this whole transition, we can't just forget about the people out on the edges. So if we have an all PSTN network, we're great. TTY works. If we have an all IP network, we're great. But when we have a mixed IP and TTY network, that's where we're going to be for a while, and that's the problem. And the problem is, first, when you go from the PSTN to the IP, the tones that go across from the PSTN, the TTY tones, get messed up on the IP network. And in the last presentation, the actual technical details for that were gone over, so we won't go over them again. But we do have the problem that PSTN people who are using TTY can't talk to the IP people, and the people on the IP side can't talk back in text to the people on the PSTN side unless we figure out how to put gateways. And just like we ensure voice always gets translated across the two networks, we need to make sure that text is going to be translated across the two networks. So we need to be careful and think this through. We either have got to be able to put translation points between every PSTN and IP network and figure out how to connect to them. And there are technical ways of doing this, but they're not all as easy as we would like, mostly because when we set up all the gateways, we made sure the voice interoperated and we didn't care about the text. And so now we have a problem of having to go back and retrofit, and you're retrofitting on gateways to the PSTN, which you're trying to phase out, and there's a problem here. So we need to be looking carefully at how to do that, but we need to make sure that we don't drop that one, because it's really critical for this group. The other thing we can do is to try to see if we can't minimize that problem by trying to push out IP connections. And maybe this idea of an IP connection that only supports voice, text, and perhaps video. So it's only the equivalent of the phone system that we can get out to people who can't afford a full IP, but we can provide them with ability to move off of the old PSTN and onto it economically. And then I would like to also pick up on the pay-as-you-go kind of a plan. So in closing, don't forget that TTY is going to need to be there until there is no more PSTN. Okay, we can't just tell them to go be IP unless we're going to give them IP and make sure it will get to all of the houses everywhere, that nobody's on an PSTN leg, and that they can afford it. And that the PSTN users need to be able to talk to the IP, because we're all going to be on the IP side. And so we can't leave them off on this island. We would never do that with voice. We can't do it with those who need it for text. And then finally, it's important to make sure that we keep people with disabilities and technical expertise closely involved throughout the transition process so that we can pick up on these issues as they come up, as well as other issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderheiden. Next, we have Tom McGarry from New Star.
Hi, I'm going to talk about telephone numbers in the post-PSTN world. And I'll start out by saying telephone numbers won't be with us forever. As an avowed telephone numbering geek, that's kind of hard for me to say. And it's a recent, relatively recent enlightenment. But I've seen that's a fact, and that's going to happen. Let me address it in two different ways. Let me talk about telephone numbers as addresses. Networks use them to determine how to route calls and messages, et cetera. And as names, people use them. 571-434-5570. People think of that as Tom McGarry. When they want to talk to Tom McGarry, they use that as my name. As an address, the Internet and the PSTN use addressing very differently. The PSTN uses telephone numbers to identify an egress point on its network, and the Internet uses address to identify an ingress point on other networks. So as we transition from the PSTN to an Internet model, I think you'll see the addressing changing to a one common way of addressing, that way of doing it as they do it on the Internet. I disagree with something Rich said earlier about enum being the way to do that in the future. Enum, for those who don't know, is a technology that translates telephone numbers into internet addresses. It has been widely used within networks, but it actually hasn't been, it's hardly been used between networks, and this is because it requires kind of a global buy-in, coordinated use with global regulators involved, and I think it kind of collapsed under its own weight for that purpose. So I think there needs to be a new solution. I don't have the solution today. I can't tell you what it is. I could give you requirements for what it should be. It should not require global coordination. But that will be part of this transition to getting rid of telephone numbers as addresses. And I think that'll happen in 7 to 10 years. The second thing will actually last longer, and I wouldn't think I would have said this a year or so ago, but I think telephone numbers will be used as names for longer than they'll be used as addresses. And they'll kind of be used in two ways. I think people like telephone numbers, by the way. They are easy to put in keypads, they are non-linguistic, they are global, you're able to reach them from anywhere, they don't tell anything about you. My email address tells you what my name is and who I work for. My telephone number doesn't tell you any of that. They also will be around to be used for backwards compatibility. People and networks that are not internet enabled will need to use telephone numbers to call people that are on this new network. The other part of telephone numbers that I think should change dramatically is how they're administered and managed. Today, we give out blocks of telephone numbers for inventory to service providers in different rate centers around the country, and they use that inventory to give it to their consumers. I think we need to take out the middleman. I think we should give telephone numbers directly to consumers, just like they do on the internet. I think that they should be able to register their own numbers in a registry, and they get some kind of credential, and then they use that. That's simply an attribute of their service. I think in the future, telephone number administration and number portability will not be done like the way we do it today. I think the consumer will have the telephone number. It'll simply be an attribute of their service, like their address or their name, and they bring it with them wherever they go. There's a lot of advantages to this, a lot of benefits. One of the big benefits to this concept of going directly to the consumers is to conserve the numbering resource. Today, with that structure of inventory and 20,000 rate centers across the country, we underutilize our numbers by about 50% of the allocated numbers. There are today, if we made every telephone number available to every consumer, there'd be 2.8 billion numbers available. There's only 300 million people, and they use about 2.5 telephone numbers each. So we'd be able to, with what we have today, be able to last forever. That's without giving out another area code in the foreseeable future. Other benefits are converging to a single addressing structure is good for the communication networks and the service providers. And by the way, it takes them out from having to manage a nationwide inventory of telephone numbers that they'd have to distribute, which takes resources and systems and processes that they wouldn't have to do in the future. Let the consumer do that for you. Let them bring it with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next, we'll have about a couple minutes for each panelist to make a responsive comment. Professor Gideon?
Well, I think certainly there's a lot of resonance in the sense that I think that there are, as we start to move from talking about problems to talking about solutions, it seems like there's a lot of commonality in the different issues we're talking about, particularly, thank you, for the disabled versus those who have trouble maintaining connectivity, the number issue as well, and in terms of sustaining values, I think that as we start to look at solutions, it's actually going to be helpful to look at some of these things together. There are some general things that I see emerging in terms of how, in fact, making things more general and more consistent gives us flexibility as we go into more networks, but I think I'm interested in this discussion of numbers because that really illustrates one of those ways we can try to make something as flexible as possible to accommodate different types of systems so that they can all be consistent, this idea of converged numbering system. And maybe this is a place to redesign some of these things. Of course, the technologists will have to say something about that. I also think certain things about, one of the interesting thing about telephone numbers is that sometimes they do say too much about you. Sometimes telephone numbers, and I think that's something to think about in terms of if we think privacy is going to be a goal here at all, which hasn't really been addressed, but sometimes telephone numbers, area codes in particular, say something about where you're from. With everything being digital, very often a telephone number is the same as your full name, just as your email address is, because your full name comes up, because everything is digital, and we see that on the phone. So these are things that we certainly need to think about. And another thing that I will mention is that particularly when Mark was talking about societal values, one of the things that we probably need to keep track of is the idea of the sustainability of competition. Right now we see competition, and Mark talked a lot about what can be done by private industry and what can be done, what needs to be done by regulators, and that was also talked about in the last panel, particularly by Bill, about where the proper roles are. And this is still, if we're looking at broadband now, this is still, it's not a mature industry yet. It still has a lot of growth, and as it starts to mature, we already see that in wireless, where we had a lot of competition and we start to see more concentration. And this is something that we need to be cognizant of, is the fact that industry structure does change, and that will impact many of these things. And I think the policies that we think of as solutions have to keep that in mind, because competition has proven not to be extremely sustainable in information and communications industries.
Thank you, Professor Gideon. Dr. Cooper.
I want to address the single most frequently used measure of success of the PSTN, which is the penetration rate. We always like to point to that and say, wait a minute, what's the percentage of people with telephone service? And frankly, if you go back and look at the Lifeline link-up debates, unfortunately I was there, we never defined it that way. When we set up when we argued for Lifeline and link-up, we didn't care whether it induced an additional person to subscribe to telephone service. Because we said, look, these are poor people, and giving them a little bit less burden is a good thing. So we never measured the success by the penetration rate. And let me make a simple point. For the last 10 years, we've had a great dance about, oh my God, we're 12th or 15th in broadband. It turns out we're 12th or 15th in telephone service, wireless service, computer penetration, etc. We don't get those same dances about that. The reason is simple, is that it turns out that connection to communications networks reflects weather, density, and cultural diversity. And any of you in the room who remember the old Pearl model, which we used to analyze this, it turns out those were important factors. And there's not a lot of public policy I can do about weather, density, or cultural diversity. Now, the other important factors are income level and income distribution. We have a horribly unequal income distribution in this country, and there's not a lot the FCC can do about those two things either. At the end of the list is price, and price matters. And so it is important, but it's really important not to get too carried away, right? It's a good variable and it's a policy relevant variable, but we can't ask it to do too much. And the one thing we really can't ask it to do is drive penetration, because it won't. We drive penetration for a variety of other reasons, and in the end, how much people pay for services is at least as important as what percentage of the population has it.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Professor van der Heijden.
Yes. One of the things I think we need to watch for, that was kind of a theme, is assumption that everyone is like us. We all have a home, we have stationary, we have a place we can have a wire line, and some people do not. But those that don't have a mobile phone, but some of us do not have that either. One thing we should start to do is stop thinking of telecommunication as being a device and thinking of it more as a function. We already do that where we communicate on basically almost everything electronic, and in the next couple of years we'll find many, many more of us will be communicating over our television sets because it's great because now I can talk to the family and I can see them and things like that too. Wait till you see what comes next. We need to also stop thinking of wireline and wireless as two different things and regulating them separately. I think if we want to be looking at this, if you say, well, why are we doing that? You'd say, well, it's because wireless has much narrower bandwidth. And you go, have you looked at the bandwidth on the next generation wireless and the bandwidth on the home? And then you'd say, well, but it costs more. And you go, wait a few years, come back and let's look to see whether or not it actually costs more to run a wire out to a house than it does to broadcast, especially when the houses get very sparsely located. So maybe we should be regulating by bandwidth or by cost per kilobit. And one of the advantages of that is if you say, well, we're doing this because it's too expensive per kilobit, in 5 years we draw the line on kilobits and we just blow by them, the regulations will fall back as well because we're actually creating regulations based on today's technologies when none of those rules are going to apply in the future. So if we look at this and we look at some of the pay-as-you-go, should a person who is homeless be able to walk up to any device and be able to just make a call? Should they be able to get wireline or phone service in the same kind of pay-as-you-go so that they don't have these high rates if they don't hardly ever use it, or they just need to have it for safety? Should you be able to make a 911 call on any of these devices without cost? And what does that mean to the infrastructure? And temporarily, if we're only thinking short term, you can think of a million barriers to why this can't be done because that's not the way we're designed. But if we said that in 5 or 10 years out, this is the way we would like it to be, this is all going to come together, we want to have the regulations not break them into these two categories, and we want anybody to be able to come up and communicate, then we can just, we're turning our infrastructure over fast enough that we can hit those marks. So we should start thinking about getting ahead of ourselves instead of always trying to plan the future based upon what the technology is going to be in 18 months and get out in front of it a little bit more. I think the numbering is a really interesting example. You know, what could replace that? And we need to start doing the same thing you're doing on this PSTN. We need to think about communication in this kind of a fashion and make sure we include all of the people, the homeless, people with disabilities, et cetera, on that table instead of just thinking about it from our own perspectives, what the world looks like to us, because the world looks very different to us than it does to many of our citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Van der Heijden. Tom McGarry?
I don't have a comment really, but I do have a question to the rest of my panel, because I think they're the right people to ask this question to. What do you think about Connect America? And I'm surprised I didn't hear anybody talking about that on the panel. So it seems to be an attempt to step in the right direction on this issue that we've been talking about.
We were quite pleased with the first round of reform for a variety of reasons, one of which it takes 10 years. And I finally had someone step up and say, it's going to take you in 10 years. It's not going to happen in 2 years. These are, you know, corporations with businesses and assets distributed, and you need to give them a chance to transition. But they've also said this is where we're going to end up. I mean, in a certain sense, we're going to get rid of certain sets of flows. And believe me, I wanted a different set of flows, but at least they're better and they're realistic in the sense that it takes that long. The challenge for us is to make it the expectation, the norm, that the next commission can't change its mind. Now, I can never bind a future commission except if I create the social expectation that they'll stay on that path. And that's going to be a challenge, but from my point of view, the key direction made sense.
One of the things, and you're going to have to stick with me here for a second, We're pushing wires and connections out to people, but often the people can't use the interfaces that we give them. We come up with a standard interface that we think most people can use, and yet we have trouble with the interfaces we get, and we're way up on the technology quotient. It's like IQ, only it's TQ. And if we have trouble, what about the bottom half of the population? So when we talk about building infrastructure to push out connections that will push content, we need to also be talking about spending a little bit of funding to create an infrastructure that allows us to also deliver alternate interfaces to the content, so that when you are there, when you're getting older and all of those, when you have people that have different technology levels, that we can push out interfaces that make sense to them. We have elders who say they have no use for the internet, et cetera, because mostly when you get down to it, it's because they don't know how to use it. And if you show them how to use it, then all of a sudden it's relevant. So why can we push content, but we can't push out interfaces? So there is work on that, which is a separate, it's called the Global Public Inclusive Infrastructure, to create an infrastructure that maps on top of the delivery that allows you to deliver alternate interfaces. We need to not forget that component as we're going forward, or we're going to create a different kind of disparity. The connections will be there, but the users won't be there, or the people at the other end won't be able to use it.
Tom, I'm actually glad that you asked about what we think Connect America has already done to move in this direction. It's certainly a very critical first step. And certainly, setting firm goals, setting budgetary limits, bringing in consensus. Unfortunately, the one thing that still puzzles me, well, it doesn't really puzzle me, but I think it's a constraint that that disappoints me a little bit, is the idea that it's still so tied to the existing regulatory structures. And I see where that's a necessity, and it's part of the inertia. It's part of what keeps us from being able to do things quickly. And a lot of that is necessary. I don't yet see a good path for getting beyond the existing regulatory structures, which we've all pointed out were based on a system that's no longer relevant. Each of my fellow panelists has mentioned layers, which is something I haven't mentioned yet, but I think that is a very good way to think about this, particularly in terms of my objective of making everything more general, so that we can change infrastructure, we can change technology, and not start to have issues of transition and issues of trying to catch up with new policies, having policies that are more directed to the layer, to what's going on with the consumer. And in some sense, I think here, when we're talking in particular about the poorer populations, or the populations where we need more policy intervention, I'm starting to think that we can learn a lot from what's being done successfully in developing countries, where this is the population that they're dealing with, particularly in rural areas. We see a lot of instances when Greg mentioned being this almost utopian ideal of being able, having somebody who's homeless be able to walk up to any device and use it. That's similar to what happens in the villages of Bangladesh, where anybody who uses voice communication has a SIM card, and they can use it in any device. And that's the closest thing I know to that, though it's not quite there. But I think there are a lot of new ways we need to start thinking about that are wholly separate from the path we've been on in our regulation, built around a big system, a monthly subscribership model, certain constraints that we really no longer have. And it creates great opportunities, I think, to better meet our policy objectives.
I want to reinforce 2 points that Carolyn just made. One, and folks need to look at the number. Globally, there are 80 wireless subscribers for every 100 people on the planet. That's in 2 decades. There are 20 wireline subscribers for every 100 people on the planet. 4 times as many wireless subscribers. And when you look at countries with incomes of $1,000 and $2,000, most of them are above 50. This is a revolution of incredible proportions that we really don't appreciate enough. And we've now got more broadband, wireless broadband, than wireline telephone subscribers in 1 decade. So this is a human progress on immense scale, first point. And it's really important to recognize that. Second point, she complained that the Connect America is constrained by existing regulatory structure.
Can I just jump in? It's also existing regulatory structures are constrained by existing statutes.
Well, that was my point, is that if you want to change the existing regulatory structure, you have to change the law. And I like to remind people that the first time I testified on the Telecom Act of 1996 was 1982. And I participated in the Michigan petition. So if we want to fix this, and that's why Dale Hadfield is so right, if we want to do this better, we're going to have to do it in a different way. And as long as industries agree to do it and there are no court cases, we can do whatever we want. As long as there's no lawsuit and in civil society, we can do this stuff. If you want to wait for law, it's going to take you at least that long. And we can't wait.
I know we have questions from the live feed. We have a question here in the audience. Is it related to what they're talking about, Barbara? Would you want to jump in?
It's going back to something earlier that Mark said, presentation, what I wanted to put it.
In that case, let me get to the ones we have here, and then I'll get to you. So I did just want to tee up for the panelists. It's interesting, Carolyn, you mentioned layers. It's very interesting when I charge you all with, which is baby, which is bathwater, and obviously that's a little bit of a fraught question because it depends on your point of view as to which are the important policies that have evolved around the PSTN that are important to continue. Just to list some of the things I heard as you spoke, universality, affordability, non-discrimination, First Amendment, free speech. I'll just do the adjectives in the litany: rapid, efficient, affordable, reasonable charges. That's straight from the statute for those of you not familiar, from the preamble. Accessibility for the disabled, uniform address space. I don't know if Mark, I think you mentioned competition as a piece of the... You never mentioned it. Somebody mentioned competition. So I guess my question for you is, let's go back to the layers question. For each of those values, of what and to what? So when we talk about standard interfaces, we talk about competition or non-discrimination or universality, we're talking about networks? It's hard sometimes to separate the network from the things people do about it. Professor Vanderheiden, your point about accessibility. The RJ11 jack is something pretty much everyone can do, but that doesn't mean a website is accessible. That doesn't mean the phone can have a pretty complicated interface. There's different layers at which the interface occurs, and that is nowhere more true than on the internet. We have, I may be able to plug in my Ethernet, but then can I view the website, or do I need accessibility on the web as well as accessibility on the interfaces? So could you reflect a little on sort of what layer are we talking about? Are they different for different values? Are they all the same? Should we just run down the panel, or do folks want to? If you indicate to me if you want to speak. So okay, I think we have Mark and Greg. So go ahead.
One of the things we've talked about is the ability to push out interfaces as well as content. And the good news is that that's like less than 1% of the cost, so it doesn't cost that much to build that infrastructure. But that infrastructure covers digital literacy, it covers literacy, it covers language, it covers disability. So it's not just a disability kind of thing, it actually covers a large cut. Globally, it's like 2 billion people that would fall into the category. So this is something which cuts across them, and it basically involves allowing you to have an infrastructure on top of the physical infrastructure. It's not covering the cost for the different interfaces. We're just talking about a delivery mechanism to make it possible. So it's like the numbering system isn't the calls, but it gives you a way to make sure that you can get the call to the person. So it's kind of like the numbering infrastructure on top of the physical infrastructure, if you would. So that's what that refers to. I think that one of the things, if we're talking about the transition, that we need to be worrying about is that we have everything on both sides, but can the two sides connect? And it's this transition point. When you talked about accessibility, if you just talk about it like that, then we forget what it means. And for a lot of people, access means just being able to connect. So I think for accessibility, we need to say voice and text, for example. If that's what's on the PSTN, we need to make sure that that is preserved going back and forth across the boundaries. So a lot of it is going to have to do with what of the functionality on the PSTN, when we're half each, or even 20% PSTN, 10% PSTN, 80% IP over time, how do we maintain all of the functionality that was for the people that are still on the PSTN, being able to live in this world with the other side. So I think that's one of the key things to look at.
Before I turn it back to Mark, just to amplify the question a little, because I realize we have a question that came in over the live feed as well that I wanted to add to it. There's a theme in many of the TAC group's questions about this workshop. It's not just preserving what was in the PSTN, the IP network can do so much more. And so I just ask you to reflect on that. A specific question that came in about that is, could we, for example, ask what is the role of over-the-top VoIP in universality, given that this could mean charges, for example, for two services for the consumer because they have to pay for the broadband as well as for the VoIP? How should we think about that? So I'll just throw that came in over the feed. Mark, did you want to say your reaction?
The original question about the jack is really interesting because it reminds us that technology does not solve problems. It only creates opportunities to solve problems. And so if there is no jack, I can't solve the problem. But just because there is a jack doesn't mean the problem will be solved. People have to plug it in the wall. And oh, by the way, maybe that jack is not the best way to do it, and maybe there's other ways to get it done. So if I have a different jack but the network allows me to do stuff, I need to be open to that. So the solutions are not technological. The opportunities are technological. The second principle, and as you can tell, there's a big paper on participatory regulation and stuff in the background here. But the second real important principle is that we ought to solve problems where they arise in society and at the layer that they affect. And I am very leery of slipping layers. So you'll frequently find people who want to solve a legal problem like intellectual property by mucking around with the protocol. And that makes me nervous. And of course, the same people will then turn around and say, well, for a different purpose, you can't do that. So I'm really concerned about sort of using a trump card, which is a different layer. And so I really like to let the technicians solve technical problems. I think they've done a really good job. You put a bunch of engineers in the room and they'll make it work. It'll be good enough. You ask those engineers to make social judgments or business judgments, and you'll have a mess. So those two principles, technology is really important but doesn't solve, and second of all, social problems, political problems should not be solved with technical solutions because they just won't work. They will destroy more than they preserve.
I want to address that your question about the layers, but I first want to acknowledge that I do understand that in writing Connect America, we're constrained by statutes and by laws, and again, that's a little bit where the disappointment is, that we can't be more general, and it makes it difficult to start new. In terms of the layers, I think the layers get to that as well, because if we think about it, it's hard to look at these policies as they relate to any one layer. If we're talking about universality, obviously where we need to see universality is in service. So it's, at the I guess the top bottom, the layer where people are interacting, where people are actually engaging and able to connect with each other and obtain information and participate, and whatever it is we think is important about communication and information, that we're here to talk about the fact that we think that everybody should have access to that. So what needs to happen in order to do that? Well, that exists at different layers. If we want to make it affordable, do we need to have competition in the infrastructure layer in order to have affordable service? Maybe, maybe not. But I think they're different, and then of course there are technology issues. If in fact we want to make that interface level layer as general as possible to accommodate different types of technologies. So there's almost a role in multiple layers for any one of these objectives. I think it's very difficult to acknowledge what that is. Particularly if we think about the comment Mark made earlier about how much faster wireless telephone has gotten out to people than wireline. I mean, in part, it's because it's easier and it's cheaper and you don't have to wait for the infrastructure to be built, but we also have to acknowledge the fact that in part it's because wireless service has been provided competitively and not by a monopolist. And, we saw wireline went out very quickly when there was competition in wireline in the early 20th century. So I think these are part of that issue as well.
Thank you, Professor Gideon. I have a question. We've been talking a little bit about the existing statutory framework. The current statutory framework contemplates a federal-state partnership. And as a state commissioner, I always worry about what does the future look like in this IP world. So should the IP world continue to have this state-federal partnership? And if so, what should it look like?
As long as costs are recovered at the state level, they have a role. There may come a point in the future where no costs are recovered at the state level subject to the PUC. It's a possibility. We're getting there, particularly because the FCC has called these interstate services. At that point, you won't have a dog in the hunt. But right now, a substantial part of the costs of the network are recovered at the state level. And frankly, sometimes I've advocated that the state commissioners go on strike and stop allowing the recovery of costs because they've been so butchered. So then that will force the FCC to step up to its responsibility, having created this humongous business in the interstate jurisdiction. If you then tell the companies, we're going to allocate costs this way, and let's have a court case about that to see if the separations are consistent with the reality, now that'll be an ugly mess. But we're getting to a point where if you're telling me I'm strangling the public switch telephone network to death, then I might as well have the fight sooner rather than later.
Any questions from the audience?
Barbara.
Oh, Barbara. I'm sorry. Barbara. Dr. Sherry?
Yes, Barbara Cherry, Indiana University. I wanted to offer an observation that I think underlies these two panels, and in particular some of the policy arguments used here. I'd like to pick up on the theme that Mark Cooper did about emphasizing how the law evolved such that we developed industry-specific regulation to deal with some of these critical infrastructures. The transition we're making technologically here is taking place within a deeper transition that got started with regulatory change and regulatory philosophy before we even got to the broadband classification a decade ago, and particularly with the T-tariffing regime. And what I just wanted to point out here is with consumer protection, if you look at the de-tariffing order, it was contemplated by the FCC that the consumer protection that was embedded in that industry-specific regime, and particularly with tariffs, would increasingly be picked up by state law and other federal state statutes under consumer protection law, let's say, or common law remedies. The law has evolved since then that has not taken place, and the FCC hasn't been able to keep up with that evolution. Importantly, for example, there's a split in the circuit courts of appeal as to whether or not the filed rate doctrine still exists and is applicable after de-tariffing. For those circuits where it's still considered applicable, now the filed rate doctrine is being used to for the carriers to block the ability of customers to bring claims in the courts. And so they're still holding on to the carriers are still holding on to the vestige of the filed rate doctrine in the de-tariffed world. And then finally, I'd like to mention a very important case that came down from the U.S. Supreme Court, AT&T Mobility versus Concepcion, wherein with a wireless carrier, now what's happened is that the Supreme Court interpreted the Federal Arbitration Act to enable carriers to place mandatory arbitration clauses in their contracts, including clauses that forbid class arbitrations. And the Supreme Court has upheld that, and now what's happened is that customers are subject to carriers being able to put provisions in their contracts that totally block the ability of customers to be able to take their claims to court. And so this whole transition of trying to go from industry-specific regulation under agency jurisdiction and tariffs to supposedly a world of increased reliance under de-tariffing, but where customers could bolster or pick up the slack with their consumer protection remedies in the courts, that's not happening. And this change in technology is further exacerbating those problems. In a more complex world, these other technologies, it's just going to further complicate the evolution of the law. And we have to build a better interface between what was industry-specific regulation and what were general consumer protection statutes. And we've got these huge legal gaps that have evolved that are just feeding into the social contract, the lack of meeting the social contract problems that the second panel has mentioned. Thank you.
More questions? Let me ask Barbara a question. Wasn't the competitive marketplace supposed to prevent that kind of crap from happening?
That's a misuse. I'll put on the economist part of my training. That's a misuse of economic theory. There's plenty of economic evidence that shows that when you can have and this is well understood in Europe more so than here for some reason, that even when you have a market that's considered competitive, the companies do not always compete on all terms and conditions of service. Although they compete on price, they often do not compete on other terms and conditions such as limitations on liability provisions. This is well documented in many industries. It's a chronic problem between companies that serve mass markets and have standardized contracts. And so markets themselves do not mean that you have competition on terms and conditions of service, and therefore there is a critical role still for consumer protection law and remedies.
On the proper role of the states, I just want to echo something Tom McGarry had mentioned one way or the other. Since we don't have LADAs any longer, the role of the states really in the numbering plans really could be easily given back to essentially the FCC to a certain extent. The idea of one number, national geographic portability, something else like that, the role of the states in that particular modality probably should not necessarily exist any longer. And I did want to make a clarification to some of Tom McGarry's statements. I would never recommend E164.ARPA for doing anything. However, what we do know from the next generation number translation stuff, it does work. ENUM does work. The ITRS system that the FCC relies on is all ENUM based. Every single solitary mobile picture, the MMS service relies on touching an ENUM database. So we don't obviously, I certainly understand, Chief, that the Act is what the Act is. And we don't anticipate anything happening perhaps in our lifetimes, it seems. But how that evolves actually...
Depends how long you expect to live. Right?
Well, you never know. Right. Well, depending on what traffic is on 66 these days. Again, there are areas where the states have had a principal partnership role where, given the current circumstances, it may well be reasonable to withdraw.
Let me thank our panelists and hand it back to Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, a couple of things. One, is this working? Okay. One, my takeaway is that instead of creating jobs, we have eliminated all jobs for state commissioners and PUCs and all numbering administration jobs in a few years, so good work. There is lunch provided by Accenture down the hall for panelists and moderators. We're reconvening right at 1. We seem to be keeping on good schedule, so we'll see you all back in an hour and 15 minutes. Thanks so much.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for coming.
Hello. Okay, we're good. It's hi. I'm glad that is this on? Hello. I'm glad we're generating good conversation. Let's start the afternoon sessions and give everybody 1 second to sit. Okay, so the next panel is moderated by Henning Schultzringer, who is an engineering fellow at the FCC and also works at Columbia University. And he's going to be moderating the panel, Implementing the Transition to New Networks. And I will let Henning introduce panelists and set the stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back after lunch. I think we've had already a fairly wide-ranging discussion in the morning, so which one can see as a good introduction to some of the topics that I think will likely dominate the early afternoon session here. We've had some preliminary discussions among at least a majority of the panelists, and they happen to go into a fair amount of the more technical details of some of the key issues of, as we implement the transition, what are the kind of things that we need to maintain from a technology perspective? What are also, however, opportunities that we can avail ourselves of that in the PSTN were either technically impossible or economically infeasible, so that the transition doesn't just become one of those, well, it's all work, no fun, but actually an opportunity to look again at old design decisions and maybe make the system work better for users, make it more efficient from a carrier perspective, make it more reliable, and make it serve its auxiliary functions such as public safety better than the old system was able to do given old technology. So I look forward to hearing more of all of these topics, as well as the questions and issues brought up by the other panelists along the way. So we have a very diverse group of panelists here from a variety of backgrounds, both, if you like, more traditional providers of voice-style services, as well as more recent entrants, as well as people who are not associated with carriers at all. So we will have David Young from Verizon, followed by John Chance from Comcast, Marvin Silver from CMU, Carnegie Mellon University, and finally Randy Nicholas from XO Communications. Give us a brief introduction, and then we'll transition into the more detailed discussion. And without further ado, David Young, if you would like to start.
Great, thanks, Henning, and thanks to the FCC for holding this workshop and for inviting me to speak here. Verizon, of course, is in a very interesting situation, interesting position with respect to the telephone network in transition, because we are living that transition. We are deploying an all IP optical network to the premises. That's our FiOS service on the wireline side. We're deploying an all IP wireless network infrastructure. That's LTE. And of course, we have an all IP global backbone network that we use to deliver services around the world. So we are building the new all IP networks that the FCC is hoping to see built. At the same time, of course, we also continue to operate a legacy public switched telephone network that consists of TDM circuit switches and copper lines to provide plain old telephone service. And so we are managing this transition, building out new networks and new capabilities while we, in effect, ramp down the legacy networks. But it's not just the company and the technologies that are in transition. The whole market is really in transition. And if you look, about a third of households today have dropped their wireline phone service completely and gone to wireless. Mark Cooper today mentioned that there are 4 times as many mobile devices as there are landline device connections around the world. And in the U.S., that's also true. It's about 3 times, though. So there are about 3 times as many mobile connections as there are wireline connections. we've gone from a structure where you had a monopoly phone service provider to a competitive market with different facilities and technologies that are being used to provide services. You've gone from a vertical control where the company that provided the infrastructure controlled all of the services that ride over it. With broadband infrastructure, that's not true, and so new services can be provided by others who are not affiliated with that infrastructure provider at all. And that's a key point, that going from the closed architecture of what was the PSTN to the open platform of IP. So you've got the companies in transition, the technologies in transition, and the markets in transition. And so now what about the regulation? Well, regulation doesn't transition very easily. And this was addressed earlier, in part because the laws don't transition automatically. They have to be changed, and changing the law takes time, and it's very complicated. And so we are living today with things that are embodied in the regulation that just don't make sense from a technical perspective anymore. Things like rate centers, concepts like telephone exchange service or exchange access service or inter-exchange access service. So the old sort of command and control regulatory structure that was built around the technologies and the business model of the PSTN are very outdated. And as we build out these new IP networks, these multimodal competitive IP networks, trying to impose that old framework on them doesn't make any sense. And as many of the other panelists talked about, it really makes sense to work from the ground up at looking at what are the important societal objectives that need to be met in this new multi-carrier, multi-technology competitive environment, and figure out a way of meeting them in this new world. So things like accessibility and access for law enforcement, public safety issues, and whatnot all need to be addressed in this new environment. And the old way of doing it just doesn't make sense anymore. And finally, the last point there is that we really need to focus on the regulatory impediments that make it difficult to make the transition. Because right now, things like tariffs and carrier of last resort obligations and ETC obligations and whatnot sort of lock in technologies that really need to change and in many cases just go away. So that's all I have in terms of my introductory remarks, and I look forward to the interaction in Q&A.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So after a robust discussion this morning, I'm not sure how much there's left to cover, but hopefully we'll spend quite a bit on technology on this panel. First, I'd like to thank the Commission for the opportunity to participate today in the PSTN workshop and to commend the FCC for focusing on critical matters that will shape the public voice service evolution. I'd also like to acknowledge my colleagues on the panel and our moderator for their time and service as we discuss important technology matters in the PSTN evolution. I liked earlier when some of the comments were to sunset the word sunset and focus on the evolution. I couldn't agree more. To get started, in an effort to provide some opening thoughts on technology aspects in this important evolution, I'd like to share a few technology considerations and some technical migration approaches. These transformational technology opportunities do not come around very often, but the voice industry is in the midst of one right now. Today's voice industry enjoys significant scale, very mature PSTN technologies and functions, and a solid foundation for the future. The introduction of IP technologies is already underway and creates many opportunities for new service use cases and further improving the reliability of voice services. A foundational capability in the new technology world includes an any-to-any capability that can be leveraged to create more flexibility, multiple connection paths for greater reliability, and a production environment that is less reliant on a hard-coded hierarchy. Additionally, new technologies can be used to create more robust multimedia capabilities in first responder use cases and more advanced consumer services and applications. One of the final points that I'll make regarding technology considerations is the very dynamic and high-velocity environment which IP technology permits. It will be important to consider the progressive nature and the non-static opportunities in the voice world based on an IP technology foundation. I think some of the earlier panels touched on this quite a bit, the velocity of change that can be introduced with this technology. Moving to a few comments about technical migration approaches, please allow me the opportunity to insert a fairly obvious point. Introducing new technology in an existing, scaled, and working service can take a few very high-level paths. First, one could take the technology and solve for the future by merely hammering it into the new technology exclusively into legacy approaches and functions. This is not being recommended or considered here, but it is an option. Second, we could ignore the existing legacy base and take a greenfield approach, maximizing the new technology and therefore charting a course exclusively focused on the new technology and advanced services. Of course, this option leaves the migration gaps very challenging and fundamentally places this approach as a non-starter. Finally, leaving us with the third option, working to preserve the best of the legacy while introducing the greater good of the new technology capabilities and therefore shaping our evolutionary path. I think a lot of the themes that were discussed this morning are consistent there. This may seem pretty basic, but I would suggest that we use it as a foundational principle for approaching the PSTN transition and evolution. This would mean approaching the PSTN evolution much like we have IPv4 and IPv6 evolution, that both technologies will coexist for a longer period of time than we might otherwise like, but it is very much the reality. I believe that all voice providers across the board are going to be grappling with this transition and with the opportunities of the new IP technologies provide. While different service providers stand in different starting places, perhaps legacy, perhaps exclusively next-gen technologies, or both, over time this dynamic marketplace and flexible IP technology will bring all providers along. So as we work to address the evolution across many parts of the voice service architecture, such as interfaces between voice providers, interfaces to customers, whether they're consumers, businesses, or universities, etc., then we can provide our focus our PSTN evolution problem solving in specific areas in a batting order where we can accelerate deployments and needs. Additionally, as we evaluate and determine the voice service future together, we can achieve a set of robust solutions keeping certainty on important legacy needs while introducing advanced capabilities with IP technology. An important example already being discussed in various FCC working groups regarding PSAPs highlights a specific opportunity to shape the PSAP functionality of the future, incorporating required legacy capabilities and IP technology-enabled capabilities, such as dynamic subscriber location analytics, as the cellular world today already uses GPS, or perhaps multimedia capabilities that can improve the emergency services offered to the consumer or business. And finally, this shaping approach can allow for the decoupling of the overall PSTN evolutionary plan, and thus allowing for portions of the voice architecture to begin work and deployment much sooner. So thank you again for the opportunity. I look forward to the dialogue.
Okay, I think there should be some slides somewhere. I want to make sort of 4 points. The first is that transitions take a long time. The last hand-crank telephone was taken out of service in 1983. The first automated switch was introduced in the 20s. The transition from analog to digital central office took at least 2 decades, and we never even completed it. ISDN digital all the way to handset never happened. And the transition from IPv4 to IPv6 is expected to take decades.
You may want to move your microphone a little closer.
Yeah. So what this means is we're going to need technologies for conversion and coexistence for, I think, a very long time. And but that also means that if conversion and coexistence technologies exist, we don't need to mandate the pace of transition. We simply need to manage it. Eventually, the cost and performance limitations of the old technology will motivate holdouts to transition to the new technology, especially if the new technology is a superset of the existing services and there aren't services that are lost by that transition. But I think that we should understand that transition is a long-time coexistence process. Secondly, when we migrate users to new services, one way is to provide them exactly the same thing at lower cost. But surprisingly, this is not a very powerful motivation. It's much more powerful to give them services that they can't otherwise get. The voice over IP provides possibilities for high-definition voice, for multimedia such as video, advanced signaling capabilities. But the extent of realizing each of these benefits will also depend on the extent of the transition. Just as with the transition from analog to digital, the transition took place in the core before it took place in the edge, if it ever got there. Similarly, we can expect analog loops terminating in MTAs at the central office that provide voice over IP in the core without providing a voice over IP to the endpoint. Yet that alone is enough to provide high-definition voice. We also need to distinguish between the network transition and CPE transition. Most over-the-top voice over IP users today are still using traditional analog handsets that plug into an MTA in the home. And CPE also ought to include inside wiring. And we have to have the IP in the home ubiquitously so that every handset can participate if we want to go IP to the handset. Some of the services involve advanced signaling, but that's a narrowband capability. So SMS appeared in 2G telephony. Other services like multimedia require higher bit rates. And so again, depending upon the extent of conversion, we'll have a succession of services that become available over time. Many of these services have significant network externalities. That is, the value depends on how many people have access to them. With respect to things like instant messaging, we already have a large pool of mobile users who are accustomed to it, and that will motivate its appearance in wireline services. But things like HD voice are still new, and once we've got a majority of people with that capability, those who have been holding out will find that moving to the new technology becomes a competitive necessity rather than simply a desideratum. In terms of customer-to-network interfaces, in the wireline network we have de jure standards for the interface between the network and CPE, and users can expect to take their handset with them if they move. In the mobile space, we have many de facto standards for the network CPE interface, and you do not take your handset with you when you change operators. So the question is, as we approach the user-to-network interface in the transition to voice over IP, is it going to be similar to the mobile space or the current wireline space? Should we have de jure minimal base level capabilities at the interface between the network and CPE? Support of Ethernet, IP, SIP, G711 codec, instant messaging. Given rapid evolution in CPE capability that we've seen in the mobile space, is specifying such a standard at a de jure level going to require us to constantly upgrade that standard? How do we approach that problem? On the network-to-network interface side, the recent further notice of proposed rulemaking on voice over IP interconnection that appeared in the intercarrier compensation and USF rulemaking is, I think, very important and critical. There are technology issues in terms of incomplete mapping between SS7 and SIP, and there are competitiveness issues where providers may not want to provide VoIP interconnection until they're able to provide competitively equivalent services to the first movers. And we may end up with something similar to the experience we had with comparably efficient interconnection and enhanced services, where some parties with control over the interface were slow to move until they were competitively ready. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Good afternoon. My name is Randy Nicholas. I'm the CTO of EXO Communications. And before I make a couple of points that I'd like to make before we get into our discussion, I'll just talk a little bit about my company, because I have the sense that there are many in the room that may not have heard of EXO Communications as opposed to some of my colleagues here. So EXO Communications is a mid-size, about $1.5 billion in annual revenue, telecom company that operates only in the United States. We got formed back in the 90s after the Telecom Deregulation Act of 1996. So you could call us a CLAC, I suppose. We consider that a deprecated term because it includes this quaint notion of local exchange carrier, something that we never talk about anymore, even though we are one, okay? So the other salient point here is that because, besides being relatively recent in terms of longevity in the industry, is we serve only businesses. So we have no residential or consumer base, okay? And I think that's an important thing when it comes to some of the remarks that you hear me make about the transition of the telephone network, okay? The other comment I would like to make is more on a personal basis. I got into telecom from software development back in the beginning of the 1990s when I was working on some distributed applications at a satellite company. And the point I'm trying to make here is that I got into IP networking before I got into the PSTN set of technologies, and I came to them later after I had some, fluency in IP networking and so forth. And it wasn't so much, I was actually fascinated by SS7 signaling and all of these things, even though I was playing catch-up. But when I was exposed to the regulatory regime of circuit-switched telephony, the PSTN, I was astounded because I came from kind of the commercial internet side of things. I used to work at MCI and Internet MCI, in fact, in the 1990s. So I kind of have this maybe a reversal of history from some of my colleagues that have been in the industry perhaps longer than I have, and started out, at least in David's case perhaps, in narrowband circuit switch voice telephony. But telecom is a lot bigger than that, and that would be kind of leads into my second point. When I first started thinking about my participation on this panel, I thought, boy, what a narrow title that we've got. And I think this observation has probably been made already. It's not just the telephone network. It's not just voice communications that we're talking about that's in transition. It's telecommunications in general. And that's primarily driven, and it's been said many, many times today, and it will be continued, I'm sure, to be reiterated, is because this thing came along called packet switching, in particular IP networking, which I like to think of as computer-to-computer networking. I think we're all old enough on the panel that we remember when computers were behind glass windows. Now they sit in our breast pocket, okay? And that's fundamentally what we're talking about, is how computers communicate to each other on behalf of their human owners or instigators. So voice continues to be really important as an application on those IP networks, okay? But I'm happy to talk about narrowband voice technologies and the transitions and describe to you what my company has done in this space. But I think overall the topic is much broader. What's the future of telecommunications services in this country and how they are delivered, the technologies that underpin them? And then, since we are at FCC headquarters, what's the regulatory regime that will evolve to support this transition? I think fundamentally those are the more interesting and more difficult questions. I say that probably because I feel a little more certain of myself in the technical areas than I would in some of these other areas, okay? A couple other points I'll make. I've already said it. I used to work for a guy named Vince Cerf when I was at MCI, and he had the famous T-shirt at the IETF meeting that said, everything on IP and IP on everything. And I think we would all agree with that. And it's happened already. Okay, it's happened in all of the companies that are represented on this panel to some degree. I would challenge anybody in this room to say how much they spend on legacy narrowband circuit switch technologies other than repair and maintenance fees. Nobody invests new capital or effort in product development in anything but an IP-based service. Okay, that's certainly the case at my company, and I think it's an industry-wide. It's not just IP. There's some associated packet technologies that I like to point out. Ethernet's the best way to carry IP. MPLS is a great virtualization tool and traffic engineering tool that doesn't have to be exposed to customers, but exists in all of the networks that are represented on this panel. Okay, so packet switched networks all the way to the point of delivery of the telecom service, whether that's the mobile handset that's in my breast pocket, or that's the set-top box on top of a credenza at home, or wherever it may be. That's what we're talking about, okay? It exists today. And what are we going to do? Less with the technical platforms that exist and will continue to exist for some time to come. I don't know when we're taking our circuit switched phone switches out. We really don't have a plan to do that. I like to think of them as prayer wheels. They continue to spin around, spinning off a certain amount of revenue. And by the way, they're extremely reliable, a point that you've also heard, I think. Okay, so I think that covers all the points that I'd like to make in my introductory remarks, and I'm looking forward to the dialogue that we're going to have. The more technical, the better, but I'm willing to give you my opinion on anything. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let me just see if I can pull this a little closer. So we'll proceed by giving the other panelists, now that they've heard each other, the opportunity to briefly comment on any of the remarks that were made by their colleagues. And then once that opportunity has been exercised, we can then transition into maybe a broader set of questions that we can bounce around the room for a number of the aspects that were raised in the opening remarks. Anybody would like to add something or emphasize or maybe disagree with a fellow panelist on the opposite side of the room? Nobody there? Okay, then we can open it up, I suppose, in that, and I already saw one hand there.
Thinking about transition, one of the things I like to think about is how not to do it. And the one transition that I've heard these others and I lived through most of them, the best example is the DTV transition. Now there's a perfect example for the first 10 years of how not to do it. And what was the big mistake? The big mistake was we let the holdout set the date and set the time. We can't let the holdout set the date, and that's holdouts both among the suppliers and among the consumers. There are people who will be reluctant to make the transition. There are people who need protection in the transition, but they shouldn't dictate the speed and the date. We need to pick a date, and that's why I like the 10 years from this morning. We need to pick a date, say here's where we're going to end up, and then ask the question of who needs help getting there and what help can we give to them. And that's both for suppliers and consumers, but that date is a drop-dead date. We're going to do it. And it seems to me that there's so much change going on here. That's what we need in this space of just deciding when, asking who can't make it, how can we help them, but make it clear that on that date, if you haven't fixed your business model or adjusted your consumer patterns, you're going to lose service. And it's not my responsibility anymore.
Okay. Panelists, that seems like a topic.
Yeah, so a lot of people like to compare the DTV transition with this PSTN transition. And I think while there may be some superficial similarities, I think there are some really fundamental differences. And I think the most fundamental difference is that in order to do the DTV transition, you actually needed to change from the old analog technologies to the new digital, and it needed to be coordinated with the consumer electronics makers, with the consumers, and with the broadcasters. And so having that sort of date-certain approach made a lot of sense. We're already 3/4 of the way through the PSTN transition. These devices they're there already. They don't need to transition, and there are 300 million of these in the U.S. The new entrants, the cable companies, and their tens of millions of customers are IP-based. They don't need to transition. They're there already. The long-distance networks are IP-based. They're there already. So, the transition is well underway. But there are sort of the remnant pieces of the PSTN that are still in service and still doing a fine job, and that may continue to do a fine job for decades. And so there's really no reason to artificially pick a date that those things are going to be taken out. I don't know who said it. Perhaps Marvin said that those things will go away of their own natural accord when they're just too costly to maintain anymore. But I do think there's value in encouraging people to make that transition quicker, and because the consumers who have access to the new networks are able to do so much more with them. And those are the new services, the video and multimedia communications and high fidelity voice and those sorts of things. So any artificial barriers or impediments to making that transition should be taken away. And I think the FCC's already taken a good first step with the ICC reform.
So just to kind of drill down on that topic a little bit more, I think we agree that any analogies would be imperfect, but are there specific, and I don't know if any of you would want to address that, are there specific holdout problems that would inordinately and inappropriately delay the transition that I suspect we all would want to happen, whether it's at a firm date or otherwise? Are those ones specifically that would need to be addressed, and in which areas? I've come across at least one where that's a very concrete issue in the PSAP 911 space. That's a very real problem at this moment as a transition is going on, but there may well be others as well that you're familiar with. I don't know if any of you would want to tackle that particular. Yeah, Marvin.
I think there may be a problem with CLECs who are leasing copper loops where the incumbent wants to convert them to broadband loops, and the problem of maintaining, particularly if you're going to do fiber to the neighborhood, it may not be possible to continue to maintain copper loops back to a DSLAM in the central office for a CLEC, and still get the benefits of broadband for the rest of the customers who want it, because you need to move to a fiber to the node model. And so those kinds of conflicts I can envision.
And would you suggest then that that would be one we should not, that would override the concern in a sense we would treat it as a holdout, meaning it's a bad thing?
You probably want to look at the rules in place that protect CLEC's ability to access copper loops and make sure they're written in a way that is not creating a worse holdout problem than one that couldn't be solved by market forces.
That's purely a regulatory fiction, right?
Yep.
It's not. It's not a technological impediment.
It's a regulatory impediment.
So I have to, I'm glad, thank you, Marvin, for bringing up the copper plant, which I think we all would agree is going to continue to be pretty important for some time to come. Even as 4G networks get deployed, even as fiber gets deployed in an increasingly greater depth and breadth throughout this country. But the copper plant, which is, has a century or so of history, continues to be important, not just to XO and companies like XO that sell services over that copper plant, but I think it continues to be important more generally to the telecom industry. Now, we at XO don't feel that we're going to hold anybody up by asking that, the copper plant at least be maintained or sold at its book value. We'd settle for that as well. But we think it will continue to be important as a way to reach many, many subscribers, both smaller businesses and residences, for probably 15 to 20 years to come. And so we're very concerned about that, and we spend quite a bit of money in order to gain access to those, what, from a technical perspective, are legacy plants, but nonetheless are still quite important in how we use them. We don't use DSLAMs, for example. We do what's called Ethernet over copper, and that's a very successful technology for a variety of IP-based telecom services for people in the right bandwidth regimes. It's not the kind of thing that you're going to watch high-def television streams over, but guess what? That's not the entirety of the telecom services universe in the United States. So the copper plant is a very interesting aspect of where I would say some degree of regulation or oversight probably should be brought to bear. But I think the more general topic there, again, is access to access networks, okay? And what is the role of the FCC and others in ensuring that, or not? Okay, and this is, I'm sure, a very sensitive topic for my colleagues on this panel who have spent, whose companies have spent billions and billions of dollars to invest in that plant. But guess what? So have other people spent billions and billions of dollars in their plant as well. So we're already far afield from what's the future of narrowband voice switching, right? So.
Okay, any other?
I'm just going to add, at least from my perspective, to answer the question. I don't know that I support sort of a flash date that would move all this stuff over at any one point in time. I don't know of any quote-unquote specific holdouts or standouts, but I think even in this morning, we've heard of a number of corner cases, right, around important corner cases around disabilities or some of the signaling mapping between SS7 and between SIP. So it's not to say that it's an insurmountable list, but I think a lot of the work that's happening, facilitated by the FCC, creating the list of things that need to be solved so that we can preserve the most important functions of a PSTN voice service and move it to the new technology is the right approach to doing that. So having that punch list, working that punch list off, and not creating sort of a flash cut date that can put consumers in harm's way.
So let me see if I can maybe rephrase the flash cut and see if that is a different model. One is the particularly interconnection model. Would there be a flash cut, just again trying to put words in your mouth earlier, is not so much as to when you have to ditch your telephone, but when can you no longer expect to interconnect using a T1 using 24 circuits. Would that be a flash cut type of thing that you might be thinking of, or the equivalent of that? Or would it be a flash cut would be the, I have to, you're just like a DTV, your old analog phone is just going to make funny noises, but is not no longer usable type of thing. I just wanted to, because I think that is an important consideration for the transition. And I'm curious as to whether you would, for example, advocate that an obligation to interconnect would no longer be on SS7, say, just to pick on one which was mentioned, or does it mean if I move into a house and it does not have an RJ11 jack, I can complain to my state regulator that I was expecting to find an RJ11 jack in my new living quarters? I don't know, Greg, if you wanted to...
Yeah, I think one of the couple comments that get to this. First of all, I think the real key is interoperability. And so we're talking about the fact that we're already doing it, but we're only already doing it for voice. So that's one thing to think about. We talked about earlier about text is another place. But as we get closer and closer to the tipping point, we might find other things. Like you may find that instead of the annoying, when you call a place and you get this robot secretary that says push 1 for this, 2 for this, when we get far enough down to the pike, then people may just say, well, you know, I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do is just give them the choices and they can pick them off. Or something like this, where all of a sudden people start finding that it's not, even the voice customers find the voice-related things stop working for them unless they're on IP, because the assumption is just there. And so it's what we have is a tail problem, and that as we do this transition, we already have it for text, as we talked about, but if we fix it for that, they'll start showing up in other places. And I think the idea of having a cutoff like 10 years out, and then say that's the last date. So all of our plans have got to be to terminate before that point, because there will be hiccups, and the hiccups should cause us to then come in on time, versus saying, well, we're going to wait all the way up to 9 years, and then we're going to begin worrying about it because we didn't have a deadline until next year. I think that we're going to find that it's more and more expensive for everybody to maintain those people that are in that tail as the tail gets smaller and smaller. And one of the things that ought to be talked about is an investment either by the government or by industry or by somebody to a fund that we'll call a termination fund, that we try and run it all the way down, and then that money may flow to companies, it may flow to consumers, it may flow to somebody to just get rid of the tail at some point, because it's going to be, whoever's on that tail is going to be at an increasing disadvantage. A very sharply increasing disadvantage toward the end, and industry is going to be, people are going to lean back on industry to take care of those people, and that's going to be a higher and higher cost for industry as well. So I think if it's going to happen, we ought to see if we can't figure out how to roll it down. I think a set date's good. I think we ought to try and beat that date. It shouldn't be the date we throw the switch. It should be the date that we're targeting, that there just is no need for the other one anymore because we've gotten everybody off it.
Okay, I think Richard wanted to.
I don't have any problem with date per se, but I think there is actually one issue that has not come up so far. I had a slide on this, which I skipped. The existing Class 4, Class 5 infrastructure is now well beyond its 25-year life cycle. If you're running DMS 250s or 500, you have a problem. If you're running 4 ESSs or 5 ESSs, you're going to eBay to find your line cards. The capacitors are crumbling. These are being held together in some cases with duct tape, baling wire, and a soldering gun. There actually is, in fact, a public safety issue that is relevant in this transition. We really need to do it because you can't exactly go to Alcatel-Lucent anymore and buy one of these things.
I would just
Is
that
that-
a little bit.
yeah.
And I don't know if Dave wants
Randy.
to speak to it. You guys operate a lot more switches than we do. It's coming, Richard. We're agreed there. And you hit, I think, on the principal thing. At some stage, people stop making components to remanufacture circuit packs to put in your 5E or whatever you have. But we're not having a great deal of difficulty, and I don't know of anybody that is, in getting maintenance contracts. But yes, I see you. The time will come when these things will go away, and it behooves us to start planning for that. Whether that entails, a 10-year hard date, I'm not quite sure yet. Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. I'm sorry. You were in my blind spot.
Lee McKnight again. I used to say every gray hair I have is from HDTV standardization, but that's not been true for about a decade. But I still teach every summer at MIT in a professional education course on like a seminar basically focusing on the lessons from HDTV standardization. So this gives me a chance to make a couple of quick points. While we can make fun of date certain or line cuts as being unrealistic and not really helping, it does really help because it focuses the mind on there will be an end date. So I'm going to advocate that in my own remarks, saying that it can be a useful tool even if we miss the date by years. Second point is that the FCC wasn't, when we talk about, even with that date certain approach, there were many incremental decisions that needed to be made, and the FCC stepped in dozens of times along the way to sort of steer things forward. So keeping in mind that even with we're starting to raise some issues, and this punch card list will get modified over time. So we'll have to sort of deal with a number of issues that maybe we're not really quite aware of yet, that we won't even face until we're somewhere a little further along. But just because we know it's ending and industry knows it's ending doesn't mean the FCC can just sort of sit back. It may have to step in multiple times to sort of push things along as problems arise.
So, I'm just trying to figure out, maybe I can, as a follow-on question, as what would you see as, and this goes back to the earlier discussion, I'm actually not quite sure what it would mean, this ending part. Does it mean that I can no longer, that it would be illegal to sell, just like it was for the DTV, a telephone at Best Buy that doesn't have IP capability, just like you couldn't sell an analog-only TV, or we send everybody $60 checks for a converter box, or?
Well, in this case, what it means is FCC sort of regulatory presumptions that there is such a thing as a public switch telephone network should go away. The legacy components of it and infrastructure elements may continue for some time, but any FCC regulation that is based on the PSTN as such ends basically on a date certain. And actually, I don't give us 10 years. In my remarks in a few minutes, I say we should be done with this by 2015, 4 years from now.
Okay. Next hand, if I didn't miss anybody.
Sorry, Joe Galan. Because this happens so infrequently, I'm going to point out that it's going to happen. I'm going to agree with Verizon. The reality here is everyone's talking, I think, about different things. There has been and will continue to be a conversion to IP networks with carriers making decisions that customers, in some instances, are going to completely be unaware of. The idea that you need to have a hard date to fully go to an IP network, there may be a date somewhere in the future where the day like you shut down SS7, something like that. But in between now and then, this is going to be a transition with two parallel with multiple technologies like it's been for several years now. The step we need next, quite honestly, is to get the networks to interconnect and exchange traffic in a managed form where they're respecting the priorities so that you don't lose voice quality when you go across networks. You're going to have non-IP endpoints out there for a very long time. Companies will convert their networks, customers won't even notice it, and the government doesn't need to do a hard date on that. The phones, people will be able to use analog phones that connect through a device into an IP network for near as I can tell forever. So the notion that there's a set of policies that somehow need to be tossed aside, that only makes sense if you can identify critically each individual policy, and that process has been underway for a decade already as well. So every time I hear the hard date argument, I keep thinking we're talking about we must be talking about different things, because I can't understand what it is that requires a single date and time for everybody.
Having thrown out the hard date and had it jumped on a bit, let me make it clear what I have in mind. The simple question is that there are rights and responsibilities and obligations and claims that adhere into specific aspects of public policy. If we, over time, the question becomes, copper is a perfect example. We set up a regime in which there were certain rights and obligations that you enjoyed and you didn't like so much that adhere in the copper. And maybe it was a mistake to establish that fiction, but it exists. And then the question is, on a date when he wants to get rid of all that copper, in part because he doesn't think it's efficient, and in part because he has this tremendous regulatory incentive to do so, since he could stop making it available to you. And you say, wait a minute, I've built my model around this. Will you transition my rights and obligations to all of your plant at that point? And you'll be glad to switch over to fiber, I'm sure, as long as he doesn't charge you too much more for it, right? So the point is that those things don't go away. The rights and obligations, we have to deal with them, or people's business models blow up. And nobody at this table wants to have their business model blow up. And so that's the point. It's not so much the date as it is the question of when will you lose your right to say, you owe me this, public or competitor or complement. And I think there has to be a date certain when you say you no longer can ask for that as long as we've taken care of you. That's the transition.
Okay.
I think we should go back to the point that Dale made this morning, which I think was a very good one, which is that we can look at the PSTN in at least 3 different ways. And I think that's part of the confusion when we're talking about date certains. The physical infrastructure of networks, that transition is already happening, and it'll go on for a long time. And there are a few exceptions, like perhaps SS7, where there might actually be a cutover, but in practice, that will be a long-term marketplace transition. The regulatory transition, we've already started, but that's one where you can look to specific elements in the rules, in the law, in the implicit structure that are tied to circuit switching or tied to the existing technologies that could be actually changed. And then the third piece is, as a service, the PSTN has practice based on regulation of mandatory interconnection to any E164 number. The internet model has been one essentially of voluntary interconnection, and that's a different model. And I think as we think about the evolution of interconnection, that's something where I'm not saying necessarily that it's a choice of one or the other, but we can think about that as a date where something moves from the PSTN interconnection and delivery system to something else. And that's something tangible that has nothing to do with the percentage of end devices that are IP-based or not.
Okay. There was a question back there.
Yeah, I'd just like to perhaps, maybe just toss something out to broaden the discussion so folks will know some of the questions.
Sorry, could you introduce yourself?
We've been wrestling with. I'm sorry, I'm David Tenenhouse, New Venture Partners, and also a member of the Technical Advisory Committee. And I'm just tossing this out as an example, so I don't want folks necessarily responding to this example, but it will give you perhaps broaden the scope of the discussion. I think at least some of us were surprised to find that things like building codes required that fire alarms in multi-dwelling units be, if I understood this correctly, and I'm not an expert on this, be tied into the traditional copper PSTN. So, in fact, if you're building a new building in this country today, you apparently must do it that way. And that seems like an example of something that ought to be transitioned. And there seem to be a large number of those sorts of corner cases that when you add them up are perhaps barriers to a transition. So I'm curious to sort of comments on all those externalities that might have to be dealt with. I mean, Lee, you put those, I think, in the punch list case.
Okay, thank you. I think the next one's here. Lee McKnight.
Including our wireline boss, Sharon Gillette. So a decade ago, we were joint consultants running around the UK, advising regional governments on broadband rollout, and that's what David was referring to. So we were trying to help accelerate broadband, and one of the first things we recognized was this building code issue was people were putting up satellite dishes so they could get in luxury new apartment buildings, so they could get internet or television, and then they were being prosecuted. So this is, and we're saying first, stop building buildings that don't have broadband built in initially. So there'll be a number of issues like this in building codes and many, many other areas of regulation that'll just come up where we just say, let's stop. First, we have to stop doing stupid things because we recognize this transition is happening. So this is a point where if you're not thinking hardly that there is a transition and it has to come, so now we have to stop doing things that would be stupid in a post-PSTN world.
Okay. Any other, I think we have covered the kind of impediment, holdout type problem at some depth. So I wonder if there are other topics that we want to transition to here. If there are none, one topic that I would like to maybe spend a few minutes on is maybe a little bit more on the positive side, are there capabilities that we should think of initially, and I think Greg alluded to those a little bit, where there are opportunities to create new functionality, but these opportunities, particularly if you want to have a network effects, only accrue if we coordinate early, as opposed to what's happening now in many of these advanced services that say if you're on Skype and if you're on Google Talk, you both have advanced capabilities, just you can't communicate very well with each other. And at least at those advanced capabilities, the only thing you can do, if you're lucky, is dial a phone number and you get a 4 kilohertz voice, if you're lucky. So are there capabilities that as we make a transition, that advanced capabilities which go beyond the PSTN capabilities at the moment, where it is necessary or helpful to think about those early before we have another established base of capabilities where we have to do bridging and translation and other models which may turn out to be either less efficient or less capable. And what would you see as kind of a minimal set of advanced capabilities that we should consider as deserving particular attention? I think Greg has started to indirectly allude to some of those, but I would like to, I think the panel has opinions on that as well.
If we look at the early days of email, we had a time period in the 70s when we had MCI
I think we need a microphone on the other side. Marvin,
Hello. Wait. If you look at the early days of email, we had a period when MCI mail did not interwork with Telenet telemail. Market forces were enough to convince those operators that they needed to interconnect in order to realize the network externality benefits of reachability. And I think eventually with video conferencing, the Skype Google Talk problem is going to get solved because the value to consumers of being able to talk to everybody is going to motivate the parties involved to find a common way of dealing with this. I think it's important the regulators not get in the way of that, but I don't think it's in the list of things that they have to take under their wing.
The IM space, I've been involved in the instant messaging space, and we've had essentially a plethora of standards, if you want to call them that, proprietary mechanisms for well over 10 years now, and with very little sign of convergence, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that's true, but I think with the MMS space on mobile, that we've had a better experience with interoperability, and perhaps there's an opportunity for that to spread to over the top as a new form of instant messaging, if you will. But I think you did touch on one important thing with things like Skype, and we already heard about the high fidelity codec that Skype uses and the video communications. But when you look at interconnection here, Skype has more end users than any ILEC in America, probably any ILEC in the world. With 500 million or so end users. So, in looking at the interconnection world, people like to think of the ILECs as being some unstoppable force, but in this new world where you're not just competing with the infrastructure provider in the same community with you, but with these global communication service providers, it's very different, and I don't think we've yet fully grasped what this new world is going to look like.
Maybe just to add a few comments. I mean, I think there are lots of capabilities, and you see, some of them on top of the internet today, but, there are lots of things I probably couldn't think of today that a lot of other innovative folks will, that are going to add more advanced services for lots of very important needs that, today we talked about teletype and things like that. My take is a good starting point is and has been gateways. I mean, you start with, we talk from a technology perspective about how do you do this. You start with gateways. The internet mail example that Marvin used is a good one. People built a lot of gateways between mail systems that maybe some of us can name, DECnet, Banyan Vines, name them. But then eventually ubiquity happened where it was all, internet-based mail going through. So I think MMS is another good example where that started and happened. So I think from a technology migration standpoint, it's good to create the gateways between the two worlds, and then they can coexist not only in the PSTN, but the evolution of where it's heading with core IP technologies. And then naturally over time, and then with market forces, you'll see those things become more ubiquitous and more unified on a specific platform or a specific standard. And I think there's lots of examples in technology where that's happened. Mail's a good example, and MMS is another one.
Okay. Greg, you had your hand up before? Or? Yeah. Okay, then Greg first, and then Shahid.
This is an interesting place where accessibility may actually come in to help in a broader sense. If we, as we plan to, I guess, make sure that wherever voice flows, we also have real-time text like we do, except that now it would be IP real-time text, 4103 or something like that on SIP. And then we do video so people can do sign. We now have a very platform that lets voice, text, if you would, and video flow everywhere interoperability. This also opens up some interesting things like not having to ever, when you call up, sit there and wait for this thing to read off, for one, because at the same time it's talking, if your thing has a display, it could just give it to you. And so you just look at your phone and you'd see all 10 choices instantly on your phone while it's busy talking about number 2, you're punching number 8. Interestingly, when you do that, if we do the interoperability with PSTN, for people who are deaf and now can't call places because they run into these kinds of things, and even relays have trouble with them because you can't do the choices back and forth fast enough, this would play back as IP change into regular text, TTY, giving access to them as well. But the other thing interesting about real-time text is if you have a phone that will do that, you can tell it to hold and send in chunks. And so you can send messages, if you will, an instant messaging on any real-time text technology. It actually uses less bandwidth than the messaging technologies do. So we would have an interoperable way for people on a phone call. Now, this does not replace messaging or SMS or email or anything else where you really just want to send a message and get off. But if you want to get on a call and use text, this would give you an interoperable way of having a text conversation. So we may actually have some way of getting around a next generation capabilities through this mechanism that comes free with the accessibility.
Okay. Shahid?
So this is a question for the panel here. So I think we all agree that the decline of PSTN subscribers is happening organically. I think that's pretty clear from today's discussion. I guess the question I have is, given this decline, this train has left the station, if you will, what do we have to do from a IP standards perspective or even technology perspective to provide the same level of reliability, security, and let's say coverage to get rid of these corner cases like building codes, hospitals using fax machines, elevators have to use PSTN. So what do we have to do? I'd like to hear your opinion to make this IP infrastructure more robust so you can provide the same level of service. Any opinions?
Yeah, so I think if you look at reliability, there was 5.9's reliability was required when there was one infrastructure that was used to provide all communications. Today, of course, you've got multiple communications infrastructures that are available as backups for one another. And so, in some ways, you've got more reliability now as a result of the inherent redundancy that's available, and by adding redundancy, you can increase the reliability. And so that may be one way to address it is by taking advantage of the redundancy that's now available with multiple wireless carriers and with different wireline transport options that are available. But I think part of it is going to be just getting people focused on resolving these problems. These problems were solved once for, when there was a copper wire available, and now they just need to be solved again with the modern communications infrastructures, as the building blocks for the solutions.
But my opinion is, in the end, reliability will not be an issue. Right? I mean, IP affords even greater reliability, the way it can be built, the way you can have multiple paths. I think, like any technology, you have to harden and improve that in. So I'm not overly concerned that when the world goes more IP-centric for voice services or the PSTN, that it won't be as reliable. I think it will be as or more reliable. The second part of your question is where, I'd suggest that the collective industry spend most of its time, right? And that's in the how to make sure, we break down the work problems to get everything into an IP technology space, right? So you might start in the core infrastructure and talk about signaling and the mapping that's missing between SS7 and SIP. And if you're going to talk about signaling off of North America, you need to be talking about some other protocols like C7 and things like that. So you really want to make sure that you're working that PSAPs and core functionality. You want to do that. Then there's a whole set of interoperability of services. I mean, I think Kevin's comment earlier that some of the confusion across various dialogues has to do with those three tiers of what does PSTN mean to various folks. But I think there's a lot of services that run on the PSTN voice service, right? Whether it's voice, it's texting, it's TTY, there are fax machines, there's all kinds of things. But the interoperability of those services across the new world and the old world through gateways is a whole set of solution or technology issues that I'm fully confident can be solved. They just need to be worked. And then the last one would be, more so around the interfaces, and people have spent some time on that here. What are the various types of customer interfaces? The copper piece, whether you're connecting to a business. We saw some charts earlier that showed that an awful lot of residential traffic is on IP infrastructures today, and that not as much business class is on it. And I don't know the answer, but I just offer a potential explanation that it's about getting the feature set that businesses are enjoying in the business class voice services into voice platforms that are of an IP foundation, and then those kinds of migrations can happen more readily as well.
I think one of the things that you want to try to do is to start by making a list, gathering a list of all the places where PSTN is required. We heard some of them cited today, where I noticed people writing things down like they weren't even aware that those, were there, the building code, et cetera. You ought to maybe put out and say, what if we turned off the PSTN tomorrow? It's if you say that, of course, it'll take you the next 6 months or a year to recover from the damage it creates. But if you can somehow say, what if it were turned off, sometime in the future? What would break? And I think if you put that question out, because you're saying what would break, you're not saying we're going to, you're asking, then all of these little things like alarm systems and stuff, people would call up and say, so we first get the list of them. Then we get a list of why would they break? Why is it important that there's a PSTN? And for a fire alarm system, they may say, well, first thing you do is if there's a fire, it usually takes out the such and such, and if there's no PSTN, then we're dead. So don't tell me you're going to put it on a cell tower, because the first hurricane comes through, takes out the cell towers, and we'd have no idea where the XYZ is, but our landlines would continue, if they would. I don't know what the answer is. But figure out why. Or you may find distal points where they just say, we've got the copper loop, we can't repurpose it, so it's going to stay this way. And then you have to cure the reason, and then you can make it go away. So it's sort of a figure out where they are, figure out why they are, and work the problem from the back end.
I think we are closing in on the end, but I'll give you the last
This is just a point of clarification. I wanted to make sure I heard this right, David, John. Are you okay with over-the-top services on your networks?
Of course.
There we go.
They're happening today. We're okay.
Beyond MMS.
This is on video.
And email.
Recorded for posterity. Okay, we are within a minute or two of, I think, our stopping time, so I wanted to make sure that if any of the panelists wanted to get a last word in edgewise, that would be an opportunity. Otherwise, if there's a...
It's not only why, but when. When do these things matter? Because from my point of view, the first rate cases I participated in, one of the big issues was getting rid of party line service as a universal service. And I hate to admit how long ago it was, but in 1984, it seemed a little absurd that party line service was all you could get in rural America. And it was obvious it should go away. But in 1964, the people who were getting party line service weren't complaining about it because they were glad to have a phone. And so the question here is, when do these things, are they perceived as unacceptable? Now, we've accelerated. We like stuff faster, et cetera, but as public policy, we have to make judgments about what kind of costs are we going to incur to deliver adequate facilities at reasonable charges.
Okay, Marvin, I'll give you the last word.
We saw a slide that said all these people in residences have voice over IP. I claim they don't have voice over IP. They all have analog handsets that happen to be plugged into an MTA. But as far as they're concerned, it's the same service they've always had with the same analog handset. And in fact, they're getting none of the benefits in terms of text capability, advanced signaling, or anything else that would come from a voice over IP handset. So the question is, how far back in the network do we convert to voice over IP? Do we do it on the trunk side of the 5E? Do we do it on the line side of the 5E? Do we do it at MTA in the residence? Well, we can move that point of conversion closer and closer, but it's not voice over IP if the handset is still analog.
Yep. Okay, I thank you to all the panelists for the enlightening comments, as well as the questions of the remainder of the panel and moderators in the audience. And I think we'll transition right into the next panel.
Okay, welcome to the Sinking Expectations panel, Emerging Technologies and the Public Good. I think the end of that last discussion feeds very directly into this discussion. One of the recurring themes here today is sunset versus transition. Some people have objected to the term sunset, and I think one of the themes one of the issues that theme gets at is, to what extent should this shift constitute a break with the past in terms of functionality? In other words, what functionality of the PSTN is it essential to carry forward, and what functionality can fall by the wayside? In the past, functionality has been defined by the limits of the technology. As we shift to IP networks, obviously the limits are very different. And that raises the question, should voice be just another app on broadband, or should there be some set of services that we define as basic service and strive to safeguard to achieve the traditional PSTN goals of reliability, universality? If so, what should those basic services include? Should they include just voice, HD voice, video teleconferencing, et cetera? And what is the role of federal regulation in defining and facilitating that basic service?
All right, so to that end, we have an esteemed set of panelists. We have Russell Newman from University of Michigan, Kevin Warbach from Wharton, Donald Cherinsky, sorry if I mispronounced your name, from Acme Packets, Bill Taylor from Panasonic System Networks. The way we're going to try to do this is have each one of the panelists open up with their introductory remarks. And the theme here of this panel is really to kind of go through what are the essential attributes of transitioning to an IP network that PSTN has, and we talked about some of those corner cases. So what are those, and how can we mitigate some of those in the new IP world? So with that, I'm going to ask Russell to kick it off for us.
Do you want to start with John, first on the list?
Oh, sorry, John. I apologize. I have the different list here, I guess. Sorry, John, from Georgetown University.
So I was going to begin my remarks by thanking the FCC for inviting me here today, but I'll have to strike that remark. Seriously, I will tell you that I've been here since the opening, and it's been a pleasure to be here. I've learned a lot from the other panelists, and I hope to contribute to the dialogue and the discussion. What I'd like to do in my affirmative remarks, that I'll try to keep relatively short, is to take a slightly different tack than what some of the other panelists have emphasized, and that is technology and technological changes. I'd like to, in economics speak, that those changes can be thought of as supply-side changes. And what I want to do is focus on the transition and transformations in telecommunications that are happening on the demand side, because I think they help inform the Commission at least as much as the transitions that are happening on the supply side. So how I'd like to proceed is as follows. I do want to talk about the transformations. The basis for my 5 or so minute remarks will be a set of research that I have been doing with 2 colleagues at Georgetown, Jeff Macker and Olga Ukaneva, and Glenn Warwick at the University of California, Berkeley. The paper is available at the Georgetown Center for Business and Public Policy's website. So if anyone is interested, please go there after this. The way I'd like to begin is with a bit of a bold statement that in a room of technology people I think is maybe even more bold and makes me a bit humble to say it. And that is that I think there have been really 2 game-changing events that have fundamentally changed the way human beings communicate with each other in the course of human history, at least at any distance communicate. And that is, number 1, thanks to the National Digital Archive. I can show you a picture of this. You'll recognize on the slide a picture of the first telephone. These are the handwritten notes of Alexander Graham Bell, and I have managed to circle the famous line that says, "Mr. Watson, come here, I want to see you." That was, of course, very much celebrated and has been the focus of attention for a long time now. The second and far less celebrated event that I'm going to point to is a memorandum written by D.H. Ring in 1947. And in that memorandum, he begins with a note that says the following. In this memorandum, it is postulated that an adequate mobile radio system should provide service to any equipped vehicle in any point in the whole country. And with those words, he began to lay out the process of a mobile telephony system. Of course, what that did in our society is set us on a path of having two parallel ways of communicating. One was a nodal system, very high quality. It's been referred to several times already today. A nodal system that was very high quality. And the other was a wireless system that begins with this picture on the right-hand side with what was called the brick phone, moving down to the right chronologically to the type of phone that probably is in your pocket today. Not only has the size of those phones gotten much smaller, but they've gotten to be much more versatile. And I would like to go back to the National Digital Archives and document that, but I can't. I have to go to a cartoon. So the cartoon that I think captures this is a teacher speaking to a set of students, and she says, take out your phones, open the American History app, and turn to the page about George Washington. So I think this really does, though, in a humorous way, begin to capture an incredible transformation in the telecommunications network on the demand side. Let me turn to some pictures and data, and I'll be very brief about this. There are four colors that you may, I hope, be able to see here, and a set of bars going to your right. They begin with just a short period of time. Professor Serbu noted that transitions sometimes take a long time. I'm only going to focus on the last 7 years, but there have been some dramatic and profound changes that have happened. A very small bar that is yellow on the top that will be difficult to see shows the number of people that do not have telephone service. These are data from the Centers for Disease Control, the same sort of data that Professor Gideon has focused on, but it's about 1.5% of the people. But perhaps for today, the thing that I would sort of like to vector in on is the number of people in blue that went from 3% of wireless-only households to now 31% in only 7 years. In only 7 years in this country. It's growing dramatically, and the number of people, conversely, that are dropping landline only is very high. If you look at the number of people that are living in poverty, that below the poverty line, that are wireless only, it's even higher. It's about 43%. And if you look at, this is your personal observation, but here's the data, that households headed by people under the age of 31 have over 70% of those households are wireless only. And they're not coming back. They're gone. So this also has geographic components. I know we're headed into an election year. This is not a red state, blue state diagram for the electoral college. This is the number of wireless-only households. You'll see that it varies relatively dramatically geographically, and it turns out that people in rural areas who are farther away from each other really value the ubiquity that comes from mobile telephony. We've looked at a variety of, here's the states. Arkansas, my old home state, leads the nation. They're very proud at leading the nation at 35% here on that. But we've looked at a variety of data and variables. The sorts of variables that matter, and I'll stop here, is how mobile is your household. The more mobile is your household, the more mobile you're going to be as a telephone subscriber. Price matters, it turns out. Economists harping on that. Price does matter. It turns out that the quality matters. As cell sites have been deployed and the quality of the mobile system has increased, consumers have responded in droves. And of course, mobile begets mobile. The more mobile consumers there are, the more people demand mobile service. So where does this leave us? Where this leaves us is, I think, with the inevitable conclusion that as you look forward to transitions in telecommunications networks, a lot of this is going to be driven by the demand side, not the supply side, but the demand side, and where consumers are headed is toward a wireless world. Thank you.
Thanks. Kep?
I've got 5 minutes, and in my 5 minutes I'll try to do three things. First, the title of our panel refers to the public good, so my focus will be on what I consider to be the single biggest threat to the public good in the domain of communications policy. Second, I will identify a strategic policy response that the FCC might consider to approach. And I will provide not one but 4 catchy catchwords to describe this strategic policy, which is often important to success in the policy world. And I'll try to identify a technological basis for that policy. What is the biggest threat to the public interest in communications? I think it's the reliance on a duopoly for the provision of broadband access. Duopoly history, we can point just recently to the early days of a wireline and wireless, non-wireline duopoly in wireless cellular telephony. And it wasn't until 1991 when the FCC introduced PCS as a potential competitor that we saw a drop in any of the prices in the top 10 markets for cellular telephony. Not the introduction of competition, but simply the possibility of competition. So I think there's a lot to think about. If you imagine that monopoly provision has problems, duopoly is close. What if AT&T had invented the internet? Well, in fact, they did. We called it ISDN, and we don't need to get into ISDN stories today. Is there a possible strategic response that the Commission might champion? I believe there is. And the response is to move towards a collapsing of the distinction that we've lived with for so many years between wireline and wireless. We keep thinking of the PSTN and wireless alternatives, but if we think about the particularly important element of the design of cellular systems, which is you can build them out as demand increases, if we think about moving fiber or coax closer and closer and making the last 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet wireless, the notion of wireless and wireline being combined into some, here's where we need some new words, and some of the words I would propose is the concept of universal access. If you think about the origins of the concept of universal service, that was originated not by the Commission, which didn't exist at the time, but by AT&T. And it was the notion that we will provide universal service in return for monopoly provision. I think the concept of universal access is best served by just the opposite, and that is by competitive provision. So my other buzzword would be ComPro for competitive provision. The concept of universal access would involve universal availability, rural and remote areas as well, that it would be affordable, and I think that's one of the principal responses to competitive provision. That it would be sufficiently broadband, and I'll return to that in 1 second, and that it would be open and unfiltered. It seems to me that the issue of network neutrality continues to complicate the movement forward in the domain of advanced communication services. And I think the best answer in the long run to avoiding the delicacies of the network neutrality debate is to have competitive provision. So if somebody isn't providing a service by filtering or choking off heavy usage of some kind, we've got alternatives that individuals can turn to, which I think would be the best way to guarantee truly neutrality in a future service. So the technological basis is broadband wireless. My other term is, when we were trying to get maximum bandwidth across twisted pair copper, we used the phrase to sweat the copper. So my proposal is to sweat the ether. And I'm also, as John did, making a bold statement by putting forth such a proposal. I'm disagreeing with Susan Crawford, something I don't often recommend, but I find myself, her argument is, if you're going to use, if you really have broadband provision and you're going to provide it wirelessly, you have to be leaning on the cell tower. And I think she will come to appreciate the fact that there are prospects for a future of wireless provision that is a short hop from a remote electronics that will provide broadband access. So that leads me to my last buzzword, which is 802.11y. It's not 802.11z, which would be the ultimate, but 802.11y some years ago was approved at this commission. and allows for up to 3 miles of WiMAX service, 20-watt technology. I think with a 3-mile radius, we're talking about a very important step forward in blurring the distinction between wireless and wireline.
The psychiatrist Elizabeth Kubler-Ross famously posited that we experience 5 stages of grief in response to catastrophic loss. So let me offer this as a framework to offer some concrete recommendations as we ponder the death of an old friend called the telephone network. And hopefully I won't turn this into the sinking expectations panel with an I. So very quickly, first, her first step is denial. We can't plan for what we do not anticipate. The Commission should herald the end of POTS by initiating a proceeding along the lines of what we've already talked about today, cataloging the valuable capabilities of the PSTN that should be preserved in any future environment, modeling the technology and market trajectory as best as we possibly can, and identifying, as has been discussed, the corner cases, the regulatory conflicts, the ambiguities, and the opportunities of the transition. We need to get out in front and start doing that in a systematic and a formal way. Second is anger. There will be losers in this process. And there will be those who maybe are not losers, but who have to expend significant resources in the transition. And some of them will throw themselves across the tracks. You know who you are. We have to anticipate their objections, systematize them, bring them to the light of day, and to the extent that they're reasonable, and many of them are, address them ahead of time as opposed to having them come out of the woodwork late in the process. Third is bargaining. Those who know how to game the regulatory process will use this transition to do just that. Again, you know who you are. Let's define to the greatest extent possible what our shared goals are in this transition so that legitimate proprietary interests can be pursued against a clear public policy backdrop. And I think it's important to define what should be mandatory in the public interest and what should be left appropriately to pure private negotiation. Fourth is depression. Knowing that a change is going to occur doesn't automatically make it happen. Just look at IPv6. We've known for more than a decade on the internet that we're running out of IP addresses and IPv6 is essential, and yet until recently the progress was extremely slow. So to avoid that experience, we need to have energy and enthusiasm behind this PSTN transition. One way to do that is to establish legal or marketplace forcing factors, even if artificial, to create a bias for action. So while it is entirely appropriate to say that we're talking about a renewal and this is a transition that's going to happen over time and with both PSTN and IP networks coexisting, I do think it's productive and valuable to talk about hard dates and to talk about sunsets to focus the mind as has been discussed. And finally, acceptance. The end of the PSTN should be a commonplace in communications policy, the way we talk about the promotion of competition or universal access. One step I would suggest in that direction is to name where we're going so that it becomes more real and tangible for people inside and outside the policy process. So is the successor to the PSTN the NGN, Next Generation Network? A phrase which I might note is very common and has been for many years in the European debates, but which seems to be largely absent of the policy discussions here. Is it PCN for Public Communications Network? Is it Voice Cloud? Is it perhaps the Janikowski Net? Just rolls off the tongue, I don't know. Or is it simply the internet? I don't particularly care, but I think we should find a meme that sticks or listen and see what meme sticks in the marketplace and then stick with it to make this transition seem more real. Finally, I think we all agree that this transition is a good thing, but it's not going to be easy, and I think we need to recognize that it's going to take both action like what's happening today and has been happening at the TAC by the Commission, but also, in all likelihood, some legal changes. The 1996 Telecom Act addressed imperfectly the AT&T monopoly, but said virtually nothing about the internet. And at some point, it's going to be essential that the legal system move into the 20th century. The 21st might be a little too much to expect, but at least the 20th century if we're going to make this transition. So knowing how things work in Washington, I think all we need to do is agree on just one point if we want to move forward, which is that the sky is falling. Thanks.
I do have some slides if they're, if we can pull them up, and I don't know if the clicker's left behind here, but yeah, so I think one thing that's clear is that the hindsight, as we know, is always 20/20, and I think there's been a lot of discussion about where we're leaving and a lot of focus on what's being left behind, but not a whole lot of focus on where we're going to. And so, you know, I'm here, I think today, and a bit of my role is to say that, you know, we are already undergoing this transformation, and perfectly healthy network operators are investing heavily in the replacement to the PSTN. In fact, behind the scenes, as we know, much of the traffic is carried through packets and IP and broadband. So really, you know, if we're looking at this in a regulatory context, we need to figure out, you know, what are we attempting to look at and regulate, and what are the characteristics that need it, and what is going to be left to the you know, the perfectly healthy communications companies to deliver themselves. So, talking a bit about this transition that is, well, as we see it, my company, small company, Acme Packet, is taking part in this building of what we call a session delivery network. We don't build any PSTN interfaces. Essentially, everything we do is over packets, but we're not just building broadband. So we think of you know, broadband. You know, is it IP? Is it the delivery of a packet? You know, is broadband more packets, or is there something else to it? Is there something more concrete, something like a session delivery network that's helping us achieve this connectivity? So, you know, without this session delivery network, we would have enterprises potentially using packets to communicate amongst themselves, or network operators using packets to deliver the PSTN connections more cost effectively, or over-the-top providers, you know, attempting to send packets, you know, amongst themselves sometimes. So really, we can look at this as you know, phases. We've been certainly building trust at first class. We can build this in phases, right? So if you look at packets and broadband, it's best effort. You know, as a network guy for many years, you know, I kind of look at you know, the beginning as sort of a spray and pray approach, right? But clearly, you know, we've been building out, and network operators have been building out a session delivery network amongst themselves, right? So we've got what you might call Session Delivery Network 1.0, where these network operators are interconnecting using IP and packets, and they're potentially building out trusted communities, you know, of IP connectivity. But there's certainly a lot of trust and quality that's taking place in those interconnections. You know, we see potentially a future path forward where there's a little more involvement with the over-the-top players, in which they want to obtain some of those trust and quality characteristics of what we'll just call, for the sake of discussion, a session delivery network. So, you know, it's kind of like the best of, right? We've got the best of the PSTN and the best of the internet. We take some of that trust and consistent quality, we combine it with, you know, data, low-cost packet routing, and we build out something that's certainly voice capable, but as we do it, it will be voice and data capable and video capable, and potentially there are some tiers here, right? So, you know, what are the guiding principles here? Where are we going to? What do we need to bring with us? And you know, what needs some care and feeding, and what's going to happen with you know, without care and feeding, and within industry. So certainly price. You know, we've seen varying price models. You know, there's no doubt that the price will be right, and the public will have a price for services that they need. Functionality. You know, there's certainly a baseline of functionality. If we try to regulate that, I think we're going to end up with a lowest common denominator to a great degree. Simplicity, that network needs to be you know, something tangible, simple, easy to use. We certainly have that in the session delivery network. Quality, That can be measured, and there's some perception there, and there may be some room to define parameters around quality, and certainly in a session delivery network, you have a lot more control over that. Privacy certainly is important. It's not important to every subscriber, and potentially that's an opt-in characteristic of where we're headed. Reliability, mobility, certainly we've got all these covered, in this sort of next generation. But identity and trust are two characteristics that may need some care and feeding. You want the public to be able to identify and trust with what the services are that they're receiving. And so in IP in packets, kind of the loss thus far has been essentially we trust no one, right? So you throw a packet out on the network and you hope it gets to the other end. So there may be some, it's a huge issue, there may be some room for some help here. Identity and trust is potentially an issue. You want to know who you're talking to. You want to establish a trust relationship with that party that you're talking to, and then hopefully you can achieve some transitive trust. This goes into a bit of ways you can achieve that transitive trust, but in the end, I think chains of trust are the only way to achieve it. The public will trust someone, and then they'll trust that entity to work with the other entities in the same business. So moving forward, we think a session delivery network is a pretty good foundation on which we can decide what we're going to try to define. Right, the ecosystem is changing. Networks and services are everywhere. Wireless and wireline is it's really easy to define, inside, outside the home, right? But session delivery networks provide a foundation for trust, gives you a point of control, and potentially we need a carrot out there, maybe to say what's old and what's new, and maybe high definition voice would be that carrot, and something that we could define some parameters around to say, hey, this is now not the PSTN, maybe it's something else, and that's something that would benefit the public. It would potentially benefit the incumbents, and certainly it's something we see out of the challengers, and it's a carrot that can help us move forward. So.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, thank you very much for inviting us here today. This is the bold step that you're taking today to embark on such a scary thing as I've been hearing about from my colleagues around the table. It's very, very complicated. But I'm going to take a slightly different position here. I'm going to take the role of the marketing department as we're all talking about these things. And as the recent Wired magazine with Sarah Silverman had suggested, that maybe things aren't so well with technology as we might think they are. And certainly it's not the first time that we've heard that, but it's a poignant reminder that as we're thinking about the next new thing, we have to keep the consumers in mind. It is, after all, they're the ones that have to want to pay for all of the things that we're talking about in the room today, or it doesn't make sense. And as we ponder the fate of the disposition of the PSTN, we need to keep in mind what people experiences they really want to have. And it's really about anywhere, anytime access to all of their friends and family, their colleagues, their ability to make communications, to stay connected, to be informed, to make enlightened decisions, and so forth. And this is, after all, the essence of communications when you think about it. One of my colleagues over here had mentioned that it's really not just about telephones and telephone service. I would posit it's not just about telecommunications. This is about the fundamental way people stay connected and stay informed with the world. And what are the three things that are really causing this to happen? Of course, everything is now digitized. So there's more content digital today than ever before. DRM rights are being resolved. These are mostly business issues, as we all know, so that was going to take the longer of the two times to get that done. Broadband is almost ubiquitous. There are certain countries around the world that are far more connected than we are here in the United States. It's an embarrassment for our country. We need to fix that. And of course, applications drive all of the consumption of that bandwidth in ways we haven't even thought possible. So these are the things that I think give us lots of hope. And the FCC, I believe, estimated that by the year 2020, and maybe even sooner, I heard maybe 2015, that the amount of digital content bandwidth required at any given peak period in the global network would require something in the neighborhood of fivefold where we are today. And we only have 10 years to get this built if we use that 10-year time frame. So that's scary. But we shouldn't panic. If we recall, less than 10 years ago, none of your devices remained connected. And your phones didn't talk to your tablets, didn't talk to your television sets. That all happens today. You can do that today. And of course, all those applications that are continuing to drive that are the things that are fueling all of that consumption. And as we think about your automobile, it'll eventually become a network on the node as well. So it's all about mobile connectivity in that environment. So whether you're at home, at work, or on the go, these are environments that are going to be very important for us to enable. Emerging technologies, if many of you are familiar with the Gartner curve, but emerging technologies such as mesh networking, big data applications, augmented reality, all of the things along the top of the curve here suggest that we're going to have an even more robust future in the not too distant future. But these are still very far away for most applications, most application environments. And I would argue that the reality of this technology is still very, very far away. Further, despite the general consensus of all of the benefits of these technologies and the growth of machine-to-machine networking, it is very little consensus exists on when these technologies will be deployed. Maybe we need that deadline to help us get that done faster, and what standards will be adopted, and how revenues will pass to the various partners along the way. This is the real paradox, however, that the more our products and services are enabled to connect and simplify our lives, the more complicated the technologies become that have to support that interconnectivity. And a very real example of this is the device formerly known as the cell phone. It is now a camera, a date book, a web browser, a Rolodex, all of this. It's money, it's an airplane ticket in some places, it's a map, it's a compass, it's a jukebox, and yes, it's a flute. And I don't know if any of you have seen the Smule application on the iPhone, but it is an amazing set of technology. Who would have ever thought you could make a flute out of your phone? And the reality is it connects to the rest of the world, so other people can hear my lousy music as I'm trying to play with the ocarina application. It's an amazing technology, a remarkable feat of engineering at that. But I want you all to try to remember how to explain this to consumers, because they think it's free after rebates in a long-term contract. Of course, the land of the future does not have to be a scary place, but it does have to produce profit for those companies that are enabling it. In a real sense, the connected lifestyle of the future will look more like our time in the past than the current home that we have or environment that we have. Imagine a world where there's no wires, that you have real plug-and-play ability, if that's a real word. And imagine now being able to do that with very simple, easy connectivity no matter where you happen to be. That looks pretty safe to me. But and here's an example of a business application that Panasonic has done for Audi North America, where we have connected their telecommunication system with their fax machine. We sell about 100,000 of those every quarter, by the way. So fax machines are alive and well, for those of you that didn't think that was happening. Okay, and the security systems as well, and those are largely coaxial analog systems still today. So they have yet to go through that transition to the digital space, and that will be a fun time to be part of that environment as well. And then connecting all of these things together so that the service guy can actually see who's in the service department is a very interesting application that we've worked on with Audi North America. Of course, we have to build the highway to make this happen, and a super safe, secure, globally available, fast, and secure network is the best way to enable that. And as I mentioned earlier, many countries are ahead of us in this game, and we need to play a catch-up. Now, they didn't have to invest in all of the legacy infrastructure that we're trying to overcome, but I argue that the individuals in this room are the ones that, and the companies that we all represent and the government agencies that we all represent are the ones that are going to make a difference here. But we do have to get busy and get started on this, and waiting is not going to help. Okay. And again, the drive for the connected lifestyle is already fueling an entrepreneurial spirit in the United States that is fueling the next connected lifestyle economy. And I would argue that it's those individuals that are going to be developing the turnaround in our current ailing economy. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Okay, we wanted to give everybody an opportunity to respond to each other's presentations, but I also wanted to try to give some structure to that response. When you, I guess, one sort of emerging theme here is there's a real focus on obviously on broadband, and the question is, as we think about the transition here of the PSTN, is broadband really, I mean, is voice really just another app? Is there some sort of set or bucket of services that need to be protected or guaranteed to be reliable and universal? Or really, should our only focus here be on general broadband technologies, and is sort of the specialized services and existence of VoIP sort of separate from the general internet, just a kind of a quirk of this transition?
Daniel, I think we have to think about if we look at security networks, for example, physical security networks where you have surveillance cameras all over the place. That's another critical element, and it's dealing with video and potentially voice applications that are riding across what have to be a very robust network. And they oftentimes involve many disparate connections between office buildings and other agencies that might be involved in a threat situation. And that's one that has to be considered when we're thinking about what the new network might look like, if we can call it a new network.
Yeah, if you Mr. Let's start back with John.
Let me at first maybe address your question, and then if you would like, we can respond to each other. I think your question was, is voice just another app? And of course, with the I'm not a technologist, but the answer that is emerging appears to be yes, from a technological perspective. But then you went on to ask, are there services that need to be guaranteed? And implicit, I think, in that is guaranteed in a regulatory sense. And I guess what I would urge you is some caution in that regard, because if consumers are able today to get a flute application on their phone, and they're able to do a myriad of things today, many things today that we never would have imagined that they wanted even a decade ago, and the marketplace seems to be providing that, then I think you ought to be rather cautious about second-guessing whether we here in Washington might be better suited to say, oh, but what you really need is X, Y, or Z. I do think the word, which was interesting, that came up several times, and I think, Kevin, you brought it up also, was corner cases. And what I might suggest is think about what those are. There may very well be corner cases that you're going to need to focus on, but they probably will require a very different and novel set of regulations, and certainly not the sort of 20th century regulations that have traditionally been in place at any regulatory agency, the FCC, or any other large regulatory agency in Washington.
Yeah, I think the flute should be mandatory. I think we should transition USF to funding that. No, in all seriousness, it's a good question. Two comments. One is, I think talking about what's guaranteed is probably not the most productive way of thinking about it. Again, what I think is essential is for what services or capabilities should there be mandatory interconnection so that they are available universally in a ubiquitous way? Because some will happen through the marketplace, and that's entirely appropriate and fine that everyone doesn't have exactly the same thing in every respect. I can't remember, someone made this point this morning, that's natural. So I don't think it's right to talk about guarantee. We also need to be careful when we talk about voice. What do we mean by voice? Are we talking about TTY? Are we talking about HD voice? What exactly are we talking about? Voice is a label for a basket of different services, and part of this transition is going from voice as a unitary concept in terms of the codec and the technology and the bit rate and so forth in the traditional POTS environment to one that has many different instantiations. And I think we shouldn't decide the end point of that now. The starting point is thinking that through and breaking up those capabilities and understanding they'll evolve. The second thing I'd say on that question is this is an example of the point I was making, that I think we can't get away from the statutory issue. So the 1996 Telecom Act has these two concepts, which everyone here, of course, is far too familiar with, of telecommunications and information services. And it has the notion that information services are offered via telecommunications. And really, the way the world works today is the other way around. That telecommunications, i.e. the old voice stuff, is a set of capabilities offered via an information service platform. We can struggle, and the Commission, of course, has to struggle with the existing statutory framework, but I think part of the project needs to be to understand the way the world works today, untangle as much as can be untangled within the four corners of the law today, but some of it has to be recognition that the law itself is a corner case, to use that example.
Go ahead. Is voice an app? Yes. Is it just like the other 999,000 apps, which was reported this week? Absolutely not. So,
well, but is voice the only app that applies to?
Okay,
that
well, no, and that's
so
is
voice the app. I would argue that real-time communications is the application.
Yeah, no, and the interesting thing, someone said what people really want. The statute is about what people really need. And the need part, yeah, that is presumptuous of the government to decide what people really need, but that's what law and social values are about. So freedom of speech is a silly little concept that a couple dozen people said, we really need that. Do we all want it? We really need that. So the real question, and Kevin put his finger on it, we're going to have to live within the framework of the law, if my experience is correct, and it'll take at least another decade. And the law was quite muddled, right? It talked about information services, advanced telecom services, and it talked about regardless of technology, and we've made a mishmash of it over the past 12 years by litigating the bejesus out of it. But the simple fact of the matter is, so what we need to do here is start with the list, but the list is not the corner cases. The list is the social values we really want our network to deliver. And that's something that the Commission can ask that question and then see what answers they get. And that's when, and then you start back from those. I would work back from those and say, well, here are the values. It's connectivity. It's a public, I called it a public digital communications network. That's my candidate for the new PSTN. But to me, that's where we need to start, is you need to start with the values we want to achieve. Then we'll have a good debate about whether it should be regulatory or marketplace. But if we can't agree on the values, we're going to have a very, very difficult time agreeing on the policy.
So, yeah, back on the, voice is another app, so the two flute app wouldn't be very fun beyond maybe 20 milliseconds of latency, right? So, but do we have an obligation to make the two flute app work, or do we really have an obligation to provide connectivity with some level of some quality and characteristic that may be low latency, and it may be reachability, and then the consumer can opt into that domain, if you will. So I think there are really two different domains that we're talking about. One of which is sort of the having the packet reachable, and the other which is to provide some level of quality, reachability characteristics, real time. Network overlay, if you will. So I think that's what we're.
So I've got a question to the panel here. So, Kevin, you mentioned that we should have a name to the end of transition or something. Interestingly enough, I think Australia and Singapore and some of the other advanced economies are building out these NGN networks for public consumption. So I'm wondering, are there lessons learned here from some of those advanced economies who are building national networks to support broadband initiatives? Is that something applicable here in the U.S.?
I could start. So at a general level, sure. We should always try and do international comparisons, which I think in the case of the National Broadband Plan, we finally did in this country with respect to broadband in general. But on the specific question, it comes back to making sure we're clear on what we're talking about. So the National Broadband Network in Australia is a forklift replacement of the physical network infrastructure with a broadband network, which really no other country in the world has committed the public resources to do in the same way, and we're not going to in this country, certainly. But can we learn from it? Sure, absolutely. But they're early in the process. But as part of the exercise, yes, I think we should learn, and I think we also should lead. I think while there is a lot of discussion about NGNs around the world, at least in my experience, there's not enough discussion of what we're talking about here today. And that's part of what I meant in my remarks about making it a commonplace, much in the same way as the United States made internet policy. When I worked here at the FCC, or over at 1919M, in the 1990s under the Clinton administration, part of what we were doing was making the idea of internet policy and e-commerce policy a commonplace that every advanced nation in the world had to at least address, even if they didn't agree with us. And I think the Commission can do something in putting it on the agenda of the countries of the world, not to say that we've figured it out by any means, but to say it's something that we should look at what the lessons are in different regards from different places and learn from each other.
Let me add to that. I've done some personal research on the situation in Australia, and they have actually made zero progress on how they intend to transition the core voice service. The nation state that actually I would watch is the Netherlands. The Dutch situation is roughly comparable to what we have in the United States, which is a declining incumbent carrier, a resurgent cable marketplace, and a highly competitive mobile operations one way or the other. And they are taking some very, very proactive steps to deal with some of the issues that I had addressed, which is transitioning numbering databases, decommissioning the underlying signaling systems. Actually, the Netherlands is actually one model certainly worth watching, and I would avoid what is going on in the United Kingdom, which is sort of a disaster. Yes.
Okay, my name is Fernando Beltran. I'm with University of Auckland in New Zealand, and in my presentation in a few minutes I'll be talking about some of the issues regarding the construction of a national broadband network. So it's just a little announcement. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but
So don't
perhaps
jump
the answer is there's no experience yet accumulated there, but I'll present some elements that might illustrate some of the issues.
Any other comments? If not, we have several questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick one. In response to your, is voice just another app? And echoing some of the other ones, I think that the real question is real-time communication another app? We need to broaden it like this. And that also gives you part of your answer, and that is that it needs to be real-time in ways that transmitting an image like fax, if you have complete connectivity and then you get zero connectivity, then you get double connectivity and zero, that still goes through, as does a message, as does a movie. But voice won't work that way, and real-time text or captioning or of voice communication and sign language can't work if you have those kinds of things. We were at the supercomputing conference, and we were looking at Internet 2, and they were tracking the usage of Internet 2, and it never rose above 8%. And yet we were doing remote captioning, and it kept freezing, because even though it never went above 8%, every time somebody sent something, it went through as a plug that was as big as the entire width of the Internet, and about yay wide. And so this was a real problem in terms of it. So I think the QoS kinds of issues are one. And then the other one is, as was pointed out, the mandatory interconnectivity is the other thing that makes it different. If we don't all get the same kinds of services, or we get our movies from different places, that's a different thing than not being able to all connect with each other. So those are two big things that make it different, I think.
I think, though, to that particular point, when we talk about interconnection there, we're talking about interconnection at the application layer, right? And I think there's a lot of a lot of mixing up of interconnection, physical interconnection, and really what we're talking about in the future going forward is interconnection at the application layer. And there are lots of players in that application layer space, and so you don't have sort of this small community of carriers who could work everything out like you did in the past. You've got now anybody can create their real-time communications app and make it available to the world, and maybe it'll grow to 500 million users, or maybe it'll just be a small niche service.
In response to that quickly, we are talking about having basically a communication backbone, if you would, however. And standards get to be key here, so that if people do something different and they are going to make sure that their proprietary format connects to our backbone for voice, we need to make sure that it does it in a reliable way. And then we also need to make sure that it'll connect all the other forms similarly, and not just connect one, and because that's where the most profit is, and then drop the other ones because they are not as much, or they will do it only for some geographic areas, but they won't do other geographic areas, because I mean that's the thing. I think that industry can do a lot of things, but one of the things that the market pressures won't do is ensure a level playing field for all citizens, and I think that's the role there of the FCC. Thanks.
Henny?
Yeah, I wanted to, I think it was this natural seg to what Greg was just saying and I wanted to reflect a little bit on the Acme Packet presentation on that, where you mentioned a concrete instantiation, which I suppose you might have posed as a possible model for the future PSTN replacement, whatever we end up calling it. And I found it interesting that you saw that as a session network, and in that as a set of interconnected components such as identity, quality of service, I guess interconnection, I suppose, trust was mentioned. That seems to be at least potentially at odds with a more traditional internet model where each of these functions are important, such as trust, but they're provided modularly as opposed to as a single entity. For example, we have TLS and certificates as a means of providing that I'm talking to Bank of America to pick up the example, and we have quality of service protocols such as RSVP-TE, RSVP, NSYS, and others to provide quality of service, but they're not coupled, in a sense that I can create a service which provides quality of service but not trust, and I can create a service that provides trust but not quality of service. And so I wonder if you see that as an alternative, that we have indeed this bundle of an alternative higher level of assurance internet that would be fundamentally different from composing capabilities that are unbundled, to use a term which has obviously all kinds of other overtones in this context. And any of you can comment on that, but I found the SDN presentation crystallizing some of those issues.
This is what's going on, is we're mixing and matching these domains to some degree and sort of picking and choosing the characteristics, that we need. But, fundamentally, below, underneath everything we have in the PSTN is sort of that notion of trust. Certainly with that came, a good degree of quality. And so, I think that we need to separate that notion from, I guess sort of the, I guess the general internet concept. So I think it is, quality and trust, to a great degree are linked. Even reachability, could be considered to be linked into that. If as soon as we lose some of these characteristics of the PSTN, then we're going to lose that trust. So if I can't trust my device to have good quality to reach the other end, I've lost trust. If it doesn't have, if suddenly I thought I called a locksmith in Tennessee and I didn't really call a locksmith in Tennessee, I'm gonna I'm going to lose that trust. So you want to have, some notion, I think, of a community where people can opt into it. Maybe that community doesn't have to be, global in nature, but that should also be a community you can opt into. But I think at some point we've got to have this notion of a trusted infrastructure, versus, as I mentioned, sort of that spray and pray internet. So.
A quick question. This is for John. Interesting, in your presentation, you mentioned a lot of the younger population is switching to wireless only. I'm wondering, from an economist's perspective, do this set of population, do they even care we're having this discussion around PSTN and the transition?
I hesitate to speak for my students because sometimes we don't always see eye to eye. But with that caveat, I'll say no, they don't care. They are very consumer-driven in this space. We all are, but I think you see it crystallized in some ways within that population of young people. They do not have the loyalties that we had with the wireline system. They don't have the issue that we have about cutting the cord, because many of them have never had a landline. And they see, frankly, as the quality of wireless telephony and the versatility of it has increased, you're getting wireless broadband, and they get their broadband, they get their apps, they get their voice communications, their text communications, their data communications, and they don't really care. And that was really the basis for why I made the remarks I made, is that yes, there are going to be a number of issues that exist, and they're important issues on the supply side. But I think that the Commission will be very well served by recognizing that that's a big demand side element, and the folks that sit over here that try to sell services recognize that that's a population of not just consumers, but consumers with dollars and mobile dollars, and I suspect you're going to see a lot of play for those.
And I actually talk to my students. Sorry.
I didn't mean to imply I didn't talk to them. I just said we didn't always see eye to eye.
The problem with not having a microphone, I actually talk to them about these issues. Okay. Because,
about a wireless phone.
Well, no, we don't use wireless phones in the classroom. So, not in my classroom. So we actually talk about these issues. And the interesting thing, and I don't think this is any different for that age group than for any age group, is John's talking about them as consumers. And as consumers, I would absolutely agree. As long they don't care, and honestly, people on the wireline, as consumers, they don't care either. But for both groups, what's really true is that they don't care as long as everything's working. While everything's working, it's fine. When we get to these discussions in class and they realize that because they are wireless only, and my students are highly mobile, they're international, they are all wireless only, when they realize that they don't have they don't know what basic protections there are, they don't know what the consumer protection laws are, they don't know what universal service is, but they have the sense that there's protection for them if something should go wrong. And when they find out that by being wireless only, they don't have these protections. I have VoIP at home, and when I come in and complain that nobody can help me get reconnected when Comcast goes down, because so when Comcast goes down, I have recourse. I could call the Commission, but I could call Jeff Y, but he can't help me because it's VoIP. So I normally don't care that I don't have those protections until I need them. So it's, does anybody care that we're talking about this? As consumers, if everything's working well, no. But the minute something doesn't work well, they'll be very angry if we didn't talk about these things. And I think that's, yes, a lot of this is demand-driven and a lot of it is consumer-driven, but it still comes down to, recognizing a few things that they don't need to think about, which is why we think about them.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, of course.
My question is specifically for Bill Phillip. As somebody who's dealt with the equipment
and the transition, and specifically like the fax machines, as you were saying, for Audi, I guess it was. I'm curious, two things. How complex is it to replicate that, and two, why are people replicating fax? Is there some other technology that would be better? That I worry, more broadly, I worry that we're replicating a lot of things that maybe there's just substitutes and we shouldn't be replicating at all. So I'm curious both about the sort of the pragmatics of that and also a bigger picture policy of is there something better, and why do we keep looking backwards?
That's a wonderful question, Lisa, and selfishly, we have to think about the economy of scale and the investments we've made in the technologies that we can manufacture. And to reinvent that technology to satisfy new applications, on one hand, it creates a great opportunity for companies like Panasonic to invent new things and have yet another market. The time frame for that can be anywhere from 18 months to 24 months, depending on the engineering cycles and how fast you can go. If it's software, it's 24 hours. So the more the network can handle the back end of those kinds of applications as they come along, the faster that we'll be able to deliver the next new thing, whatever that happens to be. And you're right about fax machines. There are far better technologies, but interestingly enough, we sell most of our fax machines here in Washington, D.C., to all of you guys, okay? So you've got, there's public policy that says I can only accept a fax when a protected, certified PDF might be just as fine. So, and we don't care as long as we can scan to that format and it's an open architecture and everybody can be connected and all those things. So that's what drives it for the manufacturer. It's how much I've invested in the development of whatever IP I've got buried in that particular product. That's quickly moving to open architecture solutions that are computer-based and driven by software applications that come on every 5 seconds. And that's where companies like Panasonic have to catch up and be much faster, adroit at getting into those types of marketplaces, right? Which we are trying to do very carefully, right?
So I counted the other day, I have 7 voice connections, of which only one is a POTS connection because it's the only one that I can use with my fax machine in the basement. And this is a solved technical problem. There are technical standards for interoperating fax and VoIP, but none of the VoIP-based services that I have bothered to implement those. And this gets back to one of the points that was raised earlier about the edge cases and the holdouts and basically who's going to turn off the lights. It would be wrong to say that we can't make certain transitional moves until the last fax machine goes out of service. But by the same token, it would be wrong or certainly impractical to say to all the fax users of the world, sorry, get with the program. And this relates to the question that was asked before about wireless. We're at 30+% wireless only. What happens when we get to 50% or maybe 70% or 75%? And one question is whether that's going to happen. Some of that depends on marketplace forces. So is Verizon going to offer me a great wireless only bundle after they buy Netflix to move off of the wired network? Maybe, if that's economical for them. But if we're at that point where the majority of people are not on what we call the baseline POTS wired system, then why is it that that's the system that is considered the default that has the regulatory obligations and the regulatory and consumer guarantees on it? So I don't think we can get away from these questions. And again, we keep coming back to let's identify them as much as possible. The fax issue is not one that the technical and marketplace people are unaware of. But we can't just sort of sweep it under the rug. We've got to put it out there, and in some cases this might be something that could be resolved through marketplace factors. In many ways it is similar to digital television in that there were some things that required converters. Some of those it was decided to subsidize, some of them it was to leave to the industry, and so forth, and work through those in a systematic way.
So I also have a fax machine in my basement, and ironically, once a quarter, I use it to fax in my Sarbanes-Oxley compliance information. So, I need that service, and I I need an operator that I can trust to provide that service because I have to do that particular motion. But I think, again, is that a service that needs to be protected for me? No, I think I can opt into a community that provides that service if I deal with a community that provides that service.
By the way, Lisa, we sell almost 5 million cordless phones every year as well. So and they connect into analog phone services. They don't have all the fancy features that you have on a wireless phone, for example. But I've also discovered one thing about my kids. All they do is text. They don't talk. So they're spending more time texting than they do talking, and they like the multiple threaded conversations. The other thing is that we've discovered, if you look at patterns of consumer behavior, is that eventually they get married, they have families, and they come together. When they're in that household together, sometimes they want a single phone line that allows them to connect. And there's other technologies that we've got that allow you to take advantage of that. Cellular connectivity. By the way, we thought that by now, this time 7 years ago when I was at Motorola, we thought that the whole world would be wireless only and that every household would be wireless only. They're not. They're only 30%. So the penetration isn't what we had expected in the industry, and we had hoped that everybody would go to wireless services and take advantage of all of those things. So it didn't happen as fast, and a lot of that is because the connectivity inside the middle of your house isn't so great. And I'm not going to run upstairs if I'm downstairs watching a football game to answer my cell phone, and I'm not going to carry a belt clip on my pajamas either. So those are you've got to look at consumer behavior as it relates to some of this stuff too, guys, because it's not about all of these things are very expensive to make these legacy transitions off of the legacy systems rather, and it's very expensive to do this, and the consumers have to pay for it. Ultimately, they're the ones shelling out the last dollar on all of this, and they're the ones that have to support all of this. And these guys have to make humongous investments in the networks to make this work. And they have to be assured that the consumers will want to pay for this going forward, or they've made a lot of investments into things that consumers don't want. Take Iridium Networks as a perfect example of that. Right, so we've got to be careful as a commission. You've got to be careful about setting standards that force people to do things that's not necessarily what's in their best interest, or doesn't work for them in their own households.
We're on to the next panel. A question I'll just leave people with, because it's something that I think is hard for us to know at a regulatory agency, is how do you know what consumers want, and how do we keep anything but 5 years behind what people are actually doing in the market, because it is a concern I have, which is we're always regulating to the older generation, essentially older in age or older just in iteration of technology. But we will hopefully have a little more time and to talk about this after. Moving on to the last panel for the day, which is economic rationales for PSTN transition. We reprise Paul Dessau and Maria Schwartz as the co-moderators.
Okay, thanks. So actually, I think we've probably solved all the issues, so we can all go home now. Seriously, many of the issues have been teed up already, and this is just an opportunity to take a deeper dive into some of them. And for example, this is not an exhaustive list, the economic forces driving the transition, how much of it is it for cost reasons, how much is because of new services that are enabled by IP networks. The state of the transition, how much has occurred, how fast is it occurring, and the implications both for consumers and for various carriers. And finally, the implications for regulatory policy. Is there a role for policy in accelerating or decelerating the transition? We've touched on this a little bit, but a sharper discussion maybe of the externalities that are involved would be helpful. Are there lessons from transitions in other telecom industries or in other regulated industries that could be informative? And then finally, what new challenges lie ahead for us regulators, because we don't already have enough challenges?
Great. So in terms of the panel, I think we've worked our way all the way around the table. We have the last chunk of panel here. So we have David Gable from Queens College, and then Barbara Cherry from Indiana University, Lee McKnight from Syracuse University, Craig Moffat from Sanford Bernstein, and Fernando Beltran, who we're lucky to have as a visiting scholar here at the FCC from the University of Auckland in New Zealand. And we're going to have the same format, I think, as the other panels. We're going to have a presentation and then have a chance to comment on each other's, and then we'll open it up for discussion. So I think we're going to start with Barbara, if that's okay. We're going to go, I think, Barbara, Lee, David, Fernando, Craig.
Clicker. Great. To bring it up. There we go. Great. What I decided to discuss today is a way of framing these problems. And so in that sense, it's a little bit more of a macro perspective. But we note that even reading the public notice that the FCC issued for this workshop, its asserted goal or stated goal is that the FCC wants to minimize disruption during a transition from PSTN to new technologies, to protect consumers, public safety, competition, and other important interests. And in so doing, the Commission also acknowledges the importance of consumer expectations. That consumers will continue to expect and demand a communications infrastructure with a high standard of reliability, accessibility, and ubiquity. And of course, as we've been discussing today, and has been the case for some time, there's a great challenge in the FCC trying to meet these goals and expectations, particularly in a world of rapid technological change and global competitive markets. These conditions complicate the design of sustainable policies to accomplish these objectives, certainly compared to the monopoly world of more static technological change relatively. What I'd like to offer here is a framing of how to think about policy issues, and importantly in recognition of important developments in social science research that's derived from the study of complex systems in the physical sciences. Using this perspective for social science research is increasingly providing great insights. In this regard, the critical reality and insight is that the economy itself and policy-making legal systems are co-evolving, complex adaptive systems, as are many of the organizations that work within these systems. And co-evolving, these complex adaptive systems have unique characteristics. And they are distinctive from other systems, and importantly, traditional policy analysis that has developed based on neoclassical economics do not address the characteristics of these systems. And the implications is that a complexity theory approach should inform the development of regulatory policy, but at the same time, it also must limit our expectations of what those policies can achieve. So briefly, what do we mean about these unique characteristics? Importantly, characteristics of complex systems, they have order that emerges spontaneously, referred to as self-organization, or collective properties that arise from the interacting system components. And they are emergent and cannot be understood or predicted based on system behavior that can be decomposed into parts. So they're unpredictable. Some properties are emergent. They're subject to transitions. Phase transitions are referred to abrupt changes in system behavior. Discontinuities in system behavior can produce what we consider catastrophic consequences. And these systems can also tip over into chaos. And in particular, complex adaptive systems are often referred to as operating at the edge of chaos. In other words, they have forces for both order and disorder, and through adaptation they try to maintain sustainability. In Alice in Wonderland, we often think of the Red Queen effect. You have to run to stay even. The significance of this is that if we understand these properties, it's helpful to reframe what the stated goals of the FCC. So in other words, I would slightly reframe the first slide to say what the FCC should be looking at is how can regulatory policy influence the evolution of a communications infrastructure with emergent properties of widespread availability, affordability, and reliability during a transition from the PSTN to new technologies, and in particular of a broadband communications infrastructure in light of the recent Connect America Fund order. And so, just a couple slides to bring home some important attributes. First of all, regulatory policies have to anticipate complex system failures. Complex systems have unique kinds of failures. Charles Perrot's work on normal accidents, they're inevitable. I was working in the industry at AT&T when we had the famous outage due to the signaling system 7 upgrade, led to a rash of the switches not accepting calls from each other, the Hinsdale fire bringing down a 5 ESS switch. I was here at the FCC when the Northeast blackout brought down the cellular towers. We've had flash crash due to electronic trading, and of course the effect of natural disasters such as Hurricane Katrina, and more recently the earthquakes, the effect of them on nuclear power systems in Japan. And then finally, notwithstanding these inherent problems that come from complex systems, regulatory policies themselves, through their own experimentation, can lead to and cause further disruptions. And in particular, deregulatory policies, we've already witnessed, can cause or exacerbate disruptive phase transitions. The electricity crisis in California is attributed in large part to change in regulatory law in California that led to rolling blackouts and a need for a drastic change in the regulatory framework. The financial crisis in the United States is considered, at least in part, to be due to deregulatory policies at the federal level. So what do we need? What we need to think about, and as I have many colleagues who are applying a complex systems approach to telecom policy making, we need to think more in terms of policy that is adaptable and resilient. The policy making itself and the rules themselves must be adaptive and resilient, not unlike the complex systems of the entities with which you have jurisdiction. So what we need to do is we have to expect policies to affect but not determine outcomes. There is no such thing as an optimal policy that will exist for all time. Policies themselves must adapt. We have to be alert to unintended consequences that may require that policies adapt. Try to develop policies that are robust across a number of scenarios rather than trying to be optimal for a given scenario that may or may not happen. And perhaps adaptable policies that include triggers in and of themselves and don't require a further act of Congress, for example. And then finally, to preserve adaptability of the policymaking process itself. And in this respect, there's been important research showing that although federal preemption can help establish order, it also affects the ability of the policymaking apparatus to experiment through the states. And that of itself should be cautiously done. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Barbara. Lee, maybe we could ask you to go next.
Okay. Well, thank you for this opportunity to speak to the Commission and address several issues. So I have come not to praise the PSTN, but to bury it. There's one phrase that is with regard to the economic rationale for the transition. It's creative destruction, which is driving the transition, and I have several chapters here from I've published on following from Schumpeter's work. One translated into Chinese from a book a couple years ago, and I'm just raised a question: would we even be having this conversation in China, or would we only be looking to the future? So there's really no alternative. The future is happening. One of the questions that was addressed to us was, what about traditional wireline carriers? And I'm saying that's not really a relevant question. We couldn't have stopped the automobile from progressing to set up regulatory policies to subsidize or support buggy whip manufacturers. That would have been a bad idea. Similarly, any wireline carrier, quote unquote, whether rural or urban, must adapt and evolve today. My colleagues in the room are not traditional wireline carriers. They have already adapted and evolved into something different. And one point to make is in the same year that ATT lost 20% of its voice line subscribers, it managed to earn $20 billion in profits. I think it's okay. So the cost of delaying the obvious would be stagnation, whether for firms or nations, and loss of competitiveness if we don't go as fast as we can. This is borrowed from Nokia Siemens. You'll see here this to the left, the chart on ATTs just in the last year. This is from November, so this is very recent data, but down 20% on voice line subscribers in the past year. In other countries, it varies, but these are all successful carriers that are making good money even as they're shedding traditional voice subscribers at a very high rate. So, in other words, it's game over. And now we're on to the next. So I have some recommendations for where we're going next. It's time for the FCC to declare victory, have a big party. It's been a nice run. Thanks very much. Now it's over, and let's plan for the graceful exit from PSTN regulation. So we have a date certain by which this would happen. I suggest as soon as possible. By some random calculation, 2015, the year before the next presidential election, seems to be a good date to have another big party because we put this thing to bed for whoever's in office. And then, as we've been discussing throughout the day, there's a number of different economic dislocation issues that arise during any transition, and those are really where the FCC needs to focus its time and attention. And we've been discussing throughout the day a number of different mechanisms to pursue redress. So while Mark Cooper isn't fond of his 400 regulatory proceedings, I'm actually recommending the FCC initiate an NOI exactly along these lines to pursue what is needed to put the PSTN to bed. Now, as we move to the future, we have new challenges, and they're not just about wired networks or wireline networks, as Russ Newman was noting earlier. For example, interoperability and emergency response is a key issue. We talk about social emergency response. I happen to have just be starting a new multi-stakeholder group called the Widget Group, which I invite the FCC and everyone else here in the room or online to join. It's free, but oh yeah, there is this pay-to-play part, but we'll get to that later. As well, in terms of Lisa's questions before about ways in which the FCC could be engaged and learn about new things as they're happening, now I'm inviting Lisa and Sharon and the commissioners to hang out at TEDx Harlem, live at the Apollo, to where some new technologies will be unveiled end of March, and engage also with others in trying to explore this new future world that's coming at us very rapidly. And so to summarize, thanks for the memories. It's been nice, it's been great, and let's have a big party. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Lee. David? Could I ask you to go next?
Well, it's great to be able to follow Lee because I sort of feel like it's a Saturday Night Live skit, and he's Bill Murray, and I'm Jane Curtin, and I'm about to say the part. Yeah. I don't think it's time to bury the PSTN, and I don't think the party's over, and I'm going to give you some examples which will go to creating the list of the corner cases. So just as an opening comment, I just want to point out through an example how there's often a big divergence between private interests and public interest, and it's a historical example. And the simple example is the one other time, in my opinion, there was a complete rebuild of the telecommunications network was when long-distance service was introduced around 1890. Up until 1890, you had local service only being provided over a ground return network, and then there's a decision to deploy long-distance service, and that required metallic loop network. And AT&T, the holding company, said to its 23 operating companies, you need to go out there and rebuild your infrastructure. You need to replace the ground return with the metallic loop. And the small companies, the operating companies, said, we're not going to do it. We don't see where the payoff is for us. And so the holding company then had to change their ownership in the operating companies from 35% to 51% so that they could implement this change. And the reason I point this anecdote out is because it illustrates how sometimes there's a divergence between what's in the best interest of the operating company, in this case, versus the holding company. And I think right now, as we're talking about a migration of technologies, we need to keep in mind, as opposed to conflicts between the operating company and the holding company, that what's necessarily in the best interest of the network provider may not be in the best interest of the public. And so in my remaining 3 minutes, I'm just going to try to give you a quick assessment of the public benefits that I think we can start to focus on. First, focusing on 3 or 4 areas where it's not clear to me at all that our next generation technologies offer what we need. The one that's already been mentioned today is alarm systems. So alarm systems are used both by households and private businesses. The beautiful thing about the alarm systems on the PSTN is that it's a common battery system. So when there is a disaster, a natural disaster or some other kind of disaster that affects the power system, you have an independent power supply that keeps the alarm systems working if they're on the PSTN network. And in general, with the IP networks with fiber to the home, it's AC technology, and those systems only end up running for 5 or 6 hours afterwards. So that's one example. Second example, similar thought, is if somebody, an infirm person, is wearing a necklace where they need to reach 911 when there's a medical emergency. Again, you have the problem if there's a power outage, they're less likely to be able to reach 911 facilities if they are on an IP network than if they're on a common battery network. Third concern I'd say that I have would be first responders. I know in the city of New York, where I work, first responders, especially the police, they're obligated to have telephones from a wireline company. And that is, again, because of the perception of the first responders that there's greater security, greater resiliency in the wireline network than these new innovative networks. And so when you analyze what are the public benefits from the transition to the IP networks, I think you need to quantify these things. And so what's the benefit of having an alarm system? Well, one immediate value is just what somebody pays, $75, and that's at the margin. The actual value is probably higher than what people are paying at the margin. That's $75 a month. Two more things on this general theme about relying on the common battery system. If people live in high-rise buildings, it's very difficult, or if they're a tenant in a high-rise building, it's very difficult to install private backup power systems or to deploy large batteries. And we saw this kind of problems back when we were looking at co-location and having access to tenants in high-rise buildings. Which then gets to my last one on the batteries, and that's the environmental issue. If everybody has to install their own generator or their own battery that gives 5-day backup rather than 8 or 6 hour backup, what are the environmental implications of that? As a public agency, you should be looking at that. Quickly then, now turning to the cost, because I know there's been some interest in what do I think are the relevant costs. This was something that showed up in the working papers. In the working group paper, there's a discussion of, well, how important are fixed costs? The right question to ask is not what are the level of fixed costs, but what are the avoidable costs if you shut down PSTN. And those avoidable costs are trivial. So that they're basically in the range of $3 to $8 a month per line. Where do you come up with those numbers? Well, you can look at what's the maintenance factors for your hybrid cost proxy model. What's the maintenance cost per dollar of investment for digital switching and for copper loops? And if you do the multiplication times the level of investment, you get numbers like $3 to $11. So for my quick, back of the envelope calculations, I'm saying, well, what's the cost of continuing to run the PSTN network? Well, we're talking $3 to $11 per month per line. And what's the benefit of having a common battery system? Well, in some areas, it's remarkably high. With the alarm example, it's a minimum of $75 per line. So in closing, because I see I'm past my time, just again going back to my historical example, there's often a divergence between private and public interests, and I think these interests need to be explored because we're talking about things like first responders in an emergency. We can't just say the market will take care of it because sometimes the market's interests don't coincide with the public interest.
Great, thank you, David. I think Fernando, we're going to have you next.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank Lisa for the invitation and Paul and Marius for the organization of this panel. My name is Fernando Beltran, University of Auckland, and I would like to contribute to this panel the elements of what is called in New Zealand the ultra-fast broadband, UFB. So let's start. So New Zealand is always this little thing on the corner of a map, so today I think I'm going to bring it a little bit bigger here. And 4 million people, roughly 4.5 million people, with broadband going from 20 to 26% in the last years. These are some figures from the market in the last 5 years. You can see fixed lines numbers getting steady and probably in the last year declining. Fixed broadband is also growing, and the numbers in the revenue and the investment in the billions of New Zealand dollars, which is really a dwarf compared to anything you can talk about here in this country. But this is the story. The story is that in 2008 the National Party came to power and they promised $1.5 billion in investment in a nationwide broadband infrastructure. That makes it the second largest per capita investment after Australia from a government. And the promise is to roll out the fiber to 75% of New Zealanders over 10 years with two programs. One is the ultra-fast broadband, which is the one I'm talking about here. The other one is to reach the farmers, especially in remote areas, with the rural broadband initiative, with a priority on business and schools in the first 6 years and health services. But in the last 20 years, and this case is known around the world, the government operator was privatized, and then a series of things happened that proved that the country really needed a regulator. So in 2001, the Telecommunications Act was introduced, and a couple of years later, the Commerce Commission also opened up a position for the Telecom Commissioner. And this year we have that the government is going in partnership with private investors to actually build the network in what they call the local fiber companies. So they run a bidding process, and these are the results. 4 companies are going to be building this network, which already started with Telecom, which was the incumbent, winning 70% of this award or this money from the government to co-invest in this network. So that's the way it goes. Now, a schematic description of what this project is going to be starts with what we call the local fiber company, which is basically the association between the government and a private investor to serve the users. And there's these companies that are going to be connecting to the local fiber to the local fiber company called the retail service providers in what may be the access market, and this uses Metro Ethernet Forum standards. That's basically what it is. And over that, on top of that, we have the access to services and applications that's going to be provided by the retail service providers on what we call the content market. But that's not the whole story, because there's also some other companies that are going to operate outside that and will be provide some competition to the main network. So the government negotiated with these 4 companies at the wholesale level. So on what is called layer 2, these are the services that the platform or the local fiber company is going to provide to the retail service providers, so that they will use it to reach the end users with their offerings. You can see here some of the products on the retail and home market, and down here for the businesses. And the numbers you see there are already negotiated and regulated. Those are caps for those services, wholesale services, which will either stay constant, like the first one, the basic voice channel, or they will be allowed to grow over the years at a given pace, with those being the first and the last year. After year 2019, things will change, and what is today the open access network will become will allow the owner of the network, the LFC, to also provide services, which is not allowed at the moment. So finally, trying to answer the questions of our organizers, the forces driving the transition, I would summarize them like this. First of all, the deployment of fiber to the home and curb and other places by telecom in the last years. Certainly the government initiative on the ultra-fast broadband. Also the Users Association of New Zealand, they deployed an intense lobby over the last years. And of course the expectations that have been created. We can see most ISPs in the country, they have turned now into RSPs, and they have signed up for, have signed up contracts with the LFCs already. And on the other hand, the impact on the wireline carriers, I would say that basically, well, this is information that I got from the Telecommunications Users Association, that they are clear that the main player, which is Chorus, or formerly known as Telecom, they don't have any known plans yet, no public plans as to what's going to happen. They are certainly using part of its networks in the negotiation with the country, with the government. On the other hand, many industry analysts expect a smooth transition, and this is a shared feeling there. And finally, this whole thing has been also coordinated by the Telecom Carrier Forum, which is an industry body, in a cooperative way, and that's important to remark here. Finally, I think that, well, just to leave you with one news from there, that the only players who seem unhappy and unwilling to move is the alarm industry. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Fernando. And then Craig, finally, please.
All right. First of all, thanks, Lisa, for including me today. I think I have some slides here, so there we are. And I have more than I can get to, so I'm going to go through them fairly quickly. But I thought this is a good place to start. This is the return on invested capital minus the on the vertical axis minus the cost of capital. So it's effectively the positive spread. Are you earning a positive return or not? Through the entire decade of the 2000s, for various segments of the telecom industry, and we'll drill down on the PSTN in a second. That long, wide black bar on the left says, interestingly, through the decade of the 2000s, the wireline part of the telecom business was actually better than most, in that it was barely earning a positive return, pretty anemic. Nobody here was earning a particularly good return. But as you might imagine, most of those returns were earned in the beginning of the decade. By the end, it was not doing nearly as well. And I think it's worth noting that this is the most generous definition of return on investment you can get. It ignores goodwill. It ignores what the price that was actually paid for these assets. It ignores extraordinary items. When you include all that stuff, which I think is a more sober and appropriate way to look at return, there's not a segment of the telecom industry during the 2000s that came close to earning its cost of capital. The industry collectively generated negative $200 billion of economic value. And on the left-hand side, I think this is really the issue. You know, I struggle with the definition of PSTN because I'm not sure whether the PSTN is really the question, or the question is, can we continue to sustain the copper infrastructure as we know it today for the phone companies? Verizon obviously quite ambitiously built a fiber plant over a lot of its footprint. I would characterize that a little bit as a company. Think of it as a manufacturing company. It was a manufacturing company with insufficient asset utilization. It was losing subscribers, and so its physical plant was not being operated enough, like a factory losing capacity. Their solution was to build a second factory. Not surprisingly, the return for Verizon is 1.6%. That is not, by the way, minus the cost of capital. That is the total return before the cost of capital. The cost of capital is about a 7.5% cost of capital. So Verizon's business has not earned its cost of capital in nearly a decade. AT&T's is now just above the cost of capital and is falling below. Verizon's business actually in general does not earn its cost of capital even on a blended basis. The wireless business is generating more than all of the returns for the businesses. You see that here. Where you, on a blended basis, this is, remember, what Verizon actually owns because they only own 55% of their wireless business. Verizon is earning less than its cost of capital as a blended entity and has not earned its cost of capital or anything in excess of its cost of capital in a decade. I'll skip that because they take a little time to explain. This is just a reminder that wireline is still half of Verizon and half of AT&T by revenues. It's about 70% of Verizon by assets and about 60% of AT&T by assets. We've seen that before. We've seen some of this before, so I'm going to skip this and go to this because let's drill down a little bit and take a look at some raw data. This is data from the FCC's own ARMIS database. Years and years and years ago in my days in the telecoms used to help the companies file some of this data. They stopped filing it after 2007. But this is a drill down into New York, which is the largest single state collection of assets for one company. California is broken up into a couple. The left-hand chart, I know it's a bit hard to see, but over the 8-year period from 2000 to 2007, Verizon lost 40% of its access lines. It lost 30% of its revenues. Its cost per line on the right-hand chart went from, on a cash cost basis, went from, I'm having trouble seeing even my own numbers there, but it went from, I believe it's about $45 to about $85 or so. That, I think, speaks to the key issue here, which is as you lose volumes, these are fixed cost businesses and the costs get reallocated across the remaining lines. And therefore, the operating margin for Verizon on a per line basis, or the operating income, fell from about $10 a month per line to a loss of $17 per line per month in New York State. And the EBITDA margins of the business fell from 40 to 10. And the free cash flow of the business, the dotted line there, was a business that was generating $1 billion a year in 2000, and it was losing $650 million a year by 2007. After I published this data, it was right around the time that they asked for forbearance to stop filing it. But this is you can see this picture in every state for every operating company. They're all following the same trend because they're all losing access lines, and I would just focus maybe on this one chart. Again, these are sort of eye charts, but the vertical axis is the cost per month per access line. The horizontal axis is a reversed axis of access line loss, so the greater access line loss is out to the right, and these are individual states per year observations. And I think the fact, now remember, if these were not fixed cost businesses, you'd just see a simple horizontal line in the scatters. That is, the more access lines you lost wouldn't really drive an increase in cost per line. Obviously, you are seeing a very steep increase in the cost per line as these companies lose access lines, because again, the costs really are fixed. They get allocated across a smaller and smaller base, and so the cost per line rises. And the problem you run into, obviously, is that this is a nonlinear problem. I show these as linear regressions, but it's actually a nonlinear problem. This is as you decline, you actually accelerate your decline because the fixed cost base becomes more and more fixed as time goes on, and so it becomes a parabolic decline. for these businesses. And I think it is a very real issue that the challenge we face here is that as you lose access lines, not just to wireless, but also to the cable operators. And remember, through this period, you were also seeing a lot of those access line losses offset by a very strongly growing DSL business that itself is no longer growing and is now in reverse. That it becomes awfully difficult to try to sustain the cost structures of these businesses. I won't go into detail other than to say I think Verizon has demonstrated that the cost of building Fios is not a viable solution. Not surprisingly, they've pulled the plug. The cost per line by our calculations in the left chart were about $4,000 per access line or per customer to build that network per connected home, actually, at a time when the publicly traded cable operators were trading at about $1,200. So in effect, their proposal to the board of directors must have been something like, if we build this network, we think once there's two of these networks in a market instead of one, they'll be worth 3 times as much as they are in a single market. Not surprisingly, you're seeing these things tail off now in the growth rates, and therefore, I'll wrap it up here. The end result is you see steady declines in margins in these businesses, and again, you would think that they are doing, I think, a Herculean job of trying to reduce cost in these businesses. But it is awfully difficult to reduce cost fast enough to keep up with these declines, and I think we have to be prepared for the unsustainability of the copper infrastructure as we know it today. It's not just a PSTN issue. It is a legacy infrastructure that is no longer competitive and economically viable.
Great. Thank you very much. So let's do a round of reply comments, I think, again in the same order, starting with Barbara.
Well, I have to admit I did have a similar reaction that David did to some comments by Lee. But I think in part maybe it's had to do with what does PSTN mean, again. I guess I just would like to stress here that in terms of the regulatory world, when we look at the economic foundations of some critical rules, we need to think through this very carefully. I'm reminded of the work by Joseph Stiglitz, emphasizing that with the essentially fall of the Soviet Union, and when they were talking about introducing market competition and certain policies into Russia, a number of economists rushed in and said, privatize, privatize. And it became clear that there were certain foundational rules of law that were not in place to support that kind of activity, and in fact the conditions were ripe for asset stripping. And in fact, those very conditions actually deterred the development of rules of law to prevent that. I would offer in that regard here that we have some great instability. Our deregulatory experimentation has created similar problems, of which why I made the analogy with the financial markets. Even Greenspan acknowledged I was wrong. There were certain things they realized that we went too far. I would caution to think about that here. When you talk about additional rules that seem to be critical to have the desired emergent properties of widespread availability, reliability, and affordability of networks, there are certain fundamental rules that seem to keep evolving over and over again in this country as well as others. You may call them by different names, but they have the same function. Usually some kind of requirement that you have to serve upon reasonable request, usually some kind of limit, not elimination of discrimination, but some kind of limit on discrimination, some kind of reasonableness of pricing. These same rules occur over and over again and seem to be essential to having the desired properties we want, just like property rights and certain contract laws and things like that are required to have the invisible hand effect of markets. So when some says get rid of the PSTN, I hope we make clear the distinction between when you're talking about technology versus the rules that may need to be in place and be adapted, so that even as we transition from one technology to another, we still are mindful of the kinds of rules that need to be in place to have the desired properties, and of which just a brief reference to my earlier comments today about consumer protection. The regulatory industry-specific regime we had was a unique form of consumer protection for a very specific industry. With de-tariffing and other kinds of policies, we were hoping to, it appeared that the FCC was hoping to transition from reliance on that infrastructure, regulatory infrastructure, to maybe the more general consumer protection. The way the law has evolved in that way, that is not the case. We have huge gaps that have opened up so that consumer protection is not being satisfied by any area of law suitably. And that's an example, again, where I talk about we have to think in terms of adaptability and resilience. We have to watch how the interfaces of different bodies of law evolve, and we're going to need to do that regardless of whether or not we keep copper wires or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, first, I'm afraid I painted too rosy a picture following from what Craig said with regard to the future of the copper infrastructure and the PSTN. So maybe it's even a shorter time frame. No, but very, very seriously, given the economic realities, it's, I can suggest that the FCC pay attention to the reality, but it's not changing based on what we say here. So there's really like no choice. It's already happening. Creative destruction's happened. It's going on. This old infrastructure is not economically viable any longer. So let's just face facts and move on. Now, what that means with regard to various services and what we should be doing about them, that's very significant issues that need to be addressed seriously. With regard to specific applications like alarm services, that's one. Emergency services is another that was referenced by David. In fact, we have a project with the National Science Foundation and some new work on what we're calling social emergency response. And the true first responders are any of us who happen to be around an emergency scene, and we're carrying a computer with a camera on it. So there's a new capabilities in any scene for us to help each other in an emergency. And and new devices and new capabilities coming out. So just as an example, we've been talking about gateways. So an intelligent, deployable, augmented wireless gateway, or IDOG, will be demonstrated with the New York Department of Homeland Security, Syracuse City Police, Madison County Sheriff, and people with disabilities and others next summer. So we can put together networks that are very different. We can engage in new ways of communicating. And yeah, the FCC has a hard job to do because the economic viability of the present system has not been there for 10 years already.
Thank you. David?
Okay. I'm going to focus on Craig's presentation. First, just to point out the obvious thing about starting with 2000 is that follows this period of irrational exuberance in the telecommunications industry where there was overinvestment. It's a good starting point, but I just want to highlight that what is the widely held perception that there was overinvestment preceding 2000, so seeing low return following 2000 is not a surprise. The second is, I think, in a sense, from what I heard, what Craig was saying is consistent with what I was saying. Craig said this is a high fixed cost industry. I reported a low number per line because I was only looking at variable costs. So what we're saying is complementary in a sense. And the reason that I focused on variable cost is because the working group talks about shutting down PSTN, and what's relevant for PSTN shutdown are what are the costs that are avoidable through shutting down the network, and that's why the right economic number to look at is variable costs, not average costs, which are heavily weighted by fixed costs. And then lastly, and this is where I'll get to a question for Craig, is that as I understand your last numbers were from the New York Public Service Commission, and Mark Cooper's made the point today about these jurisdictional problems with data, is that when a new network is built, that the costs are assigned to the state, but the revenue may not go into the numbers that you were looking at. And so it's just a question for you is, were you just looking at intrastate numbers, or were you looking at numbers that would also reflect the information service related revenue that's associated?
So the answer to that question specifically is that data includes all data except for, within the case of Verizon, there's actually a retail co for retailing the broadband services, both in DSL and in Fios broadband. I've never quite understood why they did it that way. But the wholesale cost of delivery of transfer pricing to this separate company is included in those costs. The only and so is the revenue. So the only piece of it is the retail margin for broadband. The retail margin for video on Fios is in there. All other services are in there except for enterprise. So it's everything except for enterprise, and it does not include wireless. And then that small retail margin. I think directionally, it's safe to say that is a fairly good picture of New York State, right? But I think it speaks to maybe trying to be a bit of a pragmatist here. The challenge is as much as it would be, it's nice to say, you know, the network's dead, move on. There are actually quite a few services that the network is still the only one that's in the position to provide. And, you know, if we had a massive bankruptcy of a wired telephone company, or if a wired telephone company simply said it is not economically viable or in fact attractive for me to continue to operate this network, and therefore I am effectively pulling the plug, it would be an economic catastrophe. As much as it would be great to say, well, then everybody would just switch to wireless or everybody would just switch to cable, practically speaking, in whatever jurisdiction that happened, you would cause a catastrophic recession. You'd have huge losses of jobs because there are small businesses and large businesses that rely on these services. The transition would be incredibly awkward. And so it is not as simple as saying, well, you know, gee, these things are obsolete. I think we have to think about how do we actually manage a graceful transition from this set of services. And again, it's not the issue is not whether it is PSTN or whether it's voice over IP over copper. It's at what level does it stop making sense to maintain the motor vehicle maintenance department that is there to handle copper outages in an ice storm. Or, you know, you at some point you have to start pulling the plug on these things, and we're not ready to live without the network yet. That, I think, is really the heavy lifting of the planning process. Is if the cable operators are emerging as the dominant network that will remain as the copper network disappears, there are a whole host of obligations that presumably the cable network is going to have to assume. Alternatively, the wireless network would have to assume a lot of those obligations, and in some ways it's probably more problematic to assign them to wireless than it is to assign them to cable, if only because of issues of reach and spectrum that are very difficult to resolve.
Great, thank you. Fernando, I want to give you a chance to comment.
Yeah. Well, I would like just to add that it would be interesting to keep an eye on what's going on in Australia. It's been mentioned that they've been having difficulties getting this thing off, but I think that any country can learn from that particular experience and probably put it in contrast with what's going on in its neighbor, New Zealand, because what's been happening one of the many things that may be happening and we may see in the short future is that the market power that telecom, which is now Chorus, has, maybe is going to be reduced by the specifics of the network structure that is in place now. So in that sense, by letting the incumbent bid and win a large share of the UFB, the country is basically allowing new players to provide services, and they are already lining up to do it. So there's not shortage of supply, and some people are actually wondering if there's going to be a shortage of demand. So on the demand side, things are not that clear. That's one thing. The other thing I wanted to ask, and this is for Barbara, is the following. You've been talking about the importance of complex systems, and maybe it would be worth to analyze this transition problem within the optics of that approach. If we set aside two cases, like for instance the California electricity crisis and the financial crisis, where you were using them just to illustrate how regulation intervened and probably was the cause of part of what happened. Let's put those two aside. And in other cases that you mentioned, there's nothing that you can find which may be analogous to market power. And because in a complex system, you have lots of entities interacting, and it's small things, small interactions, which are going to show you some emergent properties, which is what you want to look at. But how can you represent, or how can we actually deal with market power, given that market power comes from a very large participant in one of these markets or systems or whatever? So I'm wondering how the theory deals with market power, because market power is one of the biggest concerns anyway.
Oh, sure. Well, there's been some interesting work, and I've done some work with Johannes Bauer at Michigan State University actually exploring this, but when you understand, and I know it's a little bit difficult using some terminology from this area of study, but when you think of the economy and the policymaking apparatus as co-evolving systems, as each one adapts and changes, they are affecting what is referred to as the fitness landscape of the other. So they endogenously are affecting how each other behaves. So as technology changes, it creates new desires for commercialization, and then there's certain social effects, and there's usually a demand for rules to respond, and every time you change the rules, you're also affecting what are the economic incentives to innovate, commercialize, and so on and so forth. And so this is why they're constantly evolving to each other, and they don't stay static. However, what we do see when we look throughout history is that there seem to be, and this is where Mark Cooper made some interesting remarks about history, which is very true. For example, to try and deal with, as our society was evolving, particularly during the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century, the common law was viewed as evolving too slowly to deal with a lot of the problems. So we increased policy making through statute making, or often referred to as statutorification. Okay, so we increasingly were changing laws at the state level initially. And then, because under our U.S. Constitution, the states cannot regulate interstate commerce, and as technologies, in particular infrastructures like railroads and telephone and telegraph, became more interstate in nature, then it came up to the federal level that certain problems, certain chaotic kinds of problems, could only be addressed at the federal level. A key point in this is that throughout the 19th century, it wasn't simply the technology, but it was the rise of the corporate form. That was a very critical component, and a very critical component of a new way that the law was enabling market power to be developed. It used to be that corporations were only created by a specific act of a legislature. Every time you create a corporation, you had to have a legislative charter. Well, another way of responding to the Industrial Revolution was the states developed what were called general incorporation statutes, so now people could self-initialize the process of creating corporations. And what's the relevance of this? When you read the Cullum Report, which is the report of the Special Senate Select Committee to study the railroad problem, you look at the introduction of that report, and they make very clear that the problem before them is the rise of corporate power. And they were only addressing one component of it, which was in this particular case railroads, because railroads were so critical to commerce. The rise of corporate power and how we can organize that led to another phase transition in how the economy works. And so the laws have had to continually evolve. Creation of industry-specific regulation through the Interstate Commerce Act and the creation of the ICC was the critical experiment that was done by Congress to deal with the network infrastructure industry, railroads. That same law was applied to telephone and telegraph in 1910 and still is the framework of the regulation that's the basis of the Communications Act of 1934 that regulates telephony under the FCC. To deal with the general corporate power problem, on a global matter, 3 years after the Interstate Commerce Act was passed in 1887, Congress passed the first Antitrust Act, the Sherman Act of 1890. And that was the attempt to try and deal with corporate power and trusts on a more general level. And as we now know, certain companies like railroads, telephone, whatever, actually are regulated by both antitrust and this industry specific. Now, I'm sorry I had to walk through that, but what's happening is, through our deregulatory policies, we are ripping the guts out of some foundational common law rules that were embedded in those statutes. During the 19th century, it wasn't that the common law wasn't needed, it just wasn't sufficient. And we created a new enforcement mechanism through agency. Well, unfortunately, what happened with Mark Kober was referring to earlier is our treatment of broadband. We didn't just remove it from Title II, that statutory version. We actually gutted the most fundamental rules of common carriage that go back to the Middle Ages, and that regardless of your market power, it was just a condition of operating a certain kind of business. You had these certain tort obligations to behave a certain way. And so if you have to understand the layers of the law to understand what economic problems certain bodies of law were designed to address, and therefore if you're going to deregulate, which ones were done for which purposes. And I'm sorry I have a long-winded answer, but corporate power and market power, we've had to further evolve to deal with that, and we're in another phase transition with that in light of Citizens United and some other cases, because now corporations have constitutional rights that they didn't have a century ago. I'm sorry to go for so long, but I hope it was considered helpful.
So we have about...
It's just hard, but
So
it's really important to understand what's going on here.
We have about 10 minutes, I think, for some questions. So let me open it up. Mark, you want to go ahead?
Let me bring Barbara's soapbox speech into a very concrete question. And I want all the academics in the audience to think of here's a counterfactual. If the Stevens report had declared that broadband is a telecom service, I believe it would have been upheld 9-0. It was an easy slam dunk decision, because if there was uncertainty, it had decided at that moment there would be no history or reason to argue that it's anything but telecom. I think it fits easily under the 96 Act. If that had happened, I submit, where would we be today? I have my vision of where we would be today, but the point is that we would have no crisis of the public switch telephone network, because we would have drawn the next generation of technology into that regulatory regime, and we would have found ways to modify it, such as the computer inquiries and a variety of things, but we would have a perfectly healthy communications network today. That's my vision. Now, would it be as robust? Would Verizon have built it out? That's a good question. Would their incentives have been different if it had been telecom? But the whole debate today, to me, goes back to a regulatory decision about the allocation of costs and revenues. And I will get with Craig and make sure I understand where all the money is, because there's a lot of money floating around this sector that does not. Now, it may well be that almost nobody in a competitive market earns their cost of capital. And that's a question we will. I know Google earns its cost of capital, Microsoft earns its cost of capital, the electric utilities earn their cost of capital, but they don't exist in big.
For reference, Google and Apple are somewhere around 70 points above their cost of capital.
Yeah, they make a lot of money, absolutely. But they're unregulated monopolies. The electric utilities are regulated monopolies. But I'd be interested to see, I know airlines don't make their cost of capital.
That's true.
They've never made their cost of capital. That's right. When they got deregulated, they never made it. So it's an interesting question of whether, we need to ask that. But
well, again, the simplest, I don't want to interrupt because I know you're a different topic, but the simplest way to address that question is in a company like Verizon, even including their non-regulated enterprise business, which is excluded from that analysis, the whole company is still negative free cash flow. That is, the whole wireline enterprise is still negative free cash flow.
Well, but you've made that. But the point is that
and negative operating income. It's generating less than zero profit, right? I mean, it's not that complicated.
The wireless network shares a significant amount of the infrastructure because they deliver a lot of it through the wires.
Fair point.
And so this is a cost allocation question. The
Not
whole
entirely.
enterprise.
Remember, they have a partner in Vodafone that keeps them somewhat honest. But no, fair point. I mean, there are cost allocations that have to happen, and I think it's important to remember that a wireless network is primarily wires, and they share an awful lot of infrastructure.
And they haven't allocated. So the profitability of high-speed data, if you look at the Comcast books, the profitability of broadband and wireless, if you look at Verizon's books, are a function of where they recover their costs. And they still have all their costs over here in the wireline PSTN, and they say, let us out of this business because we're losing money, right? It's a question, they haven't moved their costs. they're not allocating their cost where their revenues are.
Rich, did you have a?
Craig, this question is for you. Based on your economic analysis, does that begin to argue that current wireline operators should structurally separate their layer one operations from the core network?
That's a good question, because again, I think Mark's point is well taken. Particularly, the problem the problem with any of those structural separations solutions is, I spent a lot of time inside telcos trying to solve these cost allocation problems in my past life as an advisor to some of them, and you can think about it as, it's almost a Rubik's cube of you have. Think about an operator in geographies in columns and products in rows, and then segments in slices, if you will, right? So if I want to populate I can think about a product like DSL in New York State, right? It's very easy for me to think about DSL in New York State as the intersection of a row and a column, and all within the residential market as the first facing block of that. And I can populate that with revenues very easily. I can just scrape it from the bills and see what people are paying. The problem, as Mark's saying, is how do I fill it with costs, right? Because there are costs associated with being in a row. I either do DSL or I don't. I'm either in New York or I'm not. There's costs associated with columns. I either provide DSL or I don't. There's costs associated with layers, if I'm either in the residential market or I'm not. And the problem is we have a natural bias to try to populate those cells with costs, and it's not that there's any monkeying around, it's simply that it's not a solvable problem, right? That you can't do it. And I spent lots of time in wire centers trying to go through cost allocation systems and looking at the way that telephone companies would say, let's allocate the cost of cooling systems in a wire center on the basis of number of megabytes of data per month, or motor vehicle maintenance as a function of number of trouble reports per line, and all those kind of sensible things that seem like they make sense, but they don't get at the crux of the question, which is, if I lose revenues, do those costs actually disappear? And the answer is generally no, they don't. They just get left over to get reallocated to another bucket. And so the unit costs keep getting higher and higher and higher until the whole system collapses. And that's the challenge. And so while I think, in the case of the copper network, I mean, to the point that Barbara was making, look, in 96, since 96, we've had two networks that compete with each other, and one of them has enormous, that is the cable network and the phone copper network, and one of them has enormous microeconomic advantages and technological advantages that I think it was fairly clear even as early as 96 who was eventually going to win that war. The problem is when it gets too lopsided, then structural separations and that sort of thing within the copper network are sort of closing the barn door after the horse is already gone. There just aren't the revenues on that infrastructure anymore to make it a viable set of economics.
When it gets too lopsided, you do a joint venture.
Craig, let me make sure I understand what you're saying versus what David Gable was saying. I think you're both agreeing there's a big fixed cost component, but David seems to be saying that for the copper network, it's largely sunk. So we could actually keep going for many, many years and still recover whatever variable costs there are, right? Do you disagree with that, Craig? Or
I do. I mean, I think I'm not exactly sure precisely what numbers you're including in your variable numbers, but the question is really, it's not just variable cost per line, it's variable cost per subscriber. And if the number of subscribers per line gets to be 30% penetration, then I've got 3 times the cost per line all of a sudden. And eventually, the smaller my base gets, the more concentrated the costs get on a smaller and smaller base of revenues. If my only solution is to raise prices to try to recoup it, I'm just going to accelerate downward even faster in a competitive environment.
No, but I think my question is simpler than that, which is which of these costs are avoidable as opposed to just accounting sunk costs?
So just because the cost is sunk doesn't mean it's recovered. And let's be clear, while economists don't like to think about those costs, stockholders actually do. And they say, wait a minute, you haven't yet recovered those costs. They're still on my books. And they put up the capital to incur those costs, and they want them to get recovered. So they're not, you can't be ignored.
No, so it means you cannot rebuild the network. But right, we're all agreed on that. But if you say we're not going to reinvest,
Right,
and
but
we're
no, but the
just
cost that
letting
I
it
was,
go-
but to be clear, the cost that I was looking at, even on the, were even cash costs per line, right? The cash cost per line, which ignores all of the depreciation of
Okay.
sunk costs,
Right.
are still in excess of, in certain parts of New York, are in excess of the revenue per line.
Okay,
That's,
so
that is not a solvable problem.
Okay, so if that's not a solvable problem, gets into the second question, which is, if you were to withdraw the infrastructure, what revenue streams would you lose? Would you only lose the residential pots, or would you also lose wireless and all that stuff?
Well, that's exactly the problem, right? And that's why I say that there are catastrophic consequences of these things failing if they ever did. Because if you tried to say, I'm going to withdraw from the residential business, well, that just means that the remaining costs that used to be allocated to the residential business will now be allocated to enterprise and small and medium business. And my small and medium business prices will have to rise, and then I'll start to lose small and medium business, and then those costs will get concentrated into whatever's left.
No, but
And
also-
and at the same time, I've got to support wireless backhaul and all those kinds of things. And it is notionally all one network, right?
Joe. I guess I'd just like to see your analysis, because I've actually done something similar, not with Verizon and not with New York, and reached a very different conclusion. And since these are numbers, not opinions, there's got to be some reconciliation. Because when I looked at another large, not to be named ILEC, what I saw was that basically their depreciation was paying off the network far faster than they were losing access lines, that the economic life of those assets was longer than what was assumed in the depreciation studies, and so they looked like a cash cow to me when I looked at their data. And that's very different than what you're saying for at least New York and Verizon. And I'd love to meet with you at some point offline to try and understand why is there this difference. I mean, I know when you go to the Armis data, you're already playing against a stacked deck in a sense, because you're looking at a single legal entity, and these companies had an awful lot of discretion as to which affiliate to, wholly before you sit down and try and do cost allocations within the legal entity, the incumbent, they've already played a game before they got there about where they, who is providing the DSL. And, I know one ILEC would book the fiber to their incumbent, but then the electronics to their affiliate. And so the affiliate looked really profitable, like having a taxi company where one company owned the car and the other company owned the keys. The guy with the keys had a really great value proposition going. So anyway, I don't want to dispute that your numbers are correct, but I've looked at the same problem for different ILAC and reached the exact opposite conclusion.
Can I just say, from what I hear Craig saying, I still think what he's doing is he's taking fixed costs and he's allocating them over a shrinking base, and that gives a high quotient, and he's not looking at what Dr. Schwartz has talked about, which is what are the variable costs, because the variable costs are what are the relevant costs when you're talking.
Let's be clear, definitionally. The distinction between, I don't want to mix up fixed costs and sunk costs. Right. Sunk costs are capital costs that are irrelevant to the calculation. Fixed costs are simply overhead costs that aren't variable with volumes, right? But they are still there. They're still cash costs.
I thought you were saying a lot of Larson. Maybe I misunderstood.
Well, for the plant, many of them are sunk.
Yeah, that's a different issue.
Right. And just for the benchmark, going back again to when the FCC took a close look at what's the cost of providing telephone service. They built the HCPM model. They looked at what's the cost of constructing a copper network, and then they said, okay, what's the cost on top of this per customer of running a network? And they looked at the data, and if I remember, sort of came out at like $10 or $11 per line, and I think you're now getting a much higher quotient for operating costs because of the smaller base of customers that exist in 2011 than existed.
So it depends on what question you're trying to answer, right? If you're trying to answer what is the marginal cost is just the variable cost. If you're trying to ask what is the total cost of the system, it includes the fixed cost, and then and then you can also include sunk costs for answering different questions.
Just one comment. I prosecuted short. I wanted to just get back to what David said earlier about this divergence between what's in the public interest versus what's the private incentives naturally of networks. And I would like to tie back into what the first panel was talking about this morning. And I'd like to ask, the regulation of itself also affects the degree to which these companies will or will not invest in reliability. And it seems to me that also what we've heard, however, is that the copper infrastructure has some very superior reliability attributes in the following sense that I've heard from some other people at the FCC had to do with, for example, that the network powers itself as opposed to relying on the main electricity grid, so that with outages, the backup systems for the traditional PSTN are far superior to what we have for the IP network. And so part of the trade-off, therefore, when we get back into what should regulation be to have the emergent properties of reliability, affordability, and sustainability, I think that's another thing we have to factor in here. What, if anything, should the FCC or the states have to help ensure that the incentives are right to have the kind of reliability we need? Because what would be the catastrophic consequences if there is no PSTN anymore and the level of reliability that we're used to when there's outages, because it powers itself? And I just note with the Northeast blackout, when I was here at the FCC, the whole cellular towers went down because they only have backup battery for a couple hours. And no PSTN functions on that.
Right.
So it brings us full circle back to the technical part.
So Rich, I'll give you the last word, and then we
70%
should
of
adjourn.
consumers have wireless phones, and when the power goes out, all of the wireless phones goes out. But in terms of an actual network reliability, there are some very serious issues about 12 volt, and that both the cable operators as well as the wireline operators are going to have to deal with, especially in optical networks. But in terms of the reliability, the PSTN is not necessarily all that reliable in emergency situations. Actually, IP networks are infinitely more resilient. And if you look at the situations both in Katrina and in other natural disasters where you can essentially do routing around these kinds of problems, it in fact is infinitely more resilient. And so an IP voice network or IP text network that would be the successor to time division multiplexing will in fact enhance the quality of the network itself.
Good.
I'm not sure totally agree with that. It was special discussions when I was here with UT at Thomas.
Yeah, well, let me just
talks
say,
about there's value in having networks that have technological differences so they can compensate for each other. The resilience of the network depends on the type of outage and the type of crisis. And in some, maybe IP works better. In other kinds, the circuit switch might be better.
And Richard, what you say is probably true, and it is true for the once you get onto the network. And what we're talking about is before you get to the network.
Yeah.
So
I think in the interest of time, I know a lot of people have come from out of town and need to go and catch planes, so we want to try and end on time. But people are welcome to stay here. The FCC is open all the time. Please feel free to stay. So let me thank the last set of panelists first for their time. And then also let me thank everybody who came today and gave their time to us to help us start looking at this problem. So thank you very much.
And thank you for organizing this.
Yes.
This was great.
Unsatisfied demand.
I know. It's the best time to stop.
I do want to say people are welcome. I mean, I've only paid the moderators till 4:30, but people are welcome to stay, and continue the discussion.
These guys.